Flight directors, go for flight. Ignition. 2, 1. We have liftoff. Booster engine cut off.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! 145!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This is meant to be exciting and clear, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Welcome everybody. Flight 9 of Starship is now less than 10 hours away from the opening of the window. This is our Stakeout stream. We start our coverage early and we basically take all your questions and we try and answer the best we can. We'll have lots of views to show you as well. We have up to 36 cameras for the launch coverage of Flight 9. So exciting times. Luckily, I'm joined by a cohort of hosts, as Jack would say. I would like to introduce, first of all, Adrian. Hello, Adrian.
Hello, everybody. It's kind of strange that they call it a stakeout because the stakes certainly never were higher. And I'm just looking forward for the next 10 hours of Starship talking as we are getting ready to see this beast fly again. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I mean, we have so much that will happen over the next 10 hours, including an Elon presentation.
Thanks for that, Sawyer. Yes, and also we're joined by Alex. Hello, Alex.
Yeah, hi everyone. And there's gonna be lots to talk about. This is the 9th flight of Starship after 2 not so very successful flights, right? On flights 7 and 8. So as you said, Adrian, the stakes are very high. We'll have lots to talk about today's flight profile and everything. And of course that talk presentation by Elon. We'll see what they have to say, that we may not know about beforehand, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Now, the way this works is this is going to be a very big stream, as you can imagine. So we will try and answer as many questions as possible. It will be impossible to answer every single question, of course, as you can imagine, because there'll be so many people in. There's already over 4,000 people, 4,500 people in right now, just for this Stakeout stream start, which is still 10 hours to launch. So you can imagine what it'd be like when we get close to launch. I would recommend that you do use the NASASpaceflight because that means when the panel takes a question, it helps us avoid the issue of the question falling off the end of chat, the live chat on the right hand side. So that's the best way to do it. It does not have to be a super chat. We will answer any question. You could be the first time you're here. You could be the first question you've ever asked. It does not need to be a super chat. If it's a good question, we'll try and answer it. So please always don't assume that it's only super chats we read out. We've never been like that. We never will be like that. So that's a very important programming note. But I want to start off with some key points, because I think that's important. Alex, this flight, as Adrian said, the stakes are high on this one with his pun. We're looking at a successful flight of 35, ship 35, because we don't want a third ship to fail in a row. Correct, Alex?
Yeah, so if you were not around for the last two flights, right? Flight 7 had harmonic issues, right, with the structural integrity and everything of the propulsion systems, higher harmonic responses. They tried to solve that. Now, on Flight 8, they say it is a completely different situation there. They had a hardware issue on a Raptor engine, right? And so for this mission, they have put some mitigations in place, especially preloading some of the key joints of the Raptor engines, a new nitrogen purge system, and upgrades to the propellant drain system. So hopefully those will work today. Of course, I'm also hoping that they are not even needed at all, that everything will just, go flawlessly in those Raptor engines. But if something were to happen, at least they have those remedies, so to speak, to prevent any other issues. So of course, this is another Block 2 ship, right? So a lot of the things that were not tested on Flight 7 and 8 are still being tested today. Lots of things related to the heat shield. We'll talk about that later in the live stream. We'll have like almost 10 hours to talk about that. And if it gets to the coast phase and everything, we'll talk about that as well. Lots of things about testing some of the catching hardware as well on this vehicle. Lots and lots of things to do that they were never able to do on flights 7 and 8. So hopefully we'll get to see that today.
Absolutely, and already some very poignant questions, because as we've seen earlier this morning on Starbase Live, the chopsticks were opened, which is always a pre-flight thing, but then they were closed again. Adrian, do you want to cover why the chopsticks were closed?
There was some iffy weather, some higher winds, and it looks like SpaceX are taking some precautions with these winds. Again, from what we can tell, this has no relation whatsoever with any flight preparation right now, but there was some weather. Like, if you saw our cameras just, 15 minutes ago, it was quite rough. And it seems like SpaceX maybe are taking a bit of a careful look. And there you can see, by the way, thanks for showing that camera, they can still see some water on that camera. So it certainly was a bit stormy. And there's some other weather expected before the opening of the launch window. So that's probably why they are closing them. Again, we've seen them open them quite fast in the past. And that is also what they are probably going to aim here for. They can still open them at like 2-3 hours before launch, and they would be totally fine.
Yeah. Alex, let's go forward into the future already. Elon Musk, one of the best usernames I've seen in chat for a long time, asks, if Flight 9 goes well, when does Flight 10 take place?
Ooh, that's a great question. And it might be within, I don't know, maybe like a month and a half. If you remember, when they did Flight 5, the one with the first booster catch, remember? And, it went all well, right? Like everything on that flight, the booster catch, the ship splashdown and everything, the re-entry and all that, everything went well. And they had already the next vehicle pretty much already in line and ready to go. So it was like, okay, let's quickly test this. Let's put the pad ready to go. And they were able to do that within like 40 days, essentially, right? So like a bit over a month. Ship 36, the next ship in line, might be going for testing after this flight. We'll see. Adrian.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, we had already a ship turnaround between static fire and launch below 25 days. So honestly, from they received, like, they installed engines, right? Like, we know that engines went to ship 36, and there's like engines in that mega bay. I wouldn't be surprised to see a static fire of ship 36 if things goes well next week. And from there on out, it's just a matter of getting the booster ready. There's also an interesting question which booster it will be, right? So that's another discussion we could have. Like, we don't even know which booster will fly the next mission for 100%. Like, is it the first flight of 16? Will it be the second flight of 15? We don't really know, right? So It's gonna be an interesting discussion about that. But honestly, I would be very surprised if things go well if the 10th flight wouldn't be in June.
Very good. We have lots of support already, and I always will make a point of just thanking support. So don't think we're just basically going to be a streamer saying, thank you for the super chats. No one likes streams like that, but I will absolutely make sure people who do support us, because we're not owned by some big company, you know. We are independently own ourselves. We're not owned by some publishing company, which a lot of the channels and sites are these days. So we have to self-sustain ourselves, and thanks to our amazing community, we can do that. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, Matt, has his own command in chat, supports us so much. 50 gifted Red Team memberships. So that's 50 people who become members, will have access to lots of content, including the member multi-stream, which is like a production screen where you get all the cameras all at once, and you get to watch like a producer in the member stream. So that's really cool that you've got all those people joining, along with Mr. One Wolfie, who gave 20 gifted Red Team memberships. So thank you for that. Larry became a launch director, which is one of our highest levels. Flip's gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Izzy got something from the store. Let's go, Ship 35. Got a good feeling about the ship, and farewell to legend that is Booster 14 too. Thanks for amazing coverage. Well, thank you very much for your support. Let's see what you got. It should actually scroll across the screen. I don't know if we do that during launch. Oh, it does. There we go. You got the patch.
I do.
Awesome. Yes. And then Dan got something. Let's hope all is green and successful. We've got Nick, who said you are amazing. Would love to hear expectations from Musk's presentation. So there we go. When you get something from the store, you've got the option of actually putting a message in at the same time as well, so we can read it out. So let's do that, as we've just done there. Musk's presentation, Elon's presentation later today before launch. It is meant to be focused mainly on Mars, isn't it, Alex? But we talked about this on our Raptor side earlier, on previous streams as well, rollout streams. We're hoping he might give us some actual technical details on things like Raptor 3, maybe?
I hope so. I got yesterday an email from the SpaceX account, because they have this sort of mailing list to be able to get notifications about streams and everything. And it said, Elon will discuss the development work ahead for Starship and how SpaceX will use the world's most powerful and capable rocket to build a human presence on the Red Planet over the next decade. So I'm like, so are we going to get an actual sort of, rundown of what are the things? Because that's always been sort of my missing thing from every single presentation in the past, where it's been like, okay, but what kind of things are you going to need to do? What are your actual plans for a first uncrewed flight of Starship to Mars? What are the sort of the steps in the development, right? Like, because, I outlined this on yesterday's Countdown to Launch show where it was like, you probably will need some deep space communications or something. Are you going to launch Starlinks, right? Like, are you going to do something with that? Long-term power systems, because you're going to be out there for months, right? The ship will need to be able to have power for all that. And so it's like, I really would love to have any information of that sort of thing. But we'll see. And of course, as we were also saying, like things like, video of Raptor 3 firing and details about the upgraded, version 3 booster and ship and things like that. We'll see what happens.
There's lots. This is why we do a stakeout, by the way. People go, oh, why did you start so early? Well, there's lots of things to watch with our live cameras to start with. But if we went live with like 60 minutes to go, we'd be focused completely on the countdown and all the events with Flight 9. We will ask questions like this, which are related to Elon's presentation and also the future with Starship. We've got, first of all, I'll start with T. When might the first Block 3 Super Heavy booster fly? Let's give that one to Adrian.
That's an interesting one because... No, actually, I have a good answer for this because we have recently started seeing Booster 18 being stacked, Booster 18 being the first Block 3 Super Heavy. The stacking has just, I think started about 2 weeks, one and a half weeks ago in Mega Bay 1. So from there on out, we have a pretty good understanding. The last Super Heavy boosters took about 9 to 10-ish months from beginning of stacking to flight ready, or to fly, actually. Flight ready was a bit faster because they usually wait on ships. So, of course, ship delays, hard to predict in this timeline, but there's a good chance that we will see a cryo test or some sort of pressure test of Booster 18, the first Block 3 Super Heavy, somewhere around Q3 of this year, and there might even be time from previous timelines for static fire of the first Block 3 Super Heavy booster somewhere around like end of this year. That would be a reasonable timeline. That would also give them time to get the Pad B online, because again, Block 3 Super Heavy booster would require a fully operational Pad B. So I would say a flight of Booster 18, I would think is likely around the beginning of next year. That is my prediction-ish here. So like somewhere in the January, February, March timeframe.
Cool. The cool thing about all of this is we are looking at the evolution of Starship towards this end goal. I keep bringing up now and again, probably not as much as I should do, but maybe too many times, because we are trying to keep focused on what are test flights to get this vehicle operational. We are a long way off Mars, but then Elon's going to do this presentation later on today, which is going to make it sound a lot sooner. So I'm going to give this one to you, Alex, right? This is where... Go on, Alex.
Yeah, you see there where Ryan is sort of trying to make us look at. That is the start of the first Block 3 Super Heavy booster. It's being stacked inside Mega Bay 2. And this is a picture from SpaceX. They posted this when they rolled out Booster 14 out to the pad for this flight. And actually, I think since this picture, I think it gained another barrel section, so it's a little bit taller than this now. And so, but it's already under construction inside Mega Bay 2, and and so yeah, it's already well underway. Ship 39, what we think will be the first Block 3 ship, it's already under construction also at the Star Factory. Of course, it's just barrel sections and an nose cone and everything, but soon all of that will move into the Mega Bay 2. Excuse me, did I say Mega Bay 2 for the booster? Mega Bay 1.
Yeah, you did, but it's Mega 1.
Mega Bay 2 for the ships. So we'll see Ship 39 pieces rolling out to Mega Bay 2, hopefully in the not distant future, and getting that stacked. I do think we might get it, some kind of testing maybe towards the end of the year, and then a launch by the beginning of next year. I will see.
Well, this is the thing. This is the future. Now, I know that is not a ship that is going to be launching on a Mars mission, Booster 18, but Not Too Busy asks, and this is related to the Elon speech that's coming on later today. By the way, Adrian, when is the Elon speech? People keep asking in chat, what time does the Elon speech start?
The Elon speech, it will be around 1 p.m. Eastern time, noon Central, if I'm not completely mistaken here. And also just to mention that, we will show this here live. We know... While that is ongoing, you all want to see that. I mean, we want to see that, right? So we will give that time to also show it here. You can discuss it here in the chat. We will make sure everybody has a good time. And right after that, we will have 3 people from us, including Chris Bergen here, coming on and talk about the presentation and talk what we just heard. So we will make sure that you can leave this here on and you will not miss anything today.
Yeah, I'm going to be on because I hopefully Elon will give us great details on point to point, and we'll also make a reference to how Starship is everything shuttle wanted to be. If Elon uses that line one day, I'll be a happy man, because I do honestly believe that. By the way, there's a long story which I won't get into, but this is a rapidly reusable vehicle, and it's fully reusable, which shuttle never was going to be, but rapidly reusable is what shuttle was sold in the 70s to be and never became it. Starship has every chance to be that vehicle now, so that is really cool for me as a shuttle fan and a shuttle historian. Hopefully we get to see this vehicle, this very, very capable vehicle, being rapidly reusable. Rapidly is the key word there for me.
Let me give you a quick stat to underline what you just said, Chris, because the first Falcon 9 that was reused took almost a year, basically almost a year, to be going from first to second flight. If we look now at the first Super Heavy booster, Booster 14 here, that goes for the first reuse of a Super Heavy booster, it just took them about 170 days. So even compared to Falcon 9, they halved the first reused time between the first and second flight.
Amazing, isn't it?
I mean, impressive.
Well, we are seeing the turnaround times thanks to NASASpaceflight. And Alex, maybe you want to talk about that. NASASpaceflight actually provides not just the next launch, as you'd expect from an app named that. But it also gives details such as turnarounds, what it's landed on, and its history and what have you, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's also like if you have the app, for example, you can get the trajectory and things like that as well. And that's sort of a new feature that we have had in partnership with Flight Club. And so, I mean, yeah, you can get all sorts of different stats, I guess. One of the interesting things that you might find out, there we go, hey, is that the next space flight is actually not Starship. It's actually a Starlink launch from Vandenberg, which might happen around the time of the Elon presentation. Yeah, there we go. And so we'll see. Maybe we'll have to have a split screen or something. I don't know.
We need Kevin Michael Reed's 5-pip, because that'd be amazing. We could have Elon's speech, we could have a Vandenberg launch, we'd have Starship views. That'd be amazing. I'm sorry, I want that now. Oh dear, I've just requested something that will completely break everything, but there we go. Luke says, Godspeed Starship, in a store message. Do I hear rain in my headphones? Is it raining? Oh, it is raining. Oh dear.
Ooh.
Yep, it's raining. The rain, I'm looking at the cameras we have here right now. I think this rain might be from south. If I'm not... Oh, it's even highway. Sorry, it's either highway or south. Both have rain. So yeah, there's still rain in the area. Again, that's why they closed the chopsticks. They want to make sure that they're fine.
This
Getting
is
a bath
great...
before the flight.
Well, it's a great preview to a Yorkshire point-to-point Starship base, because this is what it'd be like most of the time, I guarantee you. Philip became Padre member. Well done, Philip. Welcome to the team. Gary says, you're doing an awesome job, Elon. I would preempt that by saying SpaceX team, which Elon put in place, so taking nothing away from Elon, is the real rock stars. There are so many names you may not have heard of, some you will have heard of, like Lars Blackmore, responsible for making these vehicles land and be caught, because they're the brains behind all this. But again, they're hires from SpaceX, and obviously SpaceX is run by Elon. So it's amazing really how the team has come to place where making this all happen, because this is real futuristic stuff. Imagine this, is it 22 stories tall, the booster, Alex? I think it's something like 22 stories tall.
See, I don't go by stories. I go...
Yeah.
By meters, yeah, approximately 71 meters tall.
It's amazing being caught by chopsticks, by metal chopsticks on a launch tower. Who'd have thought that was real? And they've done it 3 times now. It's amazing. Floris got something from the store. Let's go ship 35 booster 14.2. Remember, guys, if ship 35 fails, it'll be better than ship 26. Yes. True. Yeah, it's true. Very true. Well done, Floris. Gary. George Barler, why can't I say that? Became a Red Team member. Alan, keep up the great work, NSF. Thank you. By the way, these people have got things from the store, so I'm just giving them a quick shout out. Very much appreciated. Mooing Cat, thanks as always for the great coverage. Funds for a thermal camera. Everyone loves a thermal camera. Daz is looking into it, I guarantee you. I know Daz is definitely looking into it. They're not cheap, so it'd have to be something viable. Vincent became a Padre member. Thank you much for your support. And we've got more questions, and one for you, chat. I always like to do this when I'm talking on commentary, is to give a question where chat can join in. So I will give the question out. Chat, post what you think the answer is, in your opinion, and I will give Adrian and Alex a go as well. So, Meow, let's play. We've got lots of cat usernames in chat for some reason. Final predictions for Ship 35. So, chat, give us your thoughts on what Ship 35 will achieve during this launch. And Adrian, what's your predictions?
I will basically copy-paste what I said in yesterday's countdown to launch. I think SpaceX is the best company in the world to fix problems. I think what they really excel at is understanding a problem and rapidly fixing it. That's what they can do really, really, really well. I don't think they will find another failure mode on the ship Seco burn, like the burn until Seco. I have a high confidence that they worked out the problems, and I think we will see plasma today. I won't say how far. I think there's a good chance of a breakup with all the heat shield tile experiments. However, I think we will at least see plasma today.
Alex?
I'm gonna totally jinx it because it's like I didn't want to do that beforehand to say that I really want this to go very, very well, and I'm just gonna say it's gonna go perfect. The booster is gonna do its splashdown and everything, and the ship is just gonna go into SECO. It'll deploy the Starlinks. It'll do the relight. It'll do the re-entry. Not even a dent on the body of the ship, and it'll just gently land on the waters of the Indian Ocean. And I don't know, maybe I can say, ooh, it's gonna also be towed to Western Australia or Wyoming for Adrian. But yeah.
Thanks.
They're in chat. I didn't want to do it to Adrian, but there's people there's predicting to be a good splashdown off the Wyoming coast. Poor Adrian. People who are joining thinking, what the heck's the Wyoming joke about? It's an Adrian thing. Poor Adrian. I won't go into it. I won't embarrass you.
This is a really cool thing. I will quickly change the topic here. I think this is based on Ryan Caton's X profile, and Ryan Caton just made constantly like polling of will Ship 35 make it to SECO, and you can see it's like roughly around the 60-70% mark, and you can see how people are gaining confidence over time with the flight. So that is a really cool graphic here, I think, by Ryan, to show how public confidence has improved over the last month.
I was reading live chat. I mean, I do always read live chat, which is not a very good production thing. You should be always reading a panel and watching a production screen, but I'm notorious just watching the live YouTube channel because I'm like that. But I get to watch chat as well at the same time, live chat. And the majority of people were feeling very optimistic, which is probably natural. I can guarantee you the 7,500 people in right now are mostly hardcore SpaceX and Starship fans and rocket fans, and we naturally want things to go well. I mean, that's fair to say, and I think that's a good thing, and I do like that myself as well. I do have a kind of little segue here from Vibe Chase saying over 7,000 people, please like the video as they all work for us. Well, we don't. Well, we do. We try and provide to you. You hear on YouTube channels going, please like the video, and you're thinking, why do they keep saying that? Did they get money for that? There's no money in liking the video. But it's an important thing. You all know by now there's lots of those crypto scam channels that pretend to be SpaceX and they have Flight 9 in their title because they'll see a big event and they'll try and pretend to be that, and it's usually just some crypto scam and some recorded video. They win the rankings when you search for the flight because they have automatic bot likes. So if you like legitimate streams like ours and like the other ones, it helps us fight the rankings where they get to beat us that way. So if you like the video, it takes you 1 second, it's free, and it does help us in that regard, and it beats those horrible, horrible channels. Adrian, you wanted to say something?
Yes. First off, I absolutely would like to join the fight of beating these horrible, horrible scam channels that are exploiting other people. And also, I want to quickly mention that Ryan maybe made a scale issue here and corrected the scale. The support for Ship 35 making it to SECO is actually quite higher and somewhere around the 80% mark.
There we go.
So, there we go.
Well, you know what? I mean, Alex, I'm going to stick on this for a little bit because it is a key topic which we're covering today. That SpaceX put that update out, and they said that it wasn't like two failures in a row of the same thing. It was two different things. So if this flight goes well, then you could take the bonus. It might be overly optimistic on my part here, but you could take the bonus of why they do test flights. They have found two big issues with the ship on the previous two flights that have then mitigated. It's then worked. Let's go in the future and say Ship 35 works perfectly. And that puts them in a very good position for the flights to follow, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping to see what they do with the remaining Block 2 ships. Once they get all the kinks out of the system, right? Like, we saw flights 7 and 8, as you were mentioning. Apparently, they had different issues, right? They were not commonalities or anything like that. So once they get all of that out of that, I'm really hoping we see some ship catch, for example, maybe with 36, 37, or 38, which are the remaining Block 2 ships. Or, I don't know, maybe we get some update later today with the Elon talk that, we're not going to catch, the remaining Block 2 ships. We're going to wait for Block 3. So, I really am hoping to see how the future flights go.
there's absolutely also potentially for skipping things. Like, I think we have seen this so much in the past that late generations of a previous vehicle get skipped in favor of the next being ready. I think the more smooth this goes, the higher is the chance we will see the remaining Block 2 vehicles fly. But sorry, I have to say some bad words here. But if, for example, today goes bad, I'm just saying it could be a thing, right? Like, I'm not saying it would be, but I'm just saying for the sake of the scenario. And we have another 100 or so day stand down. At what point SpaceX just decides to just go to Block 3? Like, 100 days will give them a fairly advanced Booster 18, a fairly advanced Ship 39. They could probably do one more flight and then have these both ready. So I'm just saying, it is not guaranteed they will fly Block 2 ships and boosters at this point. I 100%, for example, see Booster 17 more as a placeholder if they need it.
Very good. Yeah, again, we all hope for the best, but we can't avoid being objective and just discuss what happens if. I think it's very important. I mean, we all wish for the best, but it's a test program. This is what happens with test programs. So do not, when you see an engine go boom at McGregor, it's not a disaster. It's actually why they test the engines, and that's why they have a test site for these things. And we've seen the fruits of those testing with the way the Raptors have been performing on the booster, for example, over late. So I think it's very important to have the context there. Let's go back to the weather. People keep asking about the weather, which is very important because we've seen a storm go over, which has caused a lot of rain and a lot of concern about launch time, but we're still 9 hours and 27 minutes away from the opening of the window. But James asks, how is the weather looking for today? So how's the forecast for launch? We'll give that one to Adrian.
So actually it's starting a bit iffy in the early day. So the question is more, are they not able to do some preparations maybe they need to do? But overall, later in the day, it calms. There is some slight worry about potential cloud cover, because around the 3 and I think the 7 or 8 kilometer area, we have some potential for some clouds forming. And of course, clouds can be an issue if you have, for example, a very thick cloud layer right above the launch pad. That can be, especially because of electrical discharge, can be a problem. So that could be an issue we are watching today. However, as of right now, that is not the case. There you can see it. That's actually a perfect graphic here to showcase this. If the dew point and the air temperature lines basically touch, that is where clouds form. And you can see they're right around the 3-4 kilometer mark. They're quite close. And around the 14 kilometer mark, they're a bit close. So there is a chance that we see cloud formation, and cloud formation could be the issue today.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see, but at least it's a daylight launch. I do like the idea that we're going to see a night launch at some point, but I do think we get a lot more detail with a day launch, so this is what I'm looking forward to. Even if it's cloudy, we're going to have 33 Raptors lighting up the sky regardless, so it's going to be fun. Ben Creasy, thank you for your tip, by the way, which is very rare we see tips, but very much appreciate it. Have you guys compared the hot staging rotation on past flights to see how random it's been? Looking forward to seeing what the modified HSR, which is hot staging ring, does. Alex, so we see the staging, the hot staging, and it's always a cool thing to watch, but then we see the booster doing its little gymnastics. It might be different this time because they are going to expend the booster, and they may do some experiments with it because of that.
Yeah, so on previous flights, when they did the hot staging, the flip that the booster would do was completely random and just based on the little asymmetries of the ship thrust pushing on the booster. So like, on one flight, maybe one side was pushed a little bit more than the other, and then on another flight, it was the other side that was, more. And so little differences there in that thrust from the ship sort of dictated what direction the booster will flip. For this flight, however, they blocked a little portion of that hot staging ring, the portion that is sort of facing the tower. And so it's just a really small portion of it, but it should be enough to make that asymmetry. Yeah, it's sort of around there. to make that asymmetry a little bit more controlled, and therefore it's going to flip in a controlled way. So ahead of time, you already know where it's going to go. And so this time around, they will not need to reserve any propellant. Because if you are just doing a flip in a random direction, you need to account for, the potential that maybe the flip leads you to a very weird rotation, right? That you need to correct and sort of, you need to reserve more propellant for that. However, if you flip in a known direction, you don't need to reserve any propellant for that. You just have the whatever you need for that type of flip. So that saves you a bit of propellant that then you can use on the ascent portion of the booster, and therefore have more performance on your rocket. And so that's more or less what they're going to be trying to demonstrate on the hot staging for today's flight.
Very good. And Adrian, just on that topic, because it's a nice little segue to this next question that's actually top of the queue, from Flip King, who asks, I've been on holiday. Is the catch still not happening? No, it's not happening, but any particular thoughts behind why SpaceX decided, let's not go for what would be an historic second catch of the same booster?
Yeah, I have some thoughts. Actually, I would say they are quite good at catching their current profile at this point, which they have demonstrated, of course. At this point, they have some more Block 2 boosters before they go to Block 3, right? So what they are doing instead of catching is what we sometimes call a bit like envelope expansion, or like just like very, very spicy tests, to word it like that. They will perform quite a few series of tests on today's booster, which will include a different landing burn profile. They will also want to perform some other movement and range operations, and basically all of this leads to you having quite a spicy re-entry, right? So why risk your infrastructure if you don't really need the Block 2 boosters anymore that much? You can just fly it, test the things you want to test, and after that, it's actually worded like a harder splashdown in the SpaceX block. So the assumption is probably that that booster shutdown will be quite high above the Gulf, and then it will surrender to gravity. And we will see a quite hard landing of the booster into the Gulf. And they're basically using it to test for the future.
You preempted Simon's question there about the splashdown being softly, despite the landing profile. No, we expect it to hit the ocean at a bit of an impact velocity, which means we might expect a boom, which we might get to see. I don't know how far off the coastline we expect the booster to return. Will it be like the similar ones, Adrian, where it comes back down within a view of our cameras?
I think we expect that, right? Like, I think the expectation is that there might be a view line from the coast, but we'll see. It's 30 kilometers ish. Of course, there's some wriggle room in there, and there could also be always, like, they're performing some tests, so there could always be a mid-flight anomaly as well.
Yeah.
So we will see what happens, but we should be able to see something.
Yeah, and the same distance was for Booster 13 when it did the splashdown. So this is not going to be a Booster 11 sort of situation where it was a little bit further downrange. It was like 60 kilometers downrange. At least based on where the boats are located right now offshore, it looks like it's going to be closer to this, what we're going to see here later today. Of course, with the exception that the booster will probably stop somewhere around there, maybe, and then drop the whole way down, right? Like, they say that it's going to shut down its engines while still high above the water. And so we expect a hard splashdown rather than this, which it did a soft splashdown, and then the boom came after once it toppled over. And there's the boom. So that's sort of the idea here, that the boom will probably be a little bit earlier, probably on impact with the water. But yeah.
Absolutely. It's going to be another visual to watch. And again, I know our audience and the audience of hardcore rocket followers will understand the context of it. But when you start seeing your friends watching certain mainstream media and saying, oh, I hear it exploded again, just inform them this was always planned. It was not something that's gone wrong. that's where your service towards spaceflight comes in very handy. Paul got something from the store, grabbing my Flight 9 patches, NSF rocks. Thank you, Paul. It is a great patch. Again, Jax, Adrian, you want to talk about this? Jax has done some amazing designs for us of late, and patch 9, which is not just a patch, it's always on our merch as well, which is in the pinned link if you want to find it, by the way, is a great design again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely phenomenal work always. I feel like he always anticipates what we request before we even request it. It's crazy. Honestly, his work is astonishing. I love our Flight 9 patch. It's of course honoring the first reflight of a booster 14-2 here. And there it is. I think it's a fantastic design. I love the blue. Blue is one of my personal favorite colors. I think it's a very bit summer looking patch. It's actually quite close to shipping. We expect shipping to commence somewhere around the mid to late June timeframe. So maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now, we'll see. But we'll of course update you in the store once we get a closer estimate on when this ships. But again, these are limited quantity only. Once they're gone, they're gone. And you can get them at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And you can also read up on the patch page what Jacques thought about certain design element. So you can scroll through there and he will talk about the colors and the design elements on the patch. So quite a cool nifty feature there if you want to do that. So thank you for that.
You can see from Anonymous there, store message there, scanning all the patches. That's Flight 7's patch. I think I know we've sold out of some of the patches, so we can't have them all available now, but I think 7's down to 10s maybe.
Give me a second. I will actually. So Flight 7 is down to the 10th. Flight 7 there's no way that Flight 7 will be available after today, most likely. Same goes for Flight 8. We have still some units of Flight 6 and Flight 2. But Flight 7 and 8 definitely are selling out today. And honestly, Flight 9 might, because we are already almost halfway through our Flight 9 stock.
Okay, I've got a lovely one from there saying, love the new patch, been waiting with the family dog named Rocket. What a great name for your dog. And it's almost so cool. Time for his 2nd birthday. That is very cool. And you've got an excellent print there. IFT 6. We don't call it IFT anymore. Flight 6, catching fire, which is really cool. Right, back to questions. How about this one for Alex? About Raptor 3 for next flight is the question. So I assume the actual elaboration on that one is when will Raptor 3 fly on Starship?
We're thinking it's gonna be with a Block 3 boosters and ships. So not today, probably not for the next couple of flights, or maybe even the next 3 flights. But hopefully, maybe in 4 flights time, because once they go through all of the ships that are remaining, all of those have Raptor 2 hardware, right? And maybe Ship 39, which we think will be the first Block 3 ship, that might be the first one to use Raptor 3. We'll see, though. That's one of the other things that I will love to hear from that upcoming talk, right? Getting a little bit of more details about that upcoming block and the Raptor engines and things like that. We'll see. But yeah, that will be in 4 flights time, I guess. Yeah.
Here's a question where I've got to be very careful because I don't like doxing people. It's not even doxing, but you know what I mean. It's basically a question saying how many NSFers will we see on the Space Extreme? The reason for that question is because we have Chris G, Thomas Berghand, Michael Baylor. I don't want to start naming people who just didn't want to sort of stress their publicity of joining SpaceX, but it's amazing. We've become a conveyor belt to SpaceX. But I think you'll definitely might see Chris G. He likes being in mission control on the launch control sensor, where Elon walks around as well. I've seen him on streams before where he does that. So we might see Chris G on a stream, which would be really cool. But yeah, it is one of our pride and joys that although we never want to lose people, if we lose people to SpaceX, that's a bow in a feather in our cap, and also extremely good for that person who's going there. So that is a wonderful little thing I like to bring up now and again, thanks to questions like that. Matt PD has joined as a Capcom member, which means you have access to our member Discord. We have a Discord for NSF, but it's a member Discord because we have public Discords. They can be just basically free for alls, and it's not very much fun. But with a member Discord, I spend way too much time in there myself. It's not just rockets, which we've got channels for every single rockets and rocket companies. We have off-topic topics like sports ball, which I spend a lot of time in there telling Americans that soccer is actually called football. We have animal chat, we have Kerbal, we have gaming, we have all sorts of things in there. It's a real cool Discord. I really enjoy it. So enjoyed it. What chat was that, Alex?
The food chat.
Food chat? Oh yeah, I never go in there. I think Jack likes doing his bacon tips in there.
I also think we have the two people here with the most messages in that Discord. If I'm not totally mistaken, because it's you and Alex. Yeah, it's so. Can I give away the amount of messages you both have sent there?
Go on.
Oh dear.
So you are, Chris, at 90,000 messages, 90. And Alex only tops you a bit. Get me the exact number. Alex has sent 131,826 messages.
Ow!
Yeah, I took a little. Sorry, but yeah. Anywho, let's move on.
Yeah, about 70,000 of my messages will be in sports ball. I guarantee you. We do have a question here, which we've had on the previous streams quite a lot. This is a good opportunity in front of 8,500 people for people who may have not heard the answer. It's from Quartz, who asked, do you think Pad B chopsticks will do a simulated catch while Booster 14.2 is splashing down? Alex, that's one for you.
That is a great question. Ever since the other day, we saw the Pad B chopsticks raised and opened, and they are pretty much on what you will call a catch position, if you will, right? When they do a catch, the chopsticks are all the way up on the tower and open and sort of ready to receive the incoming vehicle, right? Here we see the ones on Pad A, of course. Right now, they are a little bit sort of around ship 35 on this full stack, of course. But at Pad B, again, they are all the way up, open, and ready to sort of, in that catch-ready position. And so they have not come back down. I think they've been up there for like 2 days already. So I'm sort of hoping we see something later today, maybe in 10 hours, because that will be when the ship will be splashing down, right? And we see some kind of movement or anything. They are... for those that may be wondering, like, what's the readiness of those Pad B chopsticks? Well, there's a lot of things on Pad B that are not enabled right now, that are not completed. Namely, the flame trench, the launch mount, some of those systems are not complete yet. But the chopsticks are arguably the ones that are the furthest ahead. And they've been doing testing for months now, ever since they were installed. From motion testing, load testing, all sorts of different testing. And so there might be a chance that those might be used even before we see any vehicles launch from Pad B. There's the animation of how it will look a catch at Pad A compared to the full stack. As you can see there, it's all the way up. It's not... And then, of course, they lower the booster. But yeah, that's one thing that we'll keep an eye on.
Some wonderful overlays. I'm trying to learn the technical terms of our production staff. It's because I want to be a producer one day. Because I want a soundboard. But I think that's Ryan Caton's work there. That's really cool. Seeing it actually on the live screen, that's magic to me. That's witchcraft. How do you do that? That's amazing. I will
spoiler, Chris, that without saying what exactly all it is, Ryan Caton has cooked up quite some magic for in terms of overlays and some other things for today. So if you watch the whole 9 hours 10 minutes, you will see a lot of very, very cool things that Ryan Caton has done for today, including the amazing trailer. Honestly, the trailer that we saw in the beginning, and also that is on this stream as a trailer, is also worked by Ryan. So there you go. That's another amazing overlay here, showcasing all the objects in Pad A and Pad B.
He's flexing now. He's flexing. By the way, people
Yes.
sometimes wonder, and I've seen it, and I've been on streams myself where I thought I've been ignored. If we get a question which is like the same question from 4 people, I'll ask one of them. I'm not ignoring anybody else. It's just because I found a question that covers the basis of 4 people. It's literally the way like the pad B question, for example, and the weather question. So never feel like we're missing you or ignoring you. We're not. We're just trying to keep it flowing as best we can because we will get a massive question queue. We don't want to be like overloaded with we're missing some really good questions which come in. I have another good question here, which again is about Raptor 3. And I think this is something, Alex, we want to see on the Elon presentation with some McGregor footage. But how quickly does Raptor gimbal, and will that change with Raptor 3?
There might actually be a little bit more room without the shields on Raptor 3. But the gimbal limit, we know that it is at least 15 degrees. But of course, because of how cluttered the bottom of the booster is, right? They don't run the engines down there at 15 degrees unless, for example, during the landing, the central ring of engines they sort of splay out. It's sort of like they gimbal out to give more room for the center 3 engines. I don't know if you've seen some of the close-ups from SpaceX and everything, but there you can see the Raptor 3 doesn't have any of the shields that the Raptor 2 has when it is integrated on a vehicle. And so there might be a chance that they don't even need to sort of, gimbal out some of those engines, and they'll be able to do some of these acrobatics with the rockets without, needing some of that and therefore gimbal more. But yeah, the gimbal limit, as far as we know, is sort of around 15 degrees. If you have a Raptor with nothing else around and it can move and everything. But yeah.
Very good. We have also a lot of support, and I want to make sure everyone's appreciated on that one because without it, we couldn't do what we do. Simple as that. And I can tell you that someone who started NSF in 2005, there is no way we would have got to 2025 without our community support. Seriously. I say it funnily and I say it jovially, but I absolutely mean it. Gabe got something from the store. Thanks for all the hard work. Go SpaceX. Thanks for covering NSF. Been here since SM1. You're doing Lord's work. Wow, SM1. How many people in chat? There we go. I love doing this interactive thing. How many people in chat right now have been following Starship, either with our channel or other channels, since Hopper?
Me.
Thank you, Adrian. Alex, I'm sure you did as well, yes. But chat, let's see chat there.
Even before that.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look at chat go. Oh my god.
Yeah, Alex.
The power.
Alex is
power.
Alex is way more senior on Starship and like SpaceX following than me. I'm a new kid with just starting with Falcon Heavy. So
yeah,
wow.
I started around 2015 for SpaceX stuff. For space in general was a little bit earlier. We'll not talk about that piece for you, Chris. I don't want to feel like you.
Don't worry, I've been around since Shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because you could be like, I've been around for a long time.
Actually, I will ask that question because I don't know the answer. Chris, when did you start following like spaceflight?
Challenger. There's a story behind that. I won't lower the tone or lower the mood, but I was doing a little paper round, newspaper delivery, as some pocket money during my school years. And I got back to the shop where I'd finished my round, and I heard 2 large gentlemen outside the store saying the space shuttle exploded. And I was like, well, I know what a space shuttle is, but I've not really taken much notice. And then, of course, our school was taking more notice because Krista McAuliffe was on there, the first teacher in space. And I just remember watching the replays on the news, and I was thinking more about how beautiful the shuttle looked at launch. And I got books from the libraries before the internet, boys and girls. I got books from the library the next day, and I just got hooked. So I got into spaceflight because of the Challenger disaster. True story.
Interesting.
Sad story,
Didn't
but
know
true.
that. I always know that we talked about it, but I just wanted to ask you because I didn't know your answer to this.
Ah.
I saw someone in chat saying since Sputnik. I'm like, wow. Okay.
There you go. Well, this is the fun thing because although I'm of a certain age now, I'm a child of shuttle. I was not around for the Apollo mission. So this is our chance now, especially for the youngsters in chat right now. You're in a brilliant era to be involved in because we are going back to the moon. I say with confidence. And we are probably going on to Mars, which the Apollo program was meant to be followed on by. So this is a real exciting era to be watching spaceflight and getting into spaceflight, because it is going to be a massive thing for humanity when we send people back to the moon, and then potentially, well, I say potentially, this is what the plan is, potentially to send people to Mars, to make it a permanent self-sustaining base on Mars. This is making life multi-planetary. This is what Elon's going to be talking about in a few hours' time. Yes, Adrian.
I'm so sorry. One last thing. Can I flip this around and ask, is anybody in chat who's watching a Starship launch for the first time?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
I just wanna know, is there one person in the chat already watching 9 hours before launch who has never seen this live? And I already see some me's. So there's people here. I just wanted to know that, Chris, because we always talk about how everybody has always watched everything, but it's also cool to see new people that are joining this. So that was cool for me. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, that makes it important, because we can then sort of make a point of saying things that a majority of chat will already know, but stress it as a thing that we do have a lot of new people who come in for launches. They may be fine, they may see it in the news, may see it in their social feeds and go, okay, that's kind of interesting, don't know anything about it, but I'll click around and see who's doing a live stream of it, and they'll come here and they'll go, okay, these guys are talking about Raptor 3s and stuff, and I don't understand what's going on. So we will interchange with some basic Starship facts at time to time, but that's important to do for the new people in here. Methane Man did $100 tip. I wanted to make sure I recognized it. That's why I was like, I need to say this. I would like to buy the camera crew's dinner tonight. Go Flight 9. I will pass that on, Methane Man. I know you're a regular supporter and they know who you are. James says, love everything NSF does, gives a great content, awesome live views, will always support them. See, this is bonkers. You've got something from the store, James, which supports us, but you get something cool in the post, but you're also saying thank you for it at the same time. Imagine going into a store and buying something from the store and saying to the person behind the counter, who then hands over the goods, saying, thank you for everything you do. It's the same way of doing that. It's completely bonkers, and I love it. Very much appreciate it. Here we go. We've got a question here from Tobias, who asks, I've just clicked on it twice. Anyway, anyone else as excited about the new tank farm as I am? Itching to see how they can keep pushing tanking times and even redundancy. Loving the patches. Now then, the tank farm changes. Alex, do you want... Oh, no, Adrian. Adrian loves his tank farm. Adrian, let's talk about the tank farms. Yes, we may have overlays as well.
So in general, the tank farm over the last year or so has been revamped from SpaceX just making a very... a very let's see what we can fit here design, to a very almost like building brick modular design. It's like they have these almost like building bricks that they fit in to make these tank farm more adjustable, more state of the art industry. And that is the change we have seen so far. They have, of course, increased a lot of the pumps, a lot of the capabilities of this tank farm. But in overall, they are just changing this to this industry standard building block. It almost looks like a chemical plant sometimes if you drive by past them, or or these kind of structures, or if we go to a harbor, to these gas plants at a harbor. So. It's kind of adjusting to that style overall that we are seeing. So yeah, that's quite an interesting change we have seen over the past. And of course, a modular design always is kind of cool, because when one module breaks, you can just remove that little building block and you just put in a new one in that place. So that is a bit of a philosophy that they maybe learned, because of course. They initially tried to do them completely in-house themselves, and maybe hit some limits where they discovered, state-of-the-art industry might not be the worst idea.
It's a complex thing, and the fun thing here, we're seeing a lot of modifications happening at Starbase. We're watching Pad B with its new orbital launch mount design taking shape and getting pretty much ready to go soon, all being well. But we'll be able to apply that to 39A. We're talking about people who may be new to this. There's 2 launch sites. One is active, Pad A. Pad B is preparing to be active. But there's also a tower at 39A, which you can see on Spacecast Live if you want to have a look at it right now. And that will be following Pad B's design. Space is going to take Slick 37, which is the former ULA pad, So there's lots more Starship launch sites to come yet. There's potential of Slick 6, but again, that's currently for Falcon, but they've not yet developed it from ULA. And then there's a future potential of LC-49, which is 6 towers. If that ever happens, they're in an environmental study still, and they've put it on the shelf for now. But there's enough to keep us occupied for now, as we're seeing with Starbase, and hopefully soon the historic 39A, which I am personally very much looking forward to. More support, by the way. I want to quickly thank some people before I come off. They pulled me off after an hour, and we're taken up by Sawyer very soon. So here we go. I think we're getting very close to the handover with Sawyer, but I'm going to do some quick thanks because as someone who started NSF, I want to thank people for their support. It's very important to me. Josh Zero, time for rocket curse ideas. Super Heavy made it out of only propane tanks. Oh, we're going to do the propane accessories. No, I don't want to do that. What a collage from Jack is from Richard. Thank you. Richie came from Liverpool, UK to be a Texas tank watcher last week. Thanks to all love to NSF. Missed today's launch, sadly. Godspeed, Booster 14, and you'll never walk alone because I could do that. Sorry, would not know what the NYWA would stand for. I do. There we go. Very much appreciated. Right, I tell you what. I'm going to hand over to Sawyer now. Sawyer, are you ready for us?
Oh, I'm very ready for this. Are you ready for this?
Indeed, yes. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me talk for an hour. And I'm going to hand you over to the succulent tones of Sawyer. Sawyer, take it away.
Ooh, I like the tones of that. Thank you very much, Chris. And thank you for handing over the reins here. We are now less than 9 hours away from the opening of the launch window for Starship Flight 9, Booster 14-2, and Ship 35. Joined here, of course, by Alex and Adrian. What's the vibe check feeling like here right now? I know we've been on for a bit. I've been listening and all of that, but I'm just interested. Adrian, Alex, chat. What's the vibe feeling like right now?
I honestly feel I hate to say that I feel good because I always feel like if I say we feel good, A, Kevin gets mad at me because I'm like jinxing it, and B, I'm jinxing it. So I feel very positive about today. I feel very like things looking so far quite positive and like no big things that worry me. So it's more like a chat about I mean, it's almost cinematic, right? Like also getting the Elon presentation, everything. Like this is basically the kind of like a Starship festival. It's all you need to know, like all you want from as a Starbase and Starship fan.
All Starship, all the time.
Yep.
Alex, how about you?
I feel like at least the chances of seeing a launch today are really good. We were talking before about the weather and some of the systems and everything. We've been talking about the tank farm and all that. Of course, we're still far away from all of those systems being activated, but I have a good feeling that perhaps we're going to see those not have any sort of issues today because they already tested some of those earlier in the week. And so, earlier in the week, last week already. And so hopefully we get all of that. As for the outcome of Flight 9, I said before that since up until now, I didn't want to sort of, jinx it or anything. I said, if I'm going to jinx it, just do it entirely. So I'm going to say it's going to launch today. It's, Booster 14 will go all the way to the water. It's going to be successful flight and everything, doing all of its goals. Ship 35 will go to SECO, coast phase, deploy the Starlink simulators, relight, re-entry, splashdown in the Indian Ocean, and maybe, I don't know, even being towed to Western Australia. Let's go full positive mode. I don't know. There we go. That's the flight profile. With where all of the previous flights failed.
Yeah, there's a lot over there by Turks and Caicos. Just noticing that, but
also a bunch of them that are in the Indian Ocean.
That's what we really want. This flight is another one added to the Indian Ocean list. Hopefully, for Flight 9 and Ship 35, making it all the way down there, and hopefully a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Well, soft to start, and then probably kaboom afterwards, but that one at least would be expected.
I want plasma, Sawyer. I miss it. Like, it has been so long since we have seen this re-entry phase, this Like, honestly, the re-entry phase of Starship with the amazing views and like this high quality cameras of plasma re-entering is just something like it has to be a top 5 like spaceflight visual moment of all time. And I want to see that again. I want to see this plasma forming. I want to see a ship re-enter.
And we haven't really talked about it that much for Flight 9, because we talked about it a lot for Flight 7 and Flight 8. But obviously, they've made some upgrades, right? We should hopefully see some new camera views for this re-entry. We should, if we get to that point and all that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They still have the upgraded cameras, the upgraded views on this ship. And we still, of course, have not seen the performance of the new flaps and everything that they want to test, and they are still performing some thermal protection system tests on this flight as well, where we see them removing some. Also, some of them, the TPS tiles are metallic. So there are some tests on this vehicle that we are still waiting for. We have waiting for 2 flights now, and this will be the 3rd one. So I just want to see what that goes, because it almost seems like they are A/B testing it. Like, maybe Alex, correct me if I'm wrong here, but like it looks like they have like removed some stuff on the one side of the ship and not on the other, and they're like almost A/B testing how it looks.
Yeah, you can see on the left-hand side there are a few tiles missing on the entire length of the ship, and then on the right-hand side it's cleaner, right? There are no missing tiles.
Yeah, it's very strange looking in some ways, but it'll be interesting to see how well the thermal protection system holds up, because as much as we talk about the TPS tiles, I mean, the entire system, the entire vehicle itself is designed in a way essentially to become the full TPS, right, Alex?
Sorry. Yeah, and that's one of the things as well that they want to figure out, like what is going to be the ideal configuration of the heat shield, right? Adrian mentioned that there's going to be materials testing and things like that. Maybe in the future, some parts of the ship might be better off with metallic tiles, for example. Maybe other parts will need some active cooling, for example. Like, maybe not all of it, not all of the heat shield needs to be active cooling, but maybe some parts will need active cooling. And so that sort of thing is what they're trying to figure out here, where, you know, they want to test the vulnerabilities of the system. They want to test where best to put things and stuff like that. Like, we're gonna see them trying all of this probably for a few flights, maybe even beyond that. Like, you know, even when they go to block 3 of the ship, when they go to future iterations and things like that, we're gonna see some of those modifications to the heat shield and everything. I mean, Sawyer, I don't want to bring sort of, you know, a ghost from the past, but if I'm not mistaken, the shuttle also went through some iterations of the heat shield, even though it was crude, right? Like, you know, early, if I'm not mistaken, early shuttle flights had like thermal tiles entirely. Then they went to blankets on the leeward side. Then, you know, they had also differences here and there on some of the heat shield locations. The chines also on Columbia were, you know, had thermal protection systems. So, like, you know, if that happened even with a shuttle where there was crew on board, imagine here where there's no crew on board, they can iterate, and if they lose the ship, well, you know, it goes in the ocean. Doesn't matter, right? It obviously not entirely doesn't matter, because you still lose the vehicle, but you can iterate. You have another one in the pipeline. You have another one that you can fly. There's ship 37 and 36 already in Mega Bay 2. There's 38 almost completed in Mega Bay 2 as well. So they have all of these different iterations, and they're going to be able to iterate on that heat shield and hopefully get a really nice, fully reusable, rapidly reusable heat shield.
And yes, you're right. As the shuttle program went on, the orbiters had less and less tiles on them. In fact, every single orbiter, as they built new ones, the tile count went down, the weight went down, so they improved on basically being able to switch to, rather than tiling everything, switching to, as you mentioned, the thermal blankets, parts that could use the regular silica tiles versus the parts that needed that extra reinforced carbon-carbon, which was meant for the areas that experience peak heating, so around the nose, around the leading edge of the wings. So over time, they very much changed the TPS and very much improved it so that they could get the same efficiency in terms of heating, but also less mass, which the less mass you have on the vehicle, the more mass that it can bring up into space, which is really what we hope for. And again, a lot of what we expect with them to improve with Starship over time is being able to get that mass to space up.
Yeah, and you hit the point very very well there with talking about some parts of the shuttle had reinforced carbon, the leeward side had the blankets and everything. Starship, because it's made out of steel, doesn't need any blankets on the leeward side, right? Sort of the steel can take that, so that's one mass saving thing, feature, if you will, right? And as we were mentioning, there are new materials being tested, active cooling and everything. So maybe in the future, some portions might need one type or the other of material, just like the shuttle. On some places, it had carbon, plates and things like that. So who knows?
And we've been talking about those thermally cooled tiles and things like that. I saw a couple of questions from a few people here asking, what do you mean by an actively cooled tile? How would that work, Adrian?
Well, actively cooled means there's some flow in it. For example, propellant. You use like cold. You have cold stuff in this vehicle, right? So that's a good thing. And if you, for example, use that cold stuff to flow it through the tile, you can basically cool it. Or even there's another part of it where you even have like small little holes in it, like transpirational cooling, where you bleed off some of the propellant, and it forms like a little mini shield in front of the tile, like a TPS in front of the TPS. And that's another way of how you can use active things to cool your tiles. It's either through direct ejection of the material, or it's like feeding through the tile with like small propellant lines, and basically use to cool it.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we mean with the thermally cooled tiles. There is literally using the the cooled propellants to give that little extra boost.
Which is an engine thing, right? Like, for example, engines sometimes are cooled through channels where they flow propellant through, right? If I am not totally mistaken here. And they just feed propellant through the engine and use that to cool the engine.
Yep, the thermal conditioning that we talk about a lot with the Falcon launches.
Yep.
Let me take a moment, thank some more people here. Getting some items from the shop, saying thank you all for the excellent coverage of spaceflight. Our absolute pleasure. Jason saying let's go Booster 14. Michael saying this is a nice patch. My launch prediction, Booster 14 to plan, Ship 35, successful SECO, potential issues on reentry, and hello from Cornwall. Kevin saying here's hoping for no RUDs and cool plasma views as they re-enter this flight. We have €5 super chat saying, hello Iris here from France. Love your content. Follow it from like the beginning of Starhopper. Love you all. Little contributions. Thank you very much. And thank you for sticking with us all the way through there. Anonymous, just catching up on my patches, getting the full set, getting the few patches that are remaining from each of the patches right now in the shop. Because again, once they're gone, they're gone. And I believe the number's already dwindling pretty quickly for this particular patch, Adrian.
Yeah, we are over... Not over. We are about halfway through. And the stream has barely started. So, yes. People love this patch. I love this patch, so I can totally understand this. And we are running through, and I feel highly confident that in this stream, both patch 7 and 8 and potentially 9 will sell out.
Well, I was 6 afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9 patches ran out.
Thank you, Sawyer.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jeffrey, becoming a Red Team member. K Green becoming a launch director, one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. Thank you so much for that. Not only do you get the perks of all of the behind the scenes, you get the other features, the multi-views that we have, you get everything in Discord, but you also get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and NSF Live, and our great eternal support. So thank you very much for that. And Bob Lee gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you for that. Connor G gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Really appreciate it, everybody. speaking of Flight 7 and Flight 8, are excited was saying, can you please remind us of the differences between Flight 7 and Flight 8 RUDs? Alex, you want to take this one?
Yeah, so in very simple terms, Flight 7 had bad vibes, right? And it gets the point across. And then Flight 8 had a rowdy raptor, right? Now, the bit more detail here. So on Flight 7, they encounter harmonic responses higher than what they found, what they had tested on the ground, right? So that meant essentially more shaking on the vehicle than they have found. The Raptors create a lot of noise, a lot of vibration, and so if you hit the specific resonance frequency of some of your systems, it can break, right? The resonance frequency, if you think about a swing, for example, you're swinging a kid or something like that, right, on the park. And so it's like you're swinging, you have to swing at the same rate as the thing is sort of, at that same frequency to be able to keep it higher. And that's sort of the same sort of principle with, the material itself, the atoms in the material and things like that. If you have a force with a certain vibration and the frequency of that vibration is the same as the material's own natural frequency, then what you're doing is you're putting a lot more stress on that material. So that's what happened on Flight 7. They had that sort of harmonic response higher than what they stronger than what they expected, and so that affected the propulsion systems. They had fires in the engine attic and things like that. That portion between the shields and the aft dome of the booster of the ship, excuse me. And so for Flight 8, what happened is that there was a hardware failure on one of the center Raptor engines of the ship. We think that might have been actually the one sort of E1, the engine one, which is the one that is sort of leeward, if you will. It's like a triangle. One of them is on the leeward side of the ship. Two are on the heat shield side of the ship. So one leeward, that's the one that we think had an issue on that flight. And so it seems like after much testing, it might have to do with some of the joints on the Raptor and everything, because they say that part of the mitigations will be preloading some of the key joints on the Raptor engines, essentially, in a very dumbed down version, torquing a little bit better some of those bolts, right? More harder and everything to avoid some of the leaks and everything, propellant mixing and things like that. So those are two different failures, but of course they happen around the same time in the flight. So we all thought, oh, duh, it's the same thing, right? But afterwards, SpaceX said, no, actually, there are different things. They just so happen to occur around the same time in the flight.
And hopefully we don't have that for this flight, and we finally get a successful SECO of the second stage engines cutting off there. So fingers crossed for that. Let's see here. Again, the amount of support is absolutely spectacular here. Thank you. Tanner coming in here saying, how confident are we in the PEZ door? We haven't talked about the PEZ dispenser in a while, and the fact that we have those Starlink mass simulators on it again. As much as we talk about the payload, Adrian, what's the deal with the PEZ dispenser itself? Because its first time out had some issues with closing.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they have addressed exactly that, the issues with closing. It's still there. It's probably a modified design. There is some Starlink demos in there. Again, I want to once again note my wish that I hope one of these Starlink demos has a camera on it. But overall, it is on the schedule. It is planned to be tested. Of course, it highly depends if the ship makes it through SECO. But if they make it, that's one of the things they want to validate, because the moment you get all of this operational, you can then start to transition from purely test flights to test flights where you maybe also launch some Starlinks. And just like that, you get some use case out of that, and with that, of course, reduce the actual cost of the mission.
That would be nice. That would absolutely be nice to finally get to see that happen. There, you can see on the left from that flight.
Go ahead, Sawyer.
No, I was gonna toss it to you, Alex.
Oh yeah. To be fair to Ship 28 and to this flight, the door opened. The problem was to close the door. It seemed like it sort of got jammed or something, and it probably didn't fully close. But yeah, so in theory, there's at least a good chance that it opens and then the Starlink satellite simulators deploy. As for closing afterwards, we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, minor
To be
detail
fair,
there.
Let's talk about that jamming, because you're like, oh, it's just a door. How can it jam? Well, you have to remember this door is exposed to a lot of hard conditions. Not only does it experience a lot of G-force during ascent, but also quite a harsh temperature difference. And if there's one thing I know about material is it starts to shrink and expand depending on the material. And of course the temperature, and that can quickly turn into a bit of an annoyance if you try to design something that just needs to reliable close and open.
Yeah.
Let's get to that point in flight, and hopefully we'll get to see that open and close and the first payload deploy of the Starship program. Some more messages real quick here. Anonymous, thank you to all the team for covering everything happening at Starbase. Can't wait to watch Flight 9. Jack, not our Jack, different Jack. Thanks for getting great coverage, you guys. Hopefully things go well for the booster and we get Seco. Godspeed 14-2. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Samuel, thank you very much, and keep up the good work, you beautiful little rocket nerds. Peter, go Flight 9. Thanks for everything you do. Andrew with the incorrect opinion, the Ship 26 best ship, but still appreciate it. Morgan asking, on a nominal flight, if someone was inside the launch mount where the mechanical parts are, could they survive? I'm gonna guess probably not.
No. Like, in the launch mounts, basically, like, no. There's absolutely no chance. The volume would kill you, the heat, the pressure. Pick your poison. No.
Just the disappointment in your voice when you say that, just the no.
Yeah, it's like, I think everywhere around, like, maybe like 50 to 100 meters around this launch pad, you don't even have to worry if you're standing safe. You're just, it's too much power. It's just too much power.
Yeah, also, you'd be under a lot of pressure in more ways than one. Linda, thank you. Wilvo, gifting a red team membership. Very much appreciate that. Super Merc with the 5 Curly L's. Been watching Starship since IFT4. Hopefully Flight 9 won't end up like 7 and 8. We will miss you 14-2. We will. Terry becoming red team member. And Papa Hawkeye becoming a flight engineer. The highest level of support that we have here at NSF. Thank you so much for that. We're only able to do what we do because of support from viewers like you, and these highest levels of support go a very long way, so thank you so much for that. Let's see here. Some more questions from chat. Here's one from Bruce saying, how do they depressurize the ship cargo bay on ascent and repressurize returning to sea level? Alex, you want to try that one?
It might not get depressurized. One of the things that we saw during Ship 28's flight on Flight 3 was that there was a lot of air escaping the payload bay door as soon as they open it. So there's a good chance it just goes up pressurized. And to be fair, in the future, it will need to do that, right? Because it's going to carry people and things like that in the future. But it seems like they just keep it pressurized, and then when the payload bay door opens, they let the gas escape out from there. Probably the ambient air that it had during like right now. And so for when it comes back down, I'm just assuming that there's probably some valves here and there where it can just get repressurized as you sort of they go down to the ocean.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten the ship back to know if that was the case or not, given the whole intentional destruction of some and unintentional of others. But yeah, we'll see what happens, especially as they get to real payload deploys. Not that this isn't real payload, but as in, I should say, paying customer satellite deployments. Numero was wondering, with the Pad B arms being now open, do you expect a catch sim with the ship for a Flight 10/11? In other words, a synchronized closing of them trying to catch it. Adrian, what do you think?
The weird thing is SpaceX has not said anything about that. However, it is interesting that they are open and they're seemingly in catch position. I think it might be happening. I don't see any other good reason why they just bring them into catch position just a few days before launch and they just remain there. I think there's a good chance that they do some simulation checkouts here while they're at it, because why wouldn't you? And yeah, I think that seemingly seems to be the plan. It's gonna be wait and see. Even if they do it, the question is when. Will they do a simulated booster catch? Will they simulate a ship catch? It's a good question. We'll have to wait and see here.
Absolutely. Also be interesting to see if they even go for the simulated booster catch on Pad A, considering that they're not actually catching it, it will divert, but if they're going to test it as if it were planned for a catch there.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we see a booster and a ship catch simulation.
That would be awesome. Brings a whole new meaning to our Have You Hugged a Booster shirt.
Yep.
Then we'll need one that says Have You Hugged a Ship.
I think if they do both a ship and a booster catch, we need like some visual animation of that we can publish. Would be cool to see them side by side simulating. Good luck, NSF graphics department.
Well, there is from the NSF graphics department what it looks like typically for a catch. So we'll see if the chopsticks do as you see in this animation here after flight in what would normally be the catch time. Let's see here. While we're talking about the catch side of things, here's a couple of questions. One from Vector and one from MKMK. They're saying, might we at some point see ship 36-2, 37-2, and in general, will we actually see any catches, do you think, with a V2 ship, or would they wait until V3? Alex, what do you think?
I'm really hoping for them to catch a version 2 of the ship, because at least from what it looks like, the version 3 of the ship will get some upgrades, but maybe not huge upgrades. We'll see if Elon says something later today on that presentation, which should be coming up in about 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And so I'm really hoping they catch these sort of Block 2 ships so that they are able to then, put those lessons learned into the Block 3 ships, especially with the heat shield system and everything, because that's one of the things that, you can actually take a look at once you recover the vehicle, right? I mean, there's other parts as well, but the heat shield system, it's so very important, just the visual inspection, that the whole reason why this is launching in the evening time for the central time, it is because at the time of the splashdown it'll be daylight, and they've been doing that, or at least they've been trying to do that ever since Flight 6. Flight 6 was the first time they were able to splash down in daylight in the Indian Ocean, and the whole reason is to be able to see that heat shield after it has already re-entered and it's doing, the ship is doing its landing burn and everything. So I really hope they try to get one of these back before they move on to Block 3. That's my hope.
Yeah, test out the systems, make sure everything actually works at that point. Speaking of that talk, I know that Adrian will be back after the talk to discuss everything going on and bring us towards the actual launch. But in the meantime, I know you are going to step away, so thank you very much for kicking things off here on our Stakeout stream.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, and enjoyed kicking this off here. And I will see you all after the Elon presentation. So, yeah, enjoy that.
Speaking of kicking things off, now we're kicking you off Discord. But joining us is Ryan Weber. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Just worked a full night. Now I'm ready to stay up all day into the night and get this watch this ship go. Finally we get Flight 9. How are you guys doing?
I mean, it's a Starship Flight day. It doesn't get much better than that, right?
Yeah, no.
So great, nervous, excited, looking forward to it, hoping that things actually go well this time for the ship, all of the above. Let's take some more questions here. Ryan, I'll start this one off with you. Waldo Kitty was asking, is this flight using the modified hot staging ring with some slots on one section being blocked?
Yes, so it's got a couple of the vents on the QD side of the booster, and coincidentally, it's the QD side of the ship. Basically, SpaceX is blocking that off so they can more accurately do the flip the booster in a direction that they want to flip it in rather than a randomized direction based off of the thrust differential of ship, which is what they've been doing since Flight 2, basically. It'll help direct the booster in a certain direction. That's what they're doing with it. So it's an experiment to try to help conserve fuel so they don't have to try, as Alex had said earlier on, to not have to expend extra fuel to try to correct the booster's course. So less fuel needed for that means more fuel on the ascent burn. So you can put more payload into orbit, higher performance. So a lot of the experiments they're doing with this booster is to try to just refine its trajectory and use less fuel on the recovery of it and more on the ascent. So, yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of changes coming to that flight profile, that being one of them for this upcoming flight. So lots of things to look out for there. Let me take a moment to thank more people. Josh, thank you for getting some items from the store. Chris W. gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciate that. David just ordered my 9th IFT patch. Looking forward to IFT 10 and beyond. Thank you for the best space coverage on the internet. We appreciate that. Tommy D, I crave better coverage since Enterprise, so I really love NSF coverage to the entire NSF crew. And those in chat here. Thank you, Tommy, and thank you everyone in chat. Connor, happy launch day. They're wondering, when do you think we'll see the first booster fly twice in under 24 hours? I know we have the 3 most optimistic people here at NSF on stream at the moment. Ryan, let me get your opinion on that. What do you think?
The first booster to fly in under 24 hours. I think it's going to be the ways down the line. Because first they need to be able to have a ship to do that as well. Because, obviously, you're going to fly both at the same time, obviously, as a full stack. So not only do you need a booster capable of turning that around that quick, you need the pad that can turn around that quick, and you need the ship that can turn around that quick. I don't even know when that. I think it's going to be years before that happens. I think you'll see pad turnarounds of under 24 hours sooner than that. But to be able to catch a booster, put it back on the pad, then say catch a tanker ship on a separate pad, and then roll it over to that pad, stack it, and launch it. That's a tall order. It's still a lot to ask for even just two separate vehicles to do in under 24 hours.
And I have to bring up the fact that, to this point, Falcon 9 has not done that either. Falcon 9 still has not had the same booster fly within 24 hours of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, what do you think?
I will say very similarly to what Ryan said, that one thing about being able to quickly reuse the booster is just that it is one thing to design your vehicle to be able to be turned around fast. Another thing is that operationally you actually use that sort of property, if you will, of the booster, right? I'm not so sure that we're gonna ever see SpaceX in the near term needing a 24-hour turnaround of a booster. But I do think it might actually get to the point where they could, in theory, do it, but they just don't do it because they don't need it, right? Similarly to Falcon 9, you were mentioning they have not done a 24-hour turnaround, but they have done a almost week turnaround. I think it was like 9 days, if I'm not mistaken. So in theory, they could even do like a sub-week or maybe just a couple-day turnaround if they could and if they wanted to, because of the logistics of the missions and things like that. If they wanted to, they could in theory do that, but they don't need it, right? It's like, if we don't need it, why we should try and risk it, right? Like, you just accommodate your hardware to your mission and not the other way around, unless, of course, the mission is about testing the hardware, like today, for example, where, for example, today they're launching, as I was saying before, early evening because they want to see the heat shield once the ship is doing its landing burn and things like that. Like, sometimes you do adapt the mission to the hardware, but because that's the whole purpose of the mission. But in the future, that will not be the case, right? There's going to be flights to Mars, and they're going to need a certain window, right? There's going to be tanker flights to propellant stations in orbit and things like that. And so they're going to need to launch when the orbit is overhead and things like that. Like, the 24-hour thing is just a capability rather than an operational thing, if you will, that I think we're just not going to see in the near term, or even in the maybe mid to long term.
Yeah, I think it's still a little ways off. I feel like the first quick turnaround hopefully will be from Florida at that point, once they get things up and operational there and up to speed. So we shall see. Valentin saying, do you think that in the long run road closures will be shorter and cover less distance than they do now? Or do you think they've kind of cut it down as much as they can at this point? Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting one with that, because a lot of what goes into the road closure is, well, you got to close down the beach, so you need to make sure the beach is clear. Then when you close the road, you also are trying to clear the range. And for them, the range is that entire wildlife area zone, so they got to make sure all that is clear. Then it's the final checkouts with the vehicle, along with, eventually they also have to evac the village, they have to evac the production site. There's a lot that goes into clearing this. It's not like at 39A where where your production site, or I should say the production site in there is basically the vehicle assembly building. That's basically 3 miles away. Production site's a lot closer than that here at Boca, and not only that, it's a public road. So there's a lot of more steps to it. I think they've got it as quick as they're going to get it. I mean, it could change with Pad B with some of the way they can chill things down, but I think a lot of the reason why they have so much time is because it just takes that much time to clear everything, close it off, clear the range, that kind of stuff. And as of right now, that will only happen up to 25 times a year at this point out of this place, so you only get 25 days out of the year where it's going to be like this. So 25 out of 365, so it's not a lot. I don't think it'll change. I can't really see it changing in future, honestly.
And that's also why they have all the text notifications, the Cameron County notifications, all of the warnings and things that go out to the people in the village. They try and make it as least interrupting as possible.
Disruptive?
Yeah,
Thank you, disruptive. Love it when the person whose English is the second language is the one helping me with English. Thank you, Alex.
Oof.
No, it's again the excitement
It's okay.
of Starship. I get it.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
It's the Starship Day.
Sometimes words just don't come out, and that's fine. It happens to me even in my own language, so it's fair.
Hey, English is hard. Okay? It's very hard.
Yes, Ninja Guy Dan, I am not going to try and spell that. Thank you. Here's a question from John. They're asking, do you think they will keep the hot stage ring attached to this flight? Alex, I'm going to throw that to you and also add a caveat of when do you think we will see an actual hot staging ring that either stays attached as a test or finally gets integrated?
Yeah, so for this flight, they will jettison the hot staging interface, that hot staging ring. They will not be keeping it, and I would not expect them to retain it on these Block 2 boosters, and so until Block 3, we will not see an integrated hot staging interface, and that's pretty much where we are right now. If you look at the SpaceX timeline on their website, it says that, hot stage jettison around T plus 3 minutes and 29 seconds in the flight, right? So that pretty much is confirmation that that ring is going to be ejected after boost back burn. Alternatively, we have here from our graphics department a version of the timeline, also with sort of like an infographic of the profile as well.
Yep,
And
you can see there is the hot staging portion.
hot staging.
Of things.
Yep.
And
Boost
that
back
would be-
ignition.
Yep.
What are the numbers in the? I don't know about that. Ryan, can you say what those are?
Which ones?
Oh, the differences between
Yeah.
this flight and the previous flight on those times. Okay, that's neat. Yeah, because we can see how much different some of these times are compared to the previous flight. Not a huge difference. Some of this, like 28 seconds here, 6 seconds there. Yeah.
Right. Although it should be worth noting that this is in relation to when they were scheduled for, because obviously the ship numbers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Eco happened a little earlier.
That was relative to the plan for Flight 8. Yeah. And also some of these timings will also change when the actual flight happens, because one thing is what they planned, right? And then in real life, in real time, there's going to be a few changes here and there because of the telemetry, the thrust and things like that. The upper level winds and things like that can also change a little bit of the flight profile during ascent, and that sort of carries out forward into the flight, right? We see this with Falcon 9 every now and then, where it's like, oh, it was off by a couple of seconds here and there, or they do a relight like an hour after the flight and things like that, and it's like off by half a minute or something, and we're like, well, okay, yeah, that's normal. It's just the rocket adjusts to real life sort of deviations, right, from the plan. Small adjustments, essentially.
Yeah, we always talk about that with the Falcon launches too, even of when we expect MECO and things like that, it will change based off of the trajectories, like changes in how the vehicle performs, so it could be a couple seconds off. Let me run through some support here. Anonymous, woohoo, let's do this for a second time. Greetings from Germany. Oh, Adrian just got off. Douglas, Potches, we don't need no stinking Potches. Appreciate the reference there. Anonymous, love your coverage. Thank you very much. James, thank you for upgrading to Capcom. We will see you in the members Discord talking about all things spaceflight. There's also food, there's games, there's sports, all the different things you can chat about, and a whole bunch of other off-topic things. Bear, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Craig, thank you for the coverage, doing a better job. Hopefully we see a ship 26.1 being made to test RV3 on a ship. No, don't think that into existence. Snot Garden, a name that we see here quite often with a $50 super chat. Goodness gracious, thank you. Learning is more valuable than steel, maybe even than niobium. Oh, it'd be cool if they actually made like engines out of that kind of stuff. Eleanor, thanks for the coverage. NSF never disappoints. Mark, Ship 35 is going to make it to Seco. Nico, not Seco, coming in with love for DOS. John, Fly 9 Fly. Let's go through re-entry this time. Anonymous, let's go. Snuckharden also gifting 5 Red Team memberships in there. Harry, let's light this candle. Liam, Starship will eventually need legs. Potentially. There could be some fun ideas for that. And then some more good luck here for Flight 9. Party on, dudes. Thanks for all your work. Go Starship. Excitement guaranteed. That is very true. Thank you, NeoBlue, as well, for the kind support there. E4 Tango is wondering, any chance the mitigations for Flight 7 played a part in the issues that caused the run during Flight 8, and if so, how so? I think SpaceX said, Alex, that the plan, that was not the case, right?
Yeah, in the case of Flight 8, they said that apparently it was a hardware failure on the Raptor engines. We don't know how that happened, of course, because they didn't give a lot of information about, what specific hardware failed. But given the, part of the mitigations includes, they said, preload, higher preload on key joints, if I'm not mistaken, is the term that they use. Essentially, in very dumbed down terms, essentially just means that they're going to be torquing better some of the bolts on the flanges and things like that of the Raptor engine, and making sure that there's not as much leaking as possible. And so it seems to me that the whole thing with the Raptor hardware failure, at face value, you could take that and be like, okay, but does that mean that it could have happened at any point in any previous flight? Could have happened on Flight 7 as well, even before any harmonic resonance could have popped up and things like that. And so it's like, well, but they say also at the same time that they had to test like hundreds of long duration firings at McGregor. So it's like, maybe it was not so random that it occurred, that maybe it was a very specific failure point of the Raptor engine. Like, it seems to me that it was probably another complex way of failure, I guess.
I mean, and what was it? The question was like, could the issues or the mitigations that they did for 7 cause the issues for 8? I mean, considering it didn't happen in the past, and it might have been one of those, well, not 1 in a million, but one of those like rare instances, there's a chance that what they did caused another problem. The problem is we don't know. As the other part, because they didn't share what they did to mitigate the harmonic response. So, there's maybe, probably not though, but of course it is kind of unfortunate that it was one of those fluke things that seemed to have resulted in the loss of Flight 8. But things happen, and I would say that it's a good thing they caught it now rather than later. If that being the case, because it's like, oh well, now we know of this problem and we can fix it, or institute a design change later down the line that'll prevent it from happening again. So,
and of course, we will see if all of those come together finally for this ship. Jake here, not my cat Jake, but saying, awesome patch, what's the weather looking like for this flight? Also, will you stream the Elon talk? Yes, we will. You'll be able to stay right here on the Stakeout stream for the Elon talk. Now, as for the weather question, the radar looking very different from what it did just a short time ago, where we had plenty of storms rolling through, we saw rain. Things are looking a lot clearer now. You can see here on the radar from NOAA and the National Weather Service. So, all things seemingly looking okay for flight. And again, here is the planned dew point versus air temperature for about 30 minutes into the window. So where those lines would touch, that is where we would start to see clouds forming. There are spots where it looks like it gets close, so there's always a slight chance of some cloud cover, but based off of what we're seeing at right now, everything looks pretty good. So fingers crossed it stays that way. Temperature looks pretty good as well. So it should be a nice day for a launch. And in terms of the wind, of course, one of the big things that would be a concern is wind shear. Wind shear, you would typically see it when you have wind going one way and then
have you seen the ship?
Oh, what do we have on the ship?
Look at the nose cone. There's something weird. Where did the flaps go?
Yeah.
Oh, the flaps are playing peekaboo.
Yeah, they tucked them in. Look at that. That's funny.
Yeah, looks like they're doing some flap testing there. Any idea why they might be doing that, Alex, or what they might be checking out here?
Probably checking out those systems on the flaps to move them. I believe also the aft flaps sort of tucked in a little bit more as well. But yeah, that's funny with the ship flaps on the forward section, sort of tucked in.
Just once, can they launch it like this? Just because it would just not like flapless, but with them tucked in, I think it would look kind of funny. You know,
And you
just
can see
to launch like that. Oh, look, it's a drone.
Yes, SpaceX drone into play, getting some views of the flaps. It looks like.
But I think it would be kind of funny if they launched it tucked in. But the thing, my whole thing with that, by the way, the drone expertly pointed out by our lovely producer Ryan Caton, and trying to follow its flight path here.
With
Anyways, live tracking of the SpaceX drone. I've always wondered, lift or drag wise, what the flaps would do to a stack in flight. Like, it probably wouldn't have that much of an effect on it because you get 33 engines behind it, pushing it. But it always makes me wonder why they do extended rather than tucked in during ascent. I'd love to see the dynamics of how that would change tucked in versus deployed. But you know, I don't have access to that data as much as I would.
It is rather interesting that they have not redeployed.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes when they do flap testing, it's like a quick wiggle, so to speak.
But we also did see the drone up, so they must be inspecting something or checking something or getting a closer view of it.
The alternative is that they're doing a video for their stream.
Not, I would put it past them. Westy in chat asking, by the way, would the flap testing be the reason that they brought in the chopsticks? Because normally the chopsticks would be open at this point, right, Ryan?
Actually, no. But in fact, when they opened this morning, is it really, really early? Usually they open those well after the road is closed and the beach is clear. They actually open the sticks and go to launch positions. Usually, like, it can be around 5 hours before. Is a lot of times. I'm trying to remember the exact timage, but it's usually around like L or T minus like 5 hours, whatever number you want to use. But yeah, that was actually really early. I think they closed them because of the weather that was moving in. They also they could be doing some stuff or who knows what. But it is kind of odd that they're not opening the flaps and they're kind of looking around with it. Don't make any concerns here. This is new. They have not ever closed these flaps and kept them closed like this. They usually just do a wiggle, as Alex was saying. So this is new. Just to say, this is definitely
somebody in chat mentioned that maybe it's for the Elon presentation.
It could be.
Yeah, we'll see.
Interesting. Yeah, that they would do that unless someone's saying could they do it because it's windy up there. I don't know if that would be a reason.
They've kept that ship up there with flaps deployed during storms. With stacked, I wouldn't, and not only that, I mean the stack flies on its own, and I think we all remember. For those who were here, remember Flight 1. That ship isn't going anywhere. That thing tumbled through the atmosphere and didn't break off the attach points. So I don't think it'd be that much of an issue. But it is kind of odd that they stay closed, but yeah. So
yeah, also a great reminder that the flight termination system has been upgraded since then.
Yeah, significantly upgraded. Yeah.
Let me thank some more people here while we have a moment. Cliff, thank you. Party on, dudes. Appreciate that. Daniel with the £5 saying you can make a flawless robot hand with Meta's EMG wristband if you got a Tesla Optimus hand and hooked it up. Oh gosh, now you're getting me with ideas here. Gresh, thank you very much for getting the item from the shop. Todd saying thank you for doing such a first-class job. That is our pleasure to do so. Astro Knucklehead, can't wait for the Wyoming to Yorkshire point-to-point patch. Now we're talking. Michael saying thanks for all you do, Go Flight 9. Can't wait to see reentry. Anonymous, thank you for the kind words as well about the coverage. JA, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Anonymous also saying nice to see the exposure on the Popular Science channel, which we are on the Popular Science channel with This Week in Spaceflight and Starbase update, if you didn't know. Austin started to watch Spaceflight at the end of the shuttle program when I was young, got interested after DM2. After that, started watching you all since SN8. Hype for IFT9. Go Squirrels, go Starship. I know Adrian not there for the squirrel part, and Alex probably squirming it, still calling it IFT.
Flight 9.
Yes, Flight Test 9, whatever you want to call it. We still put IFT in all the descriptions and everything, because people still search for it. John, thank you very much. Getting items for the shop. Win, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We will see you in the NSF members Discord. Aaron, TSA took my old water bottle with all my stickers. Time to start again. Oh no. Hopefully you can get the sticker collection going, and you could also probably get one of the new NSF water bottles in the shop as well. So appreciate that. Corey, thank you. Excited for today and new merch. Yes, we are very excited too. And of course, there may be some more surprises as we go throughout the streams. Leon, here's to another launch. Simon, Godspeed Ship 35. And Phoenix saying, well, would a guy with a spacesuit survive inside Starship? Maybe not through re-entry. It might get a little cold also, so I don't think that would work, would it?
Yeah, I don't think so. There's not really any place to go right now because there's a Pez dispenser in there. Currently 35 has 8 of the sim links, but there's still a decent amount of room in there. You could maybe strap them to the side. I don't know.
Yeah, ride it like you would stick Jeb on outside of a rocket in just one of those seats.
Right.
What's the worst that could happen?
Right. I do kind of want to say that this is kind of worth mentioning. I mean, we have this really awesome thing called Flight 9 that's going to be happening tonight, but possibly maybe either it's for the next flight or for the flight after that. A 4-point lifter is going into Mega Bay 2, and there is a closure to Massey's tonight. This is after the launch. So there might be a ship rolling right after this launch goes. There's no rest for the weary at SpaceX. You keep pushing and pushing and pushing, so we'll have to see if something moves or what flight number it is, whether it's like 36 or 37 that moves. But yeah, I think 37 is pretty close for cryo, so that could get interesting, but just thought it'd be worth mentioning.
One thing that's also worth mentioning that's interesting is Pad B, because we talked about the chopsticks are closed on A, the flaps are still folded up on the ship, but Pad B over there, those are all the way at the top and all the way open. Alex, is that a little strange? And also Trops was wondering, could the upgraded motors for Pad B and chopsticks already be installed for some kind of speed testing during flight?
They have been testing these chopsticks for quite a while. Excuse me. We actually we're talking about before that of all of the systems for Pad B, the chopsticks were pretty much the ones that were more further ahead, if you will. And like the launch mount, for example, it still probably has a good couple of months of work, if not, and after the work, another few more months of testing. Those systems, the gantry, the tank farm and everything, all of those still have quite a while to go. But the chopsticks, ever since they were installed, they were quite quickly at installing things like, the hydraulics for moving the arms. They reeved the whole system as well with the cables and everything. So right now, we have already seen at this point things like fast closing tests and movements. What?
The flaps open back up again. Sorry.
Oh, there we go. No, that's okay. It's breaking news. No use of the banner though, even though it's Ryan's. But yeah, like we've seen testing of the arms moving. We've seen testing of the arms, with load on them, both low load and like more weight on them. I believe up until 700 tons, right? I wrote that on Starbase update. I should probably remember that number. And so we've seen all sorts of testing. In theory, they should be ready to at least mimic a sort of catch profile, right? And so we'll see if they do that. It's very suspicious that they are at a catch height and sort of in catch ready configuration, in sort of the location and position where they will be if they were to be catching something, right? There we got back that sort of overlay. But yeah, it's all the way up on the tower and open. And so that is... I give you a piece sort of position, yeah.
Also, an interesting question from Redbeard that I never noticed until looking at it this way. Why do the two towers face different directions? You'd think they'd both face east. Never noticed this before. Ryan, do we have any information on that?
Well, a lot of it has to do with room at the launch site. So if they were to try to put Pad B in the same orientation as Pad A, the exhaust would go right toward the exit of the trench would go right towards Highway 4, or at least one of them would. And actually, in theory, really both of them would go towards Highway 4. One of them would be towards the beach, the other would be towards our highway site here. There you go. That's what it's currently set up as. So right now the exhaust will hit towards Pad A, and some of it will go back towards Highway 4. It's mainly they just didn't really have the room to do it. More or less. When they do Pad A again, if they end up doing the whole trench and everything else like the and whatnot, it'll basically be one will be towards the kind of what is it? It'll be towards where the fluid bunker currently is for Pad A, which will likely get removed, and then the other exit will be out towards the wetlands and everything like that. So it's more about just the room they had to play with, because in order to get more land, they would have had to go through like the Army Corps of Engineers in order to be able to build on the wetlands, and there's a whole paperwork process, and it was just easier to do it this way rather than to try to get more land to do it another way. It also presents an interesting problem when it comes to catching the vehicles. Because right now, for booster and for ship, if you were to try to catch on, say, Pad A, for booster, you're just going to come right in and glide. And you'll be basically center line, more or less, with the tower and the launch mount itself. For Pad B, to try to catch over the mount, you might have to dogleg the booster. So they might have to catch off towards the side. I'm kind of curious if they do a catch test. I want to know what the orientation of the sticks are if they actually try to do one with 35. That'll be something to watch to see how they do it.
And of course, we will have our cameras watching that for sure, just as we have our cameras checking all of the different important areas of Starbase. And we should be getting close to the windows for road closures beginning. Alex, what are the road closures that we're planning to see, and about when are we expecting to see them?
Yeah, so we are right now already past 10:30 a.m. Central, local time at Starbase, Texas. That is when the road closure window for today's flight opens. And, well, right now, there's not a road closure in place, but that should be the first major event of the countdown today, right? There we go. That's the sort of graphic for where those closures are. So we've got the road closure at the LBJ Boulevard. We've got also another one that's that alternative, a little bit more rare. It's not going to be for today, but there we go. The one at Richardson Avenue there as well. That's the sort of last place that anybody non-SpaceX or police can go before the launch. And then we have the South roadblock, which is even it's called like that because residents, for example, can go through up until that Richardson Avenue roadblock. That one, the soft roadblock, is sort of right at the end of Brownsville and before entering the Highway 4 to Starbase at the Oklahoma Avenue intersection. So 3 different roadblocks to watch today. Of course, the one at the soft roadblock I don't believe we have any cameras there, right? So, but that should be setting up sort of around the same time as the other 2. Then we can see already some police at the Richardson Avenue roadblock there, at the intersection there. And so, the road is still not closed. Of course, as you can see, there's vehicles still going and coming and everything. Here is the location for the roadblock at LBJ Boulevard. And so these 2 locations are going to be very important because the one here, once it closes, it's going to be there for pretty much almost the entirety of the countdown until they are ready to load propellant on the rocket. Once they go into that, this is too close for comfort, right? It's still within the blast danger area. So what they're going to be doing is those folks that are going to be there closing the road, the county sheriff and everything, they're going to be moving away from that. But the one at Richardson Avenue, the one that we were looking before, that will be kept in place, and only SpaceX personnel and police will be able to go through that one. And so, of course, that is all in preparation to clear the beach, to clear the launch site, clear the road. We don't want anyone around when this thing lifts off, right? Or even beforehand when it gets loaded with thousands of tons of really explosive materials. And it gets very active. So that is sort of the next major event in today's countdown. That's why we go live this early, because there are a lot of things going on early on, and some people wonder, like, why do they go so early? Well, this is why, because there are things happening already preparing for today's flight, and also because we like to talk with you guys and have a chat and talk about expectations and things like that, all the questions and whatnot.
Exactly. I mean, it's much nicer to talk to everyone watching than it is to talk to ourselves, which is probably what we'd be doing anyway, watching this, just screaming at the TV, talking to ourselves about this. So it's totally fine.
But that's fun though. What?
Yeah. I'm not going to go into that one. I can make so many jokes, but I'm going to be nice today because it's a Starship Day. I'm not going to do that. Let's see here. Thank you, some more support. Richard, getting summer ready for my trip to Florida in August. Apparently, it might get a little warm. Spoiler, yes, Florida, August, very warm, very hot. So, hopefully you'll be able to stay cool, so appreciate that. Andrew, thanks NSF, love you guys and gals. Hopefully the big engines that could will be the big engines that do. Very nice. Darren Tebow with an idea for the shop, getting a bomber jacket, I guess, like an Air Force type jacket. Captain Cook, 9x9, it'll fly fine. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Kevin saying, it's time to get excited. And then we have Tuesday with the $20 super chat saying, I graduate tomorrow, so let's hope we launch today. Congratulations, by the way, on your graduation. That is awesome. Best of luck to you on that. And yes, hopefully we get to see that. Jared becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. Hopefully we will see you there. Glenn, is it more likely the Starship makes it to Splashdown or Jack wears a kilt? I mean...
Oh. I think it makes it a Splashdown.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Rod saying thanks for the new patch. Can't wait to see Flight 9 reach the sky. Andy saying hi from Colombia. When Alex in Starbase Western Australia? Unless that's Starbase Washington. Unless it's Starbase Wyoming.
You mean Wyoming? Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go to Cape Disappointment in Washington, even though sometimes Sawyer goes to Cape Canaveral, which sometimes it's a disappointment. There you go.
I mean, yeah. Here's one from Vinder asking, when will the clock switch from L to T minus? Alex, do you want to kind of explain the clock real quick?
Yeah, right now we are counting down to the opening of the window, but we are not sure fully if SpaceX will go ahead with an opening of the window liftoff. Once we get concrete T0, then we'll switch to T minus.
There you go.
A 1 hour
And-
window, so.
Exactly. Yeah. And I was about to ask, how long is the window for this one? What do they have in terms of being able to get this off?
Yeah, at least according to Cameron County, it's a 1 hour window. So, yeah.
So that again, that is the 7 hours and 7 hours and 51 minutes now until the opening of the window for Starship Flight 9. Holy smokes. Jeff saying thank you for the Flight 9 coverage. Looking forward to seeing the reflight and a nice daytime landing. Ninja Decimator pew 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 gifting 5 red team memberships. Stig Holland gifting a red team membership. And Zach Hoffa becoming a launch director, one of the highest levels of support. Very, very much appreciated. The Space Pope gifting 5 red team memberships, and Mr. R. Bobs gifting 5 red team memberships. Here's one from Astro Guy. Ryan, I'm going to throw this one to you. I don't know if we have the exact numbers, but how would the G-forces be compared to Falcon, since we're talking a faster takeoff and more powerful? Do we know any of the G-force loads yet for Starship versus Falcon?
Well, my guess is they're relatively similar because you can control your G load by controlling your throttle, and eventually this is gonna have to launch humans, and when you're launching humans, you want to maintain a certain G load on the vehicle. This is gonna be an honest question. I forget what the G load is on Falcon, off the top of my head. It's because it's relatively equal for a lot of rockets. What they try to keep it to, at least.
It's not that much faster at takeoff. It's just a little bit more. But regardless of that, the takeoff is not really where you have the most G's. It's actually closer to stage separation. And one of the benefits, if you will, of the Starship system is that the second stage ratio to booster ratio, it's a lot larger than on Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 second stage is about a fifth or a fourth of the mass of the first stage when fully fueled, right? So when you are close to MECO, you are pushing a very heavy load, but this is even bigger. Like the ship is a lot bigger compared to the booster on Starship, and so that means I think it's like a third or so the weight, which means by the time of MECO, most engines cut off, you're pushing even more mass than otherwise, and so the G's towards MECO are actually smaller, if I'm not mistaken, compared to Falcon 9.
So less G's, more propellant that's able to be loaded in almost just as fast a time. Talk about an upgrade. Sergeant Klein is wondering, in the future, do we think that we will see Starbase become an active spaceport where crew could actually launch from? I know the original plan was to keep Starbase as sort of the testing facility and move everything over to Cape Canaveral and the Space Coast in that area, but Alex, do you think that would happen?
Well, it's definitely going to become very active. They have asked for 25 flights a year. One quick thing, though, we saw a helicopter move. That's part of their own private range, if you will. They use that to sort of scan the area, take a look at the perimeter and the launch site and whatnot. In fact, later today on this broadcast and also on the launch stream, we might actually see them landing at the highway very close to our own plot, because that's usually where they do their sort of refuels of the helicopter. But yeah, it's going to become very, very active. It will probably just not be as active as some of the other sites where Starship will be launching from. From Florida, for example, they have asked for up to 76 flights from Space Launch Complex 37 and up to 44 from Launch Complex 39A, which is more than 100 launches just from Florida alone, right? So Florida will become a lot more active than Starbase. But still, 25 flights per year. I mean, there are not a lot of spaceports out there that can even say they launch more than 10 times a year. So 25 flights a year, even for now, is still quite active. That's their plans, though. We'll see when they get to that limit.
And as for the crewed flight portion of it, I think that would most likely end up being a Cape Canaveral thing, if I would have to make a guess on that, since that seems to have been the tradition, and that seems like a tradition they will keep up of the crew from the East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah, I think Boca will stay tanker Starlink flights. Is what I think it'll be. Maybe some customer payloads here and there, but it'll be a lot of tanker and Starlink ones, and then they'll. I still want to know how they're going to put a crew access arm on one of these towers. And it's going to have to be on a couple of different towers, would be my guess. It'd be like the 39A tower, maybe on 37, question mark? We'll see.
I mean, that would be nice? Question mark?
I had a lot of question marks.
Yeah, and we know Chris Bergen loves question marks so much. Here's an interesting question from Hop Hayes. They're asking, any worry on the reflown Raptors? And I think that's a good point to bring up the fact that this booster has quite a few reused Raptors on it, right, Ryan?
Yeah, 29 out of the 33 engines are reused, or being reflown. I don't have any... personally, I don't think there's any issues. I don't think SpaceX is too worried about it either. I would say this: they wouldn't be using 29 out of 33 if they didn't think it would work. And I say that because losing the ship the way they've lost it the last two times, while it doesn't look great, it doesn't risk your launch infrastructure or anything like that. But if you were to have an issue with the booster on like liftoff or anything like that, and you had a pad fallback or anything along those lines, that is far more risky overall. And if they think the risk is worth it, they'll do it. And they think it's confident, and honestly, I'm kind of confident in it as well. Booster really hasn't had any issues. I mean, for a while now, it's been pretty consistent, and it's in the successes that it's had over the last several flights. So I'm not too worried about it at all.
And I know there's been the question brought up of, will the Pi engine make a return on this one and go for a third flight, since it was on the original Booster 14-1 flight? Alex, I don't think we've had any word on specific engines, have we?
No, and one of the things with now they cover the Raptors, and so we don't get to see the engine numbers. We do get to see them when liftoff comes around, and they sort of show their close-up pictures from the tower and everything. Then we can see those when they catch the booster and everything. We can see those, but unfortunately, Booster 14 on this flight, it's going to be its second flight and also its last. They're not going to be catching it. And so we will have only one opportunity to see it, and that'll be at liftoff.
And hopefully we'll get an idea of those numbers, especially getting that under-engine view. Maybe be able to see some of the numbers are, if there are, which ones are reused, if they've flown before, things like that. Speaking of, Yair saying, why is it Booster 14-2 and not just Booster 14? So for those kind of just new to all of this, with the numbering, this is very similar to the numbering, at least that we see for Falcon 9. We haven't seen SpaceX officially call it the -2 yet, have we, Alex?
Yeah, at least not in an official manner. We're using it because it's, as you were saying, it's what they use on Falcon, and you might think that they probably are using some similar nomenclature on Starship, because that's what they've been essentially doing since many years ago, right? But yeah, what the number indicates, that dash number indicates its next launch. And why is it that way? Well, if you were to be sort of the type of person at SpaceX where you have to sort of write down and make a history of the hardware, right? And you write the 2 on the third flight, for example, that doesn't make that much sense, right? Like when you look up a flight of a launch of any rocket at SpaceX and you have all of your reused hardware and then you see the 2 or the 3 or whatever, you want to immediately know whether that's its number or not for the flight. So when you have the 2, it's because that has done its second flight. This flight, it is its second flight on this booster. It is not -1 because it's done one flight. It is 2 because it is doing the second flight. This is the second flight of booster 14. And so a similar thing happens with other, with Falcon 9, where, if it has a -23, then that is the 23rd flight of the booster. It is not that it has done 23 flights, but rather it is going to be doing its 23rd flight. And so that's sort of the logic there.
And keeping an eye on where that first roadblock will form, a lot of cars going away from the pad, which is a very good sign of things to come. Again, still more than 7.5 hours to go until the launch itself, but it is nice to see all the trucks and cars and everything moving away from the launch pad as we get ready for Flight 9. Which, Brad, from the shop saying, looking forward to successful Flight 9 launch today. Thanks for all your great work and bringing this to us. Burger Time, thank you very much for the support there as well. Andrew Pokey saying this is going to be sick. I think it is. Michael, been watching NSF since the Tank Watcher days. Have the Tank Watcher hat hanging above my desk and all the patches except Flight Test 5 I'll proudly display on my corkboard above my desk. Well, thank you. It's cool to see people's displays of what they get and how they display it, and that means a lot to us. Thank you. Marco, happy rocket launch day. Great coverage so far. Can't wait to watch the rest. Second patch is going to make a Hazel really happy. Amy, thank you all, NSF, for the stellar coverage. Appreciate the pun. Let's go Starship Flight 9. Christopher, let's go Starship Flight 9. Best of luck, Ship 35. You can do it. Jasmine, let's go Flight 9. Anonymous saying thank you for all the good work. Dennis, thank you. NASA Spaceflight team, always great coverage. Hoping for a launch to cap off Memorial Weekend. America. Regards from Legendary Cow. Appreciate that as well. Don is wondering, can there potentially be a mixture of Raptor 2 and Raptor 3 engines on a booster going forward? Ryan, what do you think?
No. The way the Raptor 2 and Raptor 3s are set up, you cannot have a mix of them on a vehicle. It's either all Raptor 2 or all Raptor 3s. The way the methane pump's set up, the way the press lines are set up with it, it's essentially a different engine. Not entirely, because it's still Raptor. It's still a full stage combustion cycle Methalox engine. And it still's got some heritage from Raptor, but it's definitely a lot different. And not only that, you have a difference in thrust, and there's just a different mounting ways. It's just different. You can't mix them. So.
Yeah, I can't mix and match this one, but hopefully we'll see everything move over to Raptor 3s. And again, hopefully today we'll get an update on the progress of Raptor 3s and when we might actually be able to see them flying with Elon's update that is scheduled for 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we will bring that to you right here. You don't even have to leave the stream. You can leave it open. We'll do that. And of course, we will give our commentary and thoughts on it afterwards. Here's one from Steve asking, if we have powerful engines, why doesn't Starbase have flame diverters? I mean, no flame trench, anything like that. But Alex, any idea why they don't have the flame diverter for Pad A here?
Well, originally they wanted to have just like an elevated launch mount, right, that will have enough space for all of the exhaust to sort of, move away. But that comes from a history of Starship, if you will, of previous launchpad designs. For those that have been around for a while following the Starship program, you might remember they started in 2019 building a giant water-cooled flame diverter at Launch Complex 39A, or Rampy as I call it. And then they yeah, and then they changed their minds. It seems like they went away with any flame diverters. They stopped that work at 39A, and they built Launchpad A here at Starbase. Now, of course, when certain things happened in the development of Starship, namely Flight 1, they realized that they needed at least some protection. That's why there's the water-cool flame deflector at the bottom, sort of that plate with a lot of water, upside down shower head sort of thing. And so over time, we've seen them sort of moving more towards a more traditional flame trench and flame diverter system, and that's what they have now at Pad B. 39A, they demolished everything that they did in 2019. They built a new launch tower. They built, now they're doing the flame trench work, and hopefully in the next few months, we're going to see that launch mount rolling out, launch flame trench and everything being rolled out as well and being installed at 39A. It's about 4 or 5 months behind Pad B at Starbase. So, whatever you see now at Pad B might be happening at 39A in about 5 to 6 months. But yeah.
Speaking of work being done, yeah, we can see on screen, looks like they're doing some road work. This is on Highway 4. Where exactly on Highway 4 is this, Ryan?
It's on your way to the launch site past LBJ Boulevard. I look at it as they're paid by the hour, so you gotta get some work done. The road's not closed yet. They're not out yet, so keep working.
So which side of the road closures are they on right now?
They would be on the side where the road would be closed, assuming the road would be closed to the launch site right now, which, as far as I can tell, it's not. So it's beyond the standard closure point going to the launch pad.
Okay, so it's in the area that will be closed off.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. Yeah. The funny, it's talking about the flame trench thing. I think it was kind of funny. Is I still remember back when I think it was SN5, where they took off with that single Raptor on the lovely makeshift suborbital pad, and a chunk of concrete just flew up out of the pad. I still find it funny to this day that they thought, 33 of those? It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
The worst that could happen. What, you make a giant crater, destroy someone's van? No.
It's just always funny to me. But anyway, here we are. We got a cool water-cooled steel plate, and then, as I was just talking about, we got a nice flame trench now, and I cannot wait to watch that. Can't wait.
Oh, it is going to be nice to finally see Pad B come online, see all the new systems that they're using there, and it's exciting to see this, and yes, rest in peace to Danger Van. Never forgotten. Although, again, it lived, even though we don't use it anymore. I guess it's more retired to a farm upstate than it is actually, rest in peace. Severin asking, do you think we could ever see booster catches at a site other than where it launched from, like a catch tower on a barge in the Gulf, or even one in the Bahamas for Florida launches? Alex, point to point. There's, I know, a video in the works about that. You want to tackle point to point?
Well, the booster, because they're talking here in this question in particular for the booster. The booster, I think, might always try to go back to the same launch site. Of course, as the comment also mentions, you could put, in theory, some kind of catch tower in an oil rig or whatever out there in the Gulf, for example, or downrange in the Bahamas for Florida launches. But then that sort of restricts where you can go and things like that, unless it's sort of more like a drone ship sort of thing, where you can move it rather quickly. I still don't see the appeal of that, of launching from land and then having to go to, with such a huge vehicle. Falcon 9 makes a lot more sense in that case. But the ships, that might make more sense if you want to land offshore from a big city and not, boom them all of the residents in that area with the sonic booms. But yeah.
Yeah, that's probably nice to be a good citizen of not loud booms. But that would be cool to
Yeah.
see, especially for a Florida launch. And you know what this stream needs? It needs more Florida. It absolutely needs more Florida. So, by the way, this is what will be supporting the helicopter that we've been seeing flying around. So when we see it come in for the refueling, as we've seen on all of the recent flights, that is the support for it. But I think it's time to bring in some more Florida. So, Alex, thank you very much for joining here.
It's been a pleasure. Just read the back channel for a second.
I know where he's from. I'm talking about the fact that he's part of the Cape team. Max Evans joining us. How's it going, Max?
Like, that was a mixture of being a super stable intro and smooth intro to just being like all over the place, because I'm being dissed currently in the back channel as he's not from Florida. I'm not from Florida, but I currently live there. But good morning, everybody, and it is Starship launch day.
Yeah, when you think of the Florida Cape team, I think of Max, D, Julia, myself. So yes, more Florida, more better for Starship Flight here. So Max, you are actually in Starbase. What's the feeling like there? What's the vibe like?
Oh, you know what, Sawyer? It has actually been a rough start to the day for us here in the field, primarily due to some inclement weather that was in the area earlier this morning. Myself and the team who were setting up trailer and also other cameras around the launch pad were greeted with some sideways wind or sideways rain, I should say, and some very gusty winds, sandblasting everything. So it wasn't exactly the most comfortable or the most pleasant environment to be in for a few hours, but obviously since then, the skies have since cleared. The sun is back out and it is warming up. So weather is looking a-okay, at least at the moment, albeit a bit windy, but so far things are looking good.
There you go. And hopefully the weather holds out. Hopefully the clouds stay away and everything goes well for our photography standpoint. Max, just out of curiosity, while we have the photographers here, what's your plan for photographing today?
Oh, I was about ready to have a stroke yesterday trying to figure that out, because there is no launch here in Starbase is like the last, and that is primarily down to the randomness that the exhaust plume, at least how it behaves coming out of the launch mount at ignition, and also that is also heavily dependent on what the winds are doing. And the wind forecast has been all over the place the last couple of days, from being identical to what happened on Flight 8 with the more northwestern wind to a straight west wind. So it's been all over the place, but all my cameras are up. I currently have 3 at our dune spot that hopefully we can show later. And then also I have 1 more at Danger Dune, which is about as close to the rocket as a camera can get without being just absolutely annihilated. But I was hoping to put up 2 more. Unfortunately, though, I ran out of time because of the weather that we had to battle this morning. But that just means more cameras to have on my person over at where I am watching the launch from later. So there's a bright side to everything, I guess.
Yep, and hopefully the bright side itself comes from the sun being out and getting some spectacular views here.
We sure hope so.
So here's a question from Earth of Kasra, and I'll throw this to you, Max. What do you think? Do you think we will see a booster 15-2? As this is 14 reflying today.
I mean, I don't see why not. Booster 15 had a fairly eventful landing compared to especially Booster 12 and Booster 14. because it had a lot higher winds to battle, and also it had a much more wicked approach angle coming into the tower. But assuming all systems are well on it, I don't see why not. At this point, they almost have to phase out the Block 1, or I guess technically they are Block 2 boosters, and they are not able to support V3 ships, let alone be launched on Pad B's orbital launch mount. So I think we should see Booster 15 fly again. At least that's my prediction. I mean, it makes the most sense. Whether or not they're going to recover it is another question, because it is a lot riskier depending on the approach profile back into the atmosphere after stage separation. So, but I think we should see Booster 15 fly again. I think they have made the final V. I guess it is now technically a V2 booster, as SpaceX has confirmed. And the V3 booster hardware is what we are all eagerly waiting on, and hopefully we'll have a view of it here in just about an hour or so during the presentation. But we should. I think so. I think Booster 15 will fly again. But as to when that might be, I'm not so sure.
And hopefully, depending on how well things go with the updated trajectory that they want to fly with this, we may actually see them try and catch that one as opposed to the offshore divert, which, for those who are unaware, Ryan, do you mind just kind of giving us a run-through of the changes to the profile that we're expecting for the booster on this flight? Because we know it's not going to be caught, but they're trying a few new things with it.
Yeah, so in typical SpaceX fashion, like they used to do with Falcon 9, and whatnot, or they did when they would go to expend a Falcon 9, like an older one, they would say, well, let's try something fun with it. Let's try certain things out. So what they're doing with 14 is they are going to try a higher angle of attack. Basically, so they're going to try to fly a little more horizontal so that you add more drag to it, thus reducing your speed. Thus, when you get to your landing burn, you don't need to use as much fuel on the landing burn to slow yourself down enough before you get to your, to be caught, quote unquote. But they're not catching it. They'll be landing I don't think it's a soft splashdown. It should be a hard splashdown for this one, because I think they're going to want it to destroy it more than Booster 13 was destroyed. A little bit more pieces because 13, most of the LOX tank was still intact. I don't think they want that bobbing around and floating away. I think they want it in more pieces and sinking. But it's basically a way to try to refine the trajectory. So along with the booster flip to try to actually control which direction it goes in, which comes in with the addition to the hot stage ring, SpaceX is going to try to find a way to conserve more fuel for the ascent burn, which means more performance to the booster, which means more payload to orbit. So every little bit counts, and it's really cool that they've gotten to the point now where they're refining the booster trajectory. This isn't like, oh, we need to fix something on booster, back between, booster 9, 10, and 11, where they were just trying to get to the catch point. They've caught 3 boosters now, and they're confident enough in their ability to do it that they're going to go, oh, well, let's try to refine something, while also getting rid of old hardware. So that's kind of what they're doing this flight. It's a really
honestly,
cool experiment.
I'm really curious to see how much lift and control they are able to generate with the shines with this new angle of attack, because the first thing that comes to mind with that steeper angle is a similar approach profile to how New Glenn's first stage flies with its I can't remember what they're called. Strakes, yes, because on Blue Origin's stream, they said that each strake generates about as much lift as an F-16 wing on each side. So I'm really curious to see if there's any sort of reference that SpaceX will make as to how much control authority and lift, I guess, those shines are able to have at this new approach angle. But I guess, obviously, we'll hopefully see it with our own eyes as well. But that's also something to look out for.
Definitely what we will be looking for on this flight. Also looking for that roadblock going into place. We're keeping a close eye on that portion of the road as well. Let me thank some people here. Lori, thanks guys for what you do. My 85-year-old father is a fan of yours. He said that the rockets and launches have saved his life. He lives for the next launch, especially Starship. That is really nice. Thank you very, very much for that. Telstar 86 will be the first launch since IFT-1 I've been able to watch live at home. Please don't do the S word. Flights 2 through 8 were watched on my phone. Bideford, good to see you, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Mark, she's going all the way this time. That is what we're hoping. David, thank you, NSF, for all the awesome coverage. Zach, thank you for becoming a PadRet member. Rod is asking, what are the G-forces of a booster landing? Do we know that, Ryan?
I don't know the G-forces off the top of my head for a booster landing, but I can just tell you it's a lot. I'd have to go look at the numbers, but they're basically going from terminal velocity to they're going from terminal velocity to 0 in I don't know, like 15-20 seconds. Like that's a lot. It's because you're igniting 13 Raptor engines in a pinch, going from terminal velocity to igniting 13 Raptor engines. Even if those are at half power, that's a lot of just instant deceleration. I can only imagine the G-forces on that booster when it does that.
I think there was a clip posted somewhere where Elon was talking to somebody over at Astra Mission Control Center about how the G load on decel at landing bird ignition with all 13 Raptors lit was around 20, which is absolutely insane. But honestly, it seems insane. But if you see it, if you have been fortunate enough to see a landing burn with your eyes with Super Heavy, you'll know that it goes from absolutely hauling and screaming toward the ground to just stomping on the brakes to a much slower velocity, borderline a full stop within a handful of seconds. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. It's I would honestly compare it to a Falcon Heavy sidecore or a Falcon 9 booster 131 landing burn, which is not something we see terribly often, but it hits the brakes really hard and it stops really fast. And honestly, it is a little bit alarming.
One of these days, the worry is that it doesn't stop on time, but it even with Falcon 9, it's the same thing. It feels like it's going to fall on your head, and then all of a sudden, it just slows down, it comes to a gentle stop. And this one with a nice gentle catch, so it's impressive at this point. Also hearing an update from our team in the field that the soft roadblock is now up on the Brownsville side. So Max, can you explain kind of the different roadblocks as we see them here?
Yeah, so essentially the soft roadblock that we are talking about now in Brownsville is essentially the Cameron County Sheriff now is stationed there that anyone, the only people who are allowed to pass that roadblock are those who either have tickets to go watch at the Raptor Roost or the Rocket Ranch Outpost, or if you have property beyond that point as well. So that is why they are up now, and the hard road closures should go into effect around 11:30. So we've heard from the sheriff and SpaceX officials from our side over here. So that roadblock goes up first to help try to filter the amount of vehicles in on Highway 4 in between there and the launch site. And then when the hard roadblock goes up, then people who are not allowed to be there, who either don't have property or who don't have tickets to go watch, need to get out and clear the area. So obviously that the soft roadblock needs to go up first, and the hard roadblock should be coming up within the next hour.
Yep, and again, the construction work's still going on there, but that yellow X on the left side of your screen, that is the location of the soft roadblock that is now up in Brownsville. Bideford gifting 5 more Red Team memberships. Clinton saying, considering Blue Origin's announcements for the Blue Moon lander, can we expect Elon to give any updates on HLS today during the speech? We also expect to see hardware for HLS start appearing for the landing demo and propellant transfer test. I mean, we don't have any insight onto exactly what he's going to be talking about, but in the past, I mean, we've seen him with the HLS hardware. Any thoughts on what we might see, Ryan?
I have this feeling it'll be the normal make life multiplanetary thing. Maybe we'll get some updated renders on like the trips to Mars, maybe some updates on how close they are with the depot, or maybe a tanker version, or maybe something with a, I don't know, updated numbers and anything like that, and probably some stuff with Raptor 3 here and there. As for a wish list, I mean, I could give a whole wish list of what I want to see. Like, I want to see full updated renders of Block 3 ship and booster, like full detailed renders, updated numbers. I want to see footage of Raptor 3 firing. I want to see an updated HLS, or like actual hardware for HLS, hardware for tankers, docking hardware. I'd love to see all of that, but I'm not going to get my hopes up. But I can always cross my fingers for that. I really want to see a lot of cool stuff. I hope it's not. This doesn't seem like an off the cusp kind of thing. It seems like they're actually planning this, so they may actually have a lot of stuff for us to show, which would be really, really cool. I'm hoping hard, and we're like 45 minutes away from that. So keep your fingers crossed. We're gonna get something cool, everyone.
I mean,
I can't wait to break it down myself and just look through it all.
In a way, HLS is a stepping stone towards getting Starship to Mars. So we may get some sort of update there, but yeah, Ryan's wish list is very strong, and I share similar hopes.
I think we all do. But yeah, given the idea is Mars 2026 for the theme of it, we'll see what we can get with the HLS side and what we can get with updated Starship variants, when we might finally see Block 3, and hopefully some updated numbers, because as we were talking about on Countdown to Launch yesterday, the numbers that we have for V2s, V3s, all of the different versions and blocks are totally out of date at this point, so it'll be nice to see that. And a reminder, in 45 minutes when that does happen, we will be bringing that to you right here, so you don't even have to go anywhere, and then of course we will have our commentary and thoughts on it afterwards. Jake is wondering here, Max, is there a built-in hold pre-launch? Because I know we have the L- clock as opposed to the T- clock in the top left there.
So SpaceX does have the ability to hold at T- 40 seconds with Starship for a few minutes, but obviously not. They can't hold forever like they can with either Delta 4 or Atlas 5 or Vulcan, because the propellants are always boiling off, and Starship doesn't have any insulation with its tanks. So they do have the ability to hold at T- 40 seconds, but beyond that, I think would classify as an abort, assuming they. Depending on how much time they had left, either in the launch window or how early they went into prop load. So, of sorts, they can, but they would obviously like to not have that hold.
Yep, the option is there, but hopefully they don't use it.
If they were to hold
Exactly.
if they were to hold with full tanks, I think it's like 15, 20, maybe 25 minutes, somewhere around there. They can hold for a time because the sheer mass of propellant keeps it cold enough so the temperatures are still within range for... Oh, look at that. We got a countdown clock there. For basically launch and for Raptor. So it's one of those things that Falcon 9 doesn't have. Those are instantaneous, so... It's just due to its sheer mass of propellant that it has. It's like 5,000 tons total between the two vehicles. So yeah, it is able to maintain its temperature for longer, just due to mass and volume.
And that's why we're able to actually have a hold even with the super chilled propellants on Starship, whereas we're not able to for Falcon 9 launches.
Falcon 9 wishes.
Exactly. Let's see here. Good questions coming in. Viniac, again, a lot of this is kind of speculation at this point, but do we think we might get something like a Block 4 or Block 5 reveal during this? I mean, I'll be honest, I just hope we get some more information on Block 3 at this point, but it would be interesting to see what the future holds for other Starship variants going forward.
I mean, considering how far they want Starship to go and how long they want it to be operating, obviously with making life or bringing life all the way to Mars, obviously they're not going to have a final version of Starship really anytime soon. So we've already had a bunch of different Falcon 9 variants, at least with the first stage. So I imagine we may have a few more versions of ship and booster coming our way. and they're probably up SpaceX's sleeve right now, and we just have no idea about it.
So if I'll remember the lovely table that we got way back at the All Hands meeting in April of last year, they showed the current design, which was the Flight 3 design, which had like almost no payload to orbit. It was that basic design. They showed Block 2, which showed a different booster design along with the current design of ship, and then they showed Block 3, which was the lovely, really, really extended one that doesn't look great. And that has since changed at this point, as we know. This is a Block 2 stack we're looking at right now, basically. So it's because they retroactively, quote-unquote, renamed older boosters Block 2s, because, well, they can do that, whatever. And I guess Block 3 is technically the new Block 2. So I think we'll get a Block 4, like that'll be the stretched version. The problem is they can't make that until Gigabay gets made. Because for all of these who might pay a little bit of attention to when they roll these vehicles out of Mega Bay 1, they can't stretch this booster, like, at all. Otherwise they'll hit the top of the doorway going in and out of Mega Bay 1. So they're kind of limited by the size of their bay right now for booster size. Once Gigabay goes there, I mean, they're fine. They got 115 meters on that thing, but until then, they're kind of stuck. So, yeah.
Here you go. I do want to continue thanking more people here because the support has been absolutely fantastic. Darren saying, launch day, can't wait, from Maine. Thank you, NSF. Appreciate that. Dat, Hamster Space Nerd, time for my Flight 9 super chat. You guys really helped me through tough times. Been here since SN8. Godspeed B14-2, ship 35. I'm glad we could help. Thank you very much for that. Ptolemy, which camera view are you all looking at? Are you all looking forward to the most for this launch? P.S. Great patch design as always. Go SpaceX, go Starship. Max, what view are you most looking forward to for this one?
Oh, that's a really good question. Danger Dune is always fun, and that angle is something that is still new to us because SpaceX only allowed that for the first time to media on Flight 8. So whether it be for stills or for the stream, I think Danger Dune is what we call it. I think that angle is probably going to be the best. But again, the behavior and size and movement of the plume coming out of the launch mount is heavily dictated by what the winds are doing. So hopefully the winds are blowing in a direction that they will not be obstructive of Starship getting off the pad. So assuming the plume behaves itself, definitely Dune is going to be an angle that maybe will be the best we've ever seen. So fingers crossed, but you never know.
And I'm also hoping that on SpaceX's side, from their cameras, that maybe they put one on one of the Starlink mass simulators. I really want to see that.
Oh, were we talking about NSF cameras or just cameras in general?
Just in general, any camera.
Oh, well, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Well, we know that they have cameras up inside the engine skirt of ship now, and it'll be interesting to see if at either during the live stream or at some point after launch, assuming all goes well, that they share an angle of hot staging from the angle above the RVAX as well, because I'd be really curious to see how the plume behaves up there between all 6 Raptors lighting and the exhaust interaction with the hot staging ring. So that probably is up there, but it also, if they have cameras on the Starlink simulators, that is going to be incredible. But I guess we'll wait and see.
Yes, and the upgraded cameras on the flaps. A lot of good visuals expected for this one.
Assuming it gets that far.
I so badly want to see these high definition cameras. Oh my goodness. Please and thank you. Let's just I've always been pessimistic about this flight. People always, call me Debbie Downer, all that other stuff. But I truly, really do want this thing to succeed. Dear God, please. Please, 35. I beg you. I beg you to get to re-entry. Like, do I need to what do I need to do to get the re-entry?
Rain dances, booster dances. I guess not rain dances, not raining parts dances. Anyway, let's not jinx it any further. Tyler Bell, work doesn't stop here on Starbase. All the excitement makes it difficult times. Thanks for getting us through. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anonymous, thanks NSF team for your dedication, professionalism. Go super heavy, go Starship. Another Anonymous, thank you very much, saying can't wait for a great launch day. Abacus Man. Norm, hey guys, is this a little later launch? The countdown timer accurate, 18:30 Central? The countdown timer is accurate, yes. The timings on this one, Ryan, are a little different than previous.
Yeah, it's a little bit later in the window. Basically, the reason for it being later is SpaceX is trying to... they're launching still in daylight time over here, or I should say in Texas here. But the other reason why is because they want the ship to land in daylight in the Indian Ocean. There's a reason why they're launching this late, is so that they've got sunlight and daylight, so that the cameras on ship will easily see the status and how the ship looks when it lands in the Indian Ocean, assuming it makes that far, obviously. They want to be able to see how the ship looks after doing all that re-entry. As we remember seeing with Ship 31, it looked a little wrinkly. Lucky for us, Block 2 is a little more structurally beefed up than Block 1 was. It's got more stringers alongside it. It's a little bit more built. And of course, they've got the different heat shield experiments. They've got that tapered edge. They've got some ablative on that area. There's a lot of other things that they've done for this. And I'm really curious to see what the ship does look like, if assuming it survives it and gets that far. Because, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the ship was lost on re-entry because of the missing tiles. But that's why they're doing it so much later, is because SpaceX wants to see what the ship looks like after the fact.
There we go. And again, there is still a whole 60-minute window with that. So even if it doesn't go at the very top, they still have 60 more minutes that they can continue through with that. But again, that window opening in just over 7 hours from now. We are getting close. John is wondering, Max, how big and where will future spaceports be? What do you think? What's the minimum distance you would want? The bays from the pad. What are we thinking for the future of spaceports? I mean, I'm selfishly thinking that it's still going to be a lot of it down in Florida.
Oh boy. Well, the knowledge in terms of exact spaceport construction is honestly beyond me, so I would have to just be giving my best guesstimate. But if we were to go off of both Starbase and also the Kennedy Space Center is a great example as well. Between here in Starbase, you have the production site and the launch pad about 2.5 miles away. At the KSC, you have the VAB in all facilities over there, about 3.5 miles away from both 39A and 39B. So I think in terms of bigger rockets that they were originally designed to support, I think around 2.5 to 3.5 miles would be probably the minimum distance between any sort of either construction facilities or support facilities of that sort compared to where the launch site is located. Obviously, with smaller rockets, range proximity is not necessarily as much of a concern. With the blast danger area, or BDA, as we often say for short, is smaller. With rockets like, say, Electron or even Falcon 9 that now has a BDA of less than 1 mile, I think, at times for younger boosters. So, but for Starship, with the amount of methane and LOX on board, and for rockets like SLS that utilize both solid rocket boosters and a massive core stage full of hydrogen, the amount of potential energy on both vehicles is huge. And so the last place you want to be near is that rocket, and you want to be miles away. So I would say probably anywhere from 2.5 to 4 miles is probably a safe place to have any of your facilities, either building or supporting any launch vehicles of that scale.
And it's worth noting, there's already plans for a lot of Starship infrastructure at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center, right?
Yes, and Hangar X is located just to the southwest of the VAB at the KSC. So, obviously they have Hangar X there now and Hangar X2, and as we have talked about before, they have plans to build a Gigabay there as well as the one here in Starbase, and a Star Factory that is about 1.5 times the size of the Star Factory here, which is already huge to begin with. So everything that we are currently seeing in Starbase, mind you, is going to migrate. Well, I shouldn't say migrate. It's expanding over to Florida as Florida Starship operations begin to pick up. Hopefully by the end of this year, and if not then, definitely within the first half of next year. So, and obviously beyond, they're farther away from the launch site than the VAB is. So we should at some point begin to see ships and boosters begin to roll by the VAB with our KSC cameras. So looking forward to the day that eventually becomes a reality. But until then, we have Starship to focus on.
Yes, and also I saw someone earlier on in the stream was asking a question of when will we get a Gigabay squeal like the VAB squeal?
Well, if there is going to be one, we are not going to be able to hear it from the press site, considering it's going to be too far away, and the angle has to be just right, and who knows exactly how the walls of that bay are going to be constructed out of, because obviously that bay is a lot newer compared to when the VAB was built in the early 1960s. So different materials, different construction methods, I'm sure were involved in both. But a squeal from Gigabay would be something, but I don't think we would be the ones to hear it.
Yeah, we haven't heard any squeals or anything at all from any of the buildings over at Starbase, so given that they would probably be built similarly, I don't think we would be able to hear it, unfortunately. Ricky's wondering, did we ever find out if the Pi Raptor is still on the booster? They've been watching, by the way, since Sir Starhopper. Ryan, we don't know exactly which engines are on this and which particular ones are being reused, other than they are reusing some engines on the booster.
We don't really know what engines at all are on 14 right now. Until the only time we'll find out is launch, because we won't see it on catch, because they're not catching. So, whoever gets shots of the engines at launch will count the serial numbers there, and that'll be that. Either they'll tell us that's flying on it, or we'll catch it ourselves on launch. That's kind of really all we've got. So
yeah, and 29 of the 33 though have previously been tested or used, right?
Yeah, the 29 out of 33 are reflown engines. So they're definitely it's almost a fully reused thing. Obviously, the hot stage ring is new, because they dunked that thing into the Gulf. But most of that vehicle is pretty reused, especially the main structure. I don't know if they changed out the grid fins, but they definitely look like they refurbished them up, if anything. So
you know what though, what's most intriguing about that is that all they said about the Raptors that are being reused on Booster 14, all they said about them was that they are flight proven and not reused previously from Booster 14. So that leaves a little bit of interpretation or imagination of maybe some engines were pulled from Booster 14, maybe they managed to pull one from Booster 12. Highly speculative, but the language they use to describe the Raptors that are currently on Booster 14 as just flight proven leads one to maybe think that maybe that some are from different boosters as well. So cool thought. Hopefully SpaceX will clarify at some point, but we hope that Raptor 314 is on there. Well, actually, no, we don't, because we want it to keep going, actually. I take that all back.
Yeah. Let's save that engine. Save the Pi.
Meme Raptors are to be cherished, so 314 has to live forever.
Yes, it must live forever. So, fingers crossed that one isn't on there and that it will be able to survive. I know Ryan is producing Ryan Caton, by the way. How about we take a nice little tour of the river area here that we have over at Starbase? This courtesy of Jerry down there with the NSF drone. Again, all of the NSF drones that we fly are within properties where we are allowed to fly that are outside of TFRs and following all legal regulations and all regulatory needs. Hey, we see Dan wearing one of the Hawaiian shirts available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com there. You can see some of the cameras that we use to bring you these views, the robots, our robot army fed by all of the lovely photons from the sun. And, wait, Danger Van? Danger Van there!
Danger Van lives!
Can you believe it? This is so cool to see. A great idea. The view of everything that, yeah, you could see there where the concrete hit it. It was a concrete way to go, as the shirt said when that came out. Oh, this is so cool. So you're getting a little behind the scenes look here at our camera setups at some of our locations that we use to bring you all the views, where our team is set up there. So Jerry, thank you very much, Jerry Pike, doing that. And in terms of relationship of where we are from this to the actual launch site at Starbase, check this out. There it is. So that's our view there. There is Starbase, and that is a beautiful shot. Oh, I love having the drone there. This is so cool. Thank you. Let's see here. Bill is wondering, Ryan, for booster testing, is it software driven or does someone sit there turning off the engines?
That's the flight computer. The flight computer is programmed with a piece of software, and the software is making the decisions. Of course, the software is written by the engineers, but the flight computer is making those calls.
Yeah, so even though there are plans for engines to be cut out, so to speak, in this flight profile, it's not like someone's going to be there manually doing it. They will just go ahead and make sure that it's programmed in at X point, shut this down. And, I mean, if that doesn't happen or they shut down on their own, then I guess that's just an added testing bonus in a way in this case.
Looks like we got a sheriff at the roadblock position at just beyond LBJ, so that's the standard one there. So that's a start.
There we go. That is a good start. I saw somewhere that the beach might starting to be closing off as well. This is a good sign, folks. Everything closing up and getting ready for the flight. Just under 7 hours from now, the window opens for Starship Flight 9. Oh, this is getting exciting.
You know, I just want to say this. This is just how quick SpaceX is going. So here they are, getting ready to close the road, close the beach, getting ready to do Flight 9, okay? And we talked about earlier how they have a road closure for Factory to Massey's tonight. Looking back through footage, it looks like yesterday they may have been loading the ship puckshucker, or the thrust sim basically, with counterweights, which would indicate ship 37 might be going for cryo tonight, because it's 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. is the closure. Oh, and on top of that, they've rolled out, it looks like ship 38 is about to be completed with the rollout of its aft coming out here. Like, they're not stopping. They're just going and going and going and going and going. It's kind of, it's crazy. They're doing all, and this is launch day. It's like, it's just a normal day, you know?
All gas, no brake, exactly.
Yep, just keep going.
Thank a couple more people. Logan with the $5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Loving the Stakeout stream. Someone mentioned a bomber jacket earlier. I have a design that I'd love to share. Hopefully work with you guys to bring to the store. Who should you reach out to? Reach out to us on our social channels. We are on X, Facebook, Instagram, any of those. And yeah, let us know. By the way, a reminder, don't panic, folks, as we take a look behind the scenes here. Again, this is from the outpost that we have there. So you can see the little viewing platforms there. You see the cameras up on the tower. Over at Rocket Ranch, which a huge thank you to the people over at Rocket Ranch who do offer launch viewing for having us, allowing us to set cameras up there. So again, that is not our site specifically, but they are kind enough to let us place cameras and place people there. So thank you very much for that. And again, Jerry, doing awesome work with the drone. So reminder there, folks, even though 6 hours, 15 minutes to go, don't panic. Joseph becoming a launch director member, one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully you see your name at the end of NSF Live, Flame Trench, in addition to seeing you in the Discord. William, been watching since we just watched half a ship hop off a stand, and now we are here. Yes, we have come a long way. Ethan, thank you for the coverage. Was teaching some kids on space and recommended if they want to learn more to go check out your channel, because that is where I have learned most of the space info I know. Go 35, go 14-2. Here's hoping for a good launch and flight. Fingers crossed for that. And Paul also becoming a launch director member, upgrading. Thank you for that. Aussie Mo, thank you for becoming a Capcom member as well. All the high levels of support is greatly appreciated. And if you're a member, doesn't matter what level of support member-wise, we have a special treat as we always do on launch day, and that is our additional streams. We have our multi-view stream, and we also have our behind-the-scenes stream. So if you are interested in getting to see what goes on the production side, behind the views of some of the commentators, listening into the field teams as they coordinate everything, you'll be able to check that out behind the scenes. And also we have, I believe at the end for launch, it'll be over 30 cameras was the number that we counted. So as they come online, as we flip through them, as they do their thing, you'll be able to see them all in the multi-stream. And that is available to all of our members here on YouTube. So thank you very much for that. And it looks like we have the sheriff over there at River Road now, Max.
We sure do. So the hard road closure is about to go into effect here, as we saw over at LBJ by the production site. But there's also another down here kind of by Tarpenhaven Road, which is where some people live, and also where obviously you just saw our river lot and the outposts are located. So they are beginning to close down on the personnel that are allowed in and or out of the facility as we begin to clear and get ready for launch. So things are trending in the right direction, as we like to say.
Trending positive, exactly. Supersonic Retro Propulsion asking, with the position of the tower and launch mount at Pad B, does that mean an avoidance maneuver at launch would no longer be needed?
Ooh.
Well, it's... Okay. So, it is kind of... I don't think it's an avoidance maneuver. I think it's just early pitch over. For Starship. Yeah, I know it's early, but I don't think it's actually a tower avoidance maneuver. But I still expect them to do their normal pitch over for that. The nice thing about it is if they still do that pitch over that early, they won't be blasting any booster QDs because there won't be any there for them to blast when they pitch over. Because they will be on the opposite sides, or they'll either be to the side or literally on the opposite side of where they would pitch over. So that's kind of nice on that one. But yeah.
And there you can see in relation, by the way, where that roadblock is to everything over at Starbase. So there with the road closure, you can see the production site, and of course, the launch site over there with booster 14-2 and ship 35 at Pad A over there. Such cool views. And I mean, the weather, it seems maybe a touch on the hazy side, but Max, what is the weather looking like there right now?
So as you can see now from both the feed on the left from Jerry and the camera on the right over at Danger Lot, the skies have cleared up very, very well. A bunch of blue skies. The sun is now shining strong, and the temperatures are beginning to rise, typical for this time of year in South Texas. The items of concern for today, as you can see here, that is a lot of dust blowing on the horizon. It has been a very breezy past couple of weeks here in Starbase, with winds typically anywhere from the 15 to 30 mile an hour range at times, sometimes gusting over that. It has certainly been a very gusty past couple of days here for getting around the pad for any imagery, and especially for setting up this morning as well. While it looks good to our eyes, it is certainly very breezy, and as far as we are aware, both ground level winds and upper level winds are both items of concern to keep an eye on. So, but we aren't exactly sure what the wind limits are of Starship overall. Falcon 9, for example, can launch in winds up to, I believe, 30 to 35 miles an hour at the most. And that is and Falcon 9 is one of the more, I guess, vulnerable rockets when it comes to high winds because of how light it is, and because obviously first stages are recovered more often than not. Since there is no catch on the tower for this one, I think there may be a little bit of lenience in terms of their wind tolerances, but with the flaps on ship being on the very top of the vehicle as a whole, Starship is a bit unstable when it comes to its aerodynamics. So that is an item to keep an eye on, and the forecast isn't really calling for winds to calm down until really for the whole day. So it is a bit breezy, but as far as we are concerned, they are pressing ahead with ops from what we can see. So they seem to be confident that they will stay below limits and get Starship off the ground today.
Yes, and again, the awesome animation there by Ryan Caton showing the wind, the altitude, and the speed it is at, as well as the direction. When we talk about wind shear, that is when the wind changes very quickly directions on there, so it doesn't seem too bad for today's attempt. We will, of course, keep an eye on the weather, and so far, though, everything looking good, which is what we like to see and what we like to hear. Going off of the question that we just had a little bit, in terms of launch profiles, Ryan, Ninja Guy Dan is wondering, does Starship perform a roll program before doing its pitch program? I'm always too excited to notice during the launch.
It does kind of roll to where so in the orientation that it's right now, it basically rolls to where the flaps are. It rolls like 90 degrees is basically what it does. To where the flaps are a little bit more sideways than they are right now. And then, of course, it kind of resets back after stage sep or whatever, or close to stage sep. And then the ship just kind of is just going. Or it doesn't exactly reset, but it just goes. Ship just keeps going kind of in that orientation into space. It can be kind of hard to tell based off the cameras you get, but it basically just like slightly rolls so that the flaps just kind of they try to make it so the flaps don't act like wings with lift, is more or less what they try to do with the roll, more than anything.
And when Starship first flew from flights 1 to flight 3, the way the vehicle rolled as a whole, the non-heat shield side of the ship used to roll north and face SPI, where the heat shield would face south towards Mexico. Starting with Flight 4 and up until now, the vehicle now rolls in the opposite direction, where the heat shield side of the ship now faces SPI, and the non-heat shield side of the ship now faces south towards Sunset River, the outpost, and of course Mexico. So interesting choice as to why they opted to change the roll program of Starship. As you can see in this example, the heat shield is facing SPI. I believe this is DAS's track from the last flight. So it's interesting to see that they changed the way the vehicle rolls. I would love to know why that is the case, but that is something else to note.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. It's like, yeah, right. I every time you hear roll or pitch program, I always have the Apollo,
yes,
Apollo or shuttle mission comms in my head. It just replays. It's like, Roger, we got a roll program. It's like it's just always just plays.
In the intro, Roger roll, Atlantis.
Yeah.
Roger roll. That's it.
Yep.
Exactly. Douglas getting out from the shop saying, thank you for all your continued hard work, NSF team. Hey, Jack, still eating bacon in your orange hoodie? Of course he is. It's Jack, and of course it's orange. Reavercast, thank you for becoming a red team member. Noah, sweet patch as always. Maybe I'm optimistic, but I like to think a lot of the Raptor 3 RUDs we see on the stands are SpaceX pushing them to the limit intentionally. Seems like they're really taking their time with this design. What do you guys think? I mean, we have McGregor Live 24/7 where we see all the testing. There have been a bunch of RUDs recently, but I feel like that's the whole point of McGregor, right, Max? Is to be able to test it to the point of failure.
100%, and that's also just kind of the mantra that SpaceX has had from its from its founding up until now is test to failure. When you test to failure, you can really and fully understand how a vehicle behaves and how far you can push it to get it to do what you want it to do, whatever that may be. So testing to failure, because SpaceX is able to do that, they are able to move a lot quicker because they're able to understand the limits that much faster, and then either implement workarounds or work below the limit. In this case, being the Raptors. So testing to failure is something we see very often, and we saw it very early on as well with Starship. Obviously, as we saw either with Starhopper. Forgive me, I got a phone call coming in. Oops. We saw it almost very, very early on with the Raptor, that the singular Raptor that powered Starhopper on its hops, almost biting the dust as it got close to the ground. We also saw it on all of the SN hops from SN8 to SN15. Many of those pushing the limits, as we saw with SN15 being the first to land and stay standing. And then obviously, as we saw from Starship Flight 1, obviously we all saw how that went. So testing to failure with SpaceX and Starship in particular is nothing new.
Right, and also staying standing, because technically SN10 stayed standing for a bit afterwards, but
yeah, but it didn't stay standing forever.
I mean, yeah, good point. Richard saying, will they ever rerun patches? I'm missing Flight 3 and cannot find one anywhere. Unfortunately, no. Once the patches are gone, they are gone. We only have a certain amount of them. So if you want one, make sure you grab it while it's still available. I know for Flight 7 and 8, we are talking in the tens of patches. So if you're missing one, now's the time, if it's still available, to grab it. Matt PD, one for the point-to-point fantasy fans. It'll clearly need to be a Concorde-like experience. Providing such experience in zero-G alone is a fascinating prospect. I'm sure Chris could talk for hours with ideas. Almost like we're working on a video about point-to-point. That would be a good idea, right? Steve, love NASA Spaceflight. All you do for the community. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much for the kind words there. Misty is wondering, right, are there any changes to the pre-flight timeline that we know of?
Actually, yeah. The biggest ones are... I don't know why they're doing this, we'll just put it that way. Ship is getting loaded like 5.5 minutes early. What is it here? Oh, pull up my thing. The ship load is starting at T-minus 51 minutes, 37 seconds, that's LOX load, and then 45 minutes, 20 seconds for the CH4 load. The 51 minutes is about 5.5 minutes earlier than last, like, 2 flights. And then you've got the CH4 load is about, like, 2.5, 3 minutes or so earlier. It's kind of odd. I don't know why they're doing that. It's just kind of weird. And then the booster times changed by a few seconds, but that's not really that much. And it looks, and just to kind of interrupt myself, it looks like the sticks are they disengaging?
Time to get way too close to my monitor.
Okay. That was just a weird angle for me. They should be disengaging sooner or later, give it maybe an hour. It might happen during the Elon presentation. Usually it's around 5.5 hours. We might disengage again and go but
Get a little quiet there, Ryan, but there you go. Now I think we hear you again.
Oh, okay. Sorry. But yeah, it for some reason they decided to change their loading chip a little bit earlier, so it's a little bit longer of a prop load. We don't know why they did it. It's just that's the timeline update that they gave us, so without a reasoning.
Yeah, it's because SpaceX, that is the reasoning.
Because reasons.
Yes, reasons.
Yes.
That's my favorite explanation, reasons. Yep.
We are now about 8 minutes away from when Elon is expected to give his talk on basically Mars 2026 and making life multiplanetary. We will, of course, be streaming that right here, which is why we have the no earlier than countdown in the top left, so you can stay right with us here, and of course, we will give our commentary and opinions and discuss it with all of you afterwards. it's worth noting, though, of those clocks, there's also a question from Max Fra. So, Max E, why is it an L- and not a T-? For our launch clock.
Apologies. I wasn't pressing
Max
the
is
button to
there.
talk. It might help if I do that. So we most prominently see the L- versus T- clock predominantly with ULA launches. So usually in all of the updates we get from ULA for any of their missions, it's always L- because that is the countdown to the planned window opening for their launch window. I mean, in their case, more often than not, for most of the other payloads, it's anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. And I presume that is the case here as well. SpaceX obviously has about a 90-minute window to get Starship off the ground tonight if they were to either run into any issues on the ground, heaven forbid, or with the vehicle itself, or if they just want to wait and see if the winds calm down. So the L is the countdown to the window opening, and the T is when they have a specific T0 time implemented, and that is what they are counting down to towards launch. So at some point, if SpaceX does opt to go for the window opening, that is when the clock will go from L- to T-, is when we have an official T0 time on the board. So that's why.
Yes, and so for now, it will stay the L- clock to the opening of the window for Flight 9 a little over 6.5 hours from now. Goodness gracious. Before the Elon talk, I want to make sure I thank everybody. Spunky, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Bob Fillmore gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Gladly gifting a Red Team membership as well. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. Doug Ramsey gifting 10 as well. Oren becoming a PadRat member. And a reminder, all of the members now at any level have access to all of our extra perks, including the behind-the-scenes members live stream, as well as the multi-view, where you'll get to see all of the different cameras that we have up and about. We're talking we will have over 30 cameras at Liftoff up and running, hopefully, assuming all the networks work. So a lot of different ways that you can view this flight, and that's for all of our members as a thank you. Shane, here's to bold engineering, relentless testing, and the people pushing the edge of possibility. Brianna with the... I'm guessing this is a pun, yes. Why did the sun go to college? Why didn't the sun go to college? Because it already had 1,000,000 degrees.
Oh,
Actually, I think-
gosh. No.
Oh, come on.
Me and Max have the same reaction.
I mean, everyone kept telling him he had a bright future, so... I hadn't made that many puns yet this stream. Had to do it.
That's true, you haven't. So I guess you get a couple of pun tokens there, but...
Thank you.
Those are rough.
You're welcome.
Ryan just said it best. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and Max, you leave Florida, you can't escape the puns, even though you're in Texas. You can't escape them.
Can't escape the puns. What am I ever to do, Sawyer?
Dread it, run from it, so your puns arrive all the same.
Just when I thought I was out, they punned me back in.
Pun tokens transfer anywhere, too, so we're not safe wherever we go.
It is true. George, thank you for the amazing coverage. Been watching since Hoppy and a member for years. Thank you so much. Armil, when NSF teapot and service set, obviously supplied with some Yorkshire tea with instructions for the Americans. Thank you for the great coverage. I'm telling you, we still need a T-Teb towel. So, shop team. Because T-Teb, the igniter for Falcon, the green flag, we need that. E4 Tango wondering, Ryan, could the change in rolling Starship's aspect have to do with ground-based camera views to inspect the TPS performance during ascent?
What was that?
What do you think?
Okay. Okay. I don't know, honestly. That does sound like it sounds kind of interesting. It's possible, but I don't know. That's possible. Now you got my brain thinking. I would say that's a possibility for it, but ask SpaceX. on that one, actually.
Yes, send an email to their media account and you'll get a response in 1 to 2 business millennia.
Yep.
You may have noticed, by the way, the clock in the top left has changed. It looks like the talk from Elon about the future Starship and Mars and all of that has moved by about 10 minutes to 11:10 or to 12:10 Central, 1:10 Eastern. So that is why you see that clock change in the top left there. Just an FYI. Let's see. Asking when we're not going to be making Starship patches. I mean, people keep loving them, so for now, we will do that. Let's see here. Not taking that question. The DVD is wondering, we've seen an engine not start up for the boost pack burn, but come back to life for the landing. Could SpaceX try to relight of that engine while the other 32 are burning? Is that something we could see, an in-flight relight if it goes out mid-flight, or would they just kind of keep it off, Ryan? What do you think?
I mean, they could probably try to do, assuming the flight computer takes a look at the engine and says it looks like it's good to go. They could try to relight it. The thing is that would also use up the spin up gas supply they have on board, as well as the igniter gas supply. So it might not be something that you want to do. I would think that what would happen is they would just wait until they lose one engine. They'll wait till the engines are off, and then they'll do that they'll run through the health check system on the engines plus the flight computer and everything else. And then if they determine that what was wrong with the engine isn't bad or anything, the flight computer will then command the engine to start back up if it needs to do such a thing. There's also one of the things, like if a outer engine goes, they cannot restart one of the outer 20. Those are at least not on block 1 or block 1/block 2. The current design of booster, you cannot restart one of those because the spin-up gas is supplied by the booster, the RQD. So that's not on a manifold in the booster. That might be changed in the next block because it looks like those RQDs are going away. So they might be able to restart that in there. But as of right now, you can only do the inner 13 on the current generation of booster. So.
Yep, and of course, lots of upgrades still expected with the booster. One of them, of course, still being the hot stage ring, which Luke was asking Max, will they still jettison the hot stage ring or keep it on to see how booster flight is affected for when it's integrated? Also, when do you think we'll finally see one integrated?
Yeah, so this current design, they have the hot staging ring with this, I guess, again, we are technically now on the Gen 2 booster as SpaceX has said. So on the Gen 1 and Gen 2 boosters, the hot staging ring was a sort of late addition as SpaceX changed I guess changed their mind on how they wanted to stage separate both booster and ship. So it was a bit of a later addition. And on this current design, of course, as we all know, it is removed from the booster to decrease the weight of the booster, thus reducing the amount of work that the Raptors have to do to slow booster down. They have made a few mods to the exit vents on that we have seen, and from what we can tell, and from what SpaceX has said, they want to they want to precisely control which way the booster flips, and so. That is something that we have not yet seen before, and we are going to see how that goes. But for the next gen booster, the hot staging ring, God forbid, excuse me, is going to be part of the booster itself. So it will not be kicked off after stage steps. So going forward, it also just makes a lot more sense to have it on board as well, just to save weight. So.
Yeah, so that will be something in the future. But if you want right now, you could see we have the Rocket Ranch on the right side. Again, the people over at Rocket Ranch are kind enough to allow us to set up cameras there to be able to view launches, to be able to view all the activities. We have our outpost camera there, so a big thank you to the team over at Rocket Ranch, which, by the way, although online ticket sales are closed, there are still tickets available for viewing over at Rocket Ranch. They are great people over there, and we really appreciate all they do. So if you're able to be there at the Rocket Ranch campground from noon to 2, whoever's here goes, as it says there. Don't be late. So thank you to them and Jerry getting the awesome drone views of that site. You can see you've got views on the ground, you've got some elevated views there, definitely some great vantage points, and we appreciate them allowing us to share a spot with them, so to speak, for this. So thank you to the team at Rocket Ranch. They are awesome. Also awesome are all of our viewers here getting to join along with us for this launch. Gosh, I could stare at the drone views for forever. I'm sorry. It's just so cool. And there, by the way, if you're wondering what the view is like, there's your reference. You can see the production site and the towers down there in the distance, including Pad A, with this full stack on board. Not too shabby of a view, if I do say so myself there. Sharon saying, let's go Flight 9. Ethan, this patch has a critical lack of hoppy. Oh boy, calling it hoppy. Here comes the debate. Anonymous goes, SpaceX, thank you, NSF. Ray, just popping in to say hi. No questions this time, but pun tokens for Sawyer. Appreciate it, thank you. Max, Ryan, apologies.
It's so over.
Joshua, so thankful for you guys in this live coverage. Ready for a successful launch. Let's go. Bob becoming a red team member. Bideford saying the delay is so coverage of the launch at Vandenberg can be done, which that did lift off, by the way. Curtis Green, thank you for becoming a launch director member. Again, one of the highest levels of support that we have. You'll also get to see your name at the end of NSF Live, at the end of the Flame Trench, in addition to all the other perks, which includes getting access to the NSF Discord, getting access to member photos, and behind-the-scenes live stream for this flight. Lots of awesome things there. So, at this point, you may notice that that clock in the top left continues to grow. So, now we are seeing a start time of no earlier than 1:15 p.m. Eastern, 12:15 p.m. Central, for Elon's talk. So we are now at the T-minus 10 minute mark again for that. And once that does happen, we will bring that to you live. So do not worry, when it does happen, we will have it for you. We will not be talking over it. You will be able to watch it all on your own, and then we will discuss afterwards with all of you for that too. Here's one from Papa Hawkeye asking, are those flopping cables normal? I mean, we see cables and things kind of bouncing around and whatnot on the tower. Brian, that's all normal, right?
Yeah, that's normal. They have slack in them, basically. There's nothing odd about that at all.
All good.
Yes, all good.
He says ominously. There's nothing wrong with that at all. He says ominously.
Okay. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong. It's good to go. Nothing will happen. Nothing.
Just
what
waiting for you to say what's the worst that could happen at this point.
Yeah, what you're saying is we're done.
Yes, we're
cooked.
We might be. Are we?
I hope not.
I hope not too.
I hope not either.
Let's stay away from that part. Let's switch to a different question here. I don't even have a transition for it. Just get away from that.
Apparently, and this is according to I think it's Crispy, or at least NASASpaceflight Actual. The Elon talk is delayed due to upper level winds, according to him in chat. So I didn't know that.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so that may be delayed, but one thing you do not want to delay on is getting the Flight 9 patch if you're interested in it, because we are now already halfway through all of our stock. The patches are 50% gone. So, if you want a Flight 9 patch commemorating the second flight of Booster 14, the first time a Starship booster is being reused, you see there, re-enter, retest, refly. You can get that now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Once they are gone, as is the case with all of our other flight patches. So if you see a patch on the shop, there's a good chance there's not that many of them left, for being totally honest. So if you want it, now is the time. And again, shout out to Jacques for an amazing design once again. And if you're curious about what goes into the design and things too, if you go into the shop, you'll actually be able to see all the different choices, the designs, the colors, everything all in there. So I love that that's added now. And again, great design. Thank you for that. But halfway through, I did see a question about the orbital fuel transfer. I don't know if we have that many details on it yet, do we? In regards to... Oh, hang on. In regards to the fuel transfer, we don't actually really have that yet, do we? Of what the design will be for in-orbit fuel transfer, Max.
Sorry. One more time?
I was saying, we don't have any details yet on how the orbital fuel transfer will work, do we?
Not quite yet. We are eagerly awaiting to see what SpaceX has in mind to make that a reality, and hopefully we will get an idea of that at some point today. So, but at the moment, no, we haven't seen any hardware. We haven't seen any renders beyond the one that's 2 or 3, 4 years old now. The one that we've seen going around. So, not quite yet.
Soon, TM.
Yes, soon TM.
Yeah. The only thing we possibly seen was like a 2-ring stack. But it looked like it had a ship UD plus docking hardware on it that came out of the Star Factory and went straight to the scrapyard. So I think it might have been a prototype for Block 3, ? That's about all we've really seen hardware-wise. Hopefully we'll see more soon, though.
Speaking of Elon time, in terms of when things will actually happen, we do have an update. So the Road to Making Life Interplanetary discussion with Elon is postponed until after the Starship Flight 9 launch tonight. So we do not know exactly when after, other than it will be sometime after Flight 9. So the Elon Musk talk is in a hold now until afterwards.
Due to upper level winds.
Yep, totally. So soon, TM again for that. Literally Elon time on that one. Also, people upset that we didn't get Ryan Caton's breaking news graphic with Ryan Caton operating the stream, sponsored by Ryan Caton with Ryan Caton on drums.
I am actually kind of surprised because I am. But I mean, yeah. Also, Well, now we just get to wait. This is gonna be one of those things. It's like here we are. We're waiting for this launch. We're all gonna be awake and everything. We're going through this, and then he does his talk at 8 p.m. Central Time, maybe. I don't know when they're doing it. That's not the time. I have no idea when they're going to do it. It's going to be after it. It's just, if it's later tonight, it's like, man, everyone's tired. We just saw a Starship launch, and now we're going to have to get hyped for more information. It's like, I just wish he would do it.
Yeah. Yeah, if only. Let's see here. Le Pioneer is asking, are they launching without doing a wet dress rehearsal again? Saying it didn't work well last time, but I mean, I don't think that was so much of something a wet dress rehearsal could have caught. But Max, we haven't seen a wet dress rehearsal before launch recently.
At least not a full one. In previous flights, we have seen a partial tanking test, I guess, to check out the ground systems and the tower systems to make sure that there aren't any leaks and that everything is happy and healthy. But yeah, this is not the first time that they will try to launch without doing a wet dress. But I'm not going to say the word. If they do go into prop load today, and they do have to, for a multitude of reasons, opt not to launch, technically that could serve as data for a wet dress. I mean, it would be. But the goal is to fly without it, and we have not even seen a partial tanking test with launch happening very close to stacking. And full stack was only 2 nights ago already, so would not be the first time, and will likely not be the last time.
Yeah. I mean, technically, every launch is a wet dress rehearsal until the engines ignite. Then it's a static fire, and then until it lifts off, in which case it becomes a launch. I mean, if we want to be super technical about it. Let's see. Gentry asking, did Booster 14's engine bells straighten out after the last static fire? And I think that's interesting to address because there was warping, my understanding, that we discussed with the engine bells, right? We see them straighten out this time.
Well, they've been warping on reentry for the booster due to high heating and aerodynamic stresses. But if you're talking about straightened out, I'm not going to say guarantee, but I'd say with relative certainty on my part at least, that they either change the bells or change the engine as a whole, rather than do that and then fire it. At least when they put it on the mount for that static fire, I didn't see any warp bells, not off the top of my head anyways. I don't think they would static fire a warped bell Raptor on a vehicle. They might do it in McGregor, but on a vehicle, I don't know if I would roll that dice. At least I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm probably with you on that, but then again, it's SpaceX. A lot of it is fly it and find out, basically. So I wouldn't put it past them either to just go, it's fine. We've got 33 of them, so if a couple of them go out, it's no big deal. Also, we're seeing an updated time for the Elon discussion is now 2100 EDT.
Did I say I said 8 p.m.?
That is 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. So
it's 8 p.m. Well, showing for me, it says 8 p.m. I think it's 8 p.m. Central.
Or 8 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It was posted in the back channel in weird non-American time and non-freedom time and 24-hour time. Oh, boy. We can blame it on Jay, now that Jay Keegan is going to be the one pushing the buttons, pulling the levers. A huge thank you again to Ryan Caton, who has been operating the stream up to this point, doing the fantastic drawings on the screen, all of the Ryan art. So it is appreciated. It may not be Mr. Map, but in this case, he was Mr. Telestrator today. So thank you, Ryan.
I did particularly like the flight path following of the drone. It was 10 out of 10.
Yes, that the tracker line. Yes, like you see if you ever watch golf broadcasts, how they have the little shot tracker, the drone tracker that we had there. TechnoGeek is wondering, will there be loads of bananas in the payload again with the star sims for this one? Max, I don't think so, but for those who are unaware of what the payload is for this flight, do you mind just giving an update on that?
Yeah, I can't imagine there are too many bananas joining the Starlink V2 simulators currently in the payload bay of Ship 35. But yeah, there are currently, I believe, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 8 Starlink V2 mini simulators, correct? I think it was 8.
Or V3, but yeah. Starlink sims, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there are 8 currently loaded inside Ship 35's Pez dispenser payload bay. So, and the goal is obviously once Ship 35 makes it past SECO and makes it to the point in flight that SpaceX wants it to, they will open the payload bay and test out the Pez dispenser system for the first time in deploying those Starlink simulators into a pseudo orbit. Obviously, they are not going into a full orbit. It is still technically a suborbital trajectory. So, in the event that something happens with Starship that they don't want to happen, it will make a controlled entry back into Earth's atmosphere, or I shouldn't say controlled. They know where it's going to come down essentially. So, and with that, so will the Starlink those those Starlink. I can never say it properly. Goodness gracious, English is hard today. It's been a long day. Those Starlink simulators as well. They will also re-enter with ship as well. So there is no risk in terms of them becoming orbital debris for colliding with anything else up there. So that is good, but they need to demonstrate that as quickly as possible, because the first ever planned payloads on Starship are full size next generation Starlink satellites. So, but they have to get this knocked out of the way first, and they have tried to do that on the last 2 flights. But we all know how that went.
Yeah, about that, right? Let's see. I want to thank some people here. Daniel saying, I know punography when I hear it. I appreciate it. Although Mr. Map would be better at punography. Oh, no, that's geography. Mark saying, do you think that SpaceX has a safety off button for the booster where it's being expended, just let it do its thing on descent? Ryan, I don't think so. I think everything at that point is pretty pre-programmed until basically you get that engine shut off, in which we will probably see that earth-shattering kaboom.
Well, everything's basically pre-planned at this point. What they do is they write up a flight profile. So they tell the booster what the engine settings, it tells them the engine settings to go at, or more accurately, what you do, I guess is the better way to put it, is you say, okay, this is where you're going to go, this is what you need to do, and your start point and end point, and the booster will turn on its engines. It has it programmed into it to throttle the engines up. It has it programmed to throttle it down near max Q. It throttles back up again after the fact, so you don't get too much aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. The programming for hot staging, coming back in, and then it has a point to get to, and it programs itself to, not programs itself, but it is programmed to do it all itself. And I guess the kind of a breaking news kind of thing. The transport stands are finally leaving the launch site, which is really late. Usually they're long back to the production site at this point, but these ship transport stand is ahead of this one. And there's the booster transport stand here, and it will not be coming back to the launch site to grab 14 because they're not catching it. So this will go. Yeah, this will park in the rocket garden, and the next booster to go on this will probably be 16 for a static fire whenever the pad's ready again. So, yeah, that's a good sign for clearing the launch site out of the last little pieces of stuff. So we'll have to watch to see however many cars are left at the launch site, but I would expect this is one of the last things they planned on doing.
Any idea why they might be waiting so long for this one?
I honestly don't know why. I would have expected them to be back by now, but maybe it's possible they kept it on the launch site until the last moment in case they thought they may need to destack, just in case. And they're at the point where we're just a little bit over 6 hours from the opening of the window. So if they need to destack at this point, we might have some problems. I don't think we would go today. So the fact that they're leaving, it's good. They're clearing the launch site. We're getting to the count. Of course, we have got the road that's closed. The beach is closed. We're about 2 hours from any kind of tank farm activity, or maybe a little bit less than that, or a little bit more than that, I should say. So everything's going well right now. Things are proceeding like they should.
Yes, I saw someone asking earlier, where is Starhopper? There's your answer. You can see it in the foreground.
Hi, Starhopper.
Hi, Hopper.
Or dare I say, hi, Hoppy. No one's gonna fight me on that. I'm sure chat will.
I'm not gonna fight it on it. It's a bunch of different names for it. It's iconic. It's there. It's the, as Crispy likes to say, it is the guardian of the launch site. Any vehicle or anything that enters the launch site, Hoppy, Starhopper has to check their papers to make sure they're good to enter the launch site and everything's secured, as Crispy likes to talk about. So, yeah.
I used to want to fight it, but Yeah, I used to want to fight it because obviously, for those who are fans will know, I used to call it Hoppy. Still call it Hoppy sometimes, but really, I'm just, it is what it is. You do you, boo boo. Call it whatever you want it. Call it whatever you want to call it. It's fine.
It's a legend.
Either
And I
way,
hope-
it is a legend. Yes.
I will say I'm impressed at how many people in chat are saying Hoppy. There are a lot of people who are happy about Hoppy, despite a certain someone who may or may not be in my direct messages right now, who enjoys bacon, screaming at me, "Hopper, it's Hopper, Star Hopper." Wait, we message you too?
I may have just gotten a DM saying it's Star Hopper, you heathen. But whatever. I will give anyone one guess who sent it. One guess.
Spoiler: orange and bacon. Exactly. Come to Florida and say that to my face, Jack. Totally not a reason just to try and get you to Florida too, but come to Florida and say it.
Jack hasn't been to Florida in a while. He has to go back. We miss him.
Artemis, I think. Yeah.
Also, hi Jack. How's it going?
Ryan, whatever you do, do not say that. Do not ever say that on an airplane.
You beat me to it, Max. Anyway. Alan, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Steven getting the patch saying dedicated to me mate Eddie to cheer him up. That's very nice. Ronnie, thanks for all that you do. Your coverage, commentary, behind the scenes work keeps getting better and better. More puns, more better. Yes, I appreciate that especially. Jeff getting a couple items from the shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you very much for doing that, and hopefully you enjoy all of your different purchases there. And there is Happy, not hopping, but oh, it's happening, all right.
It's happening.
ADHD, thank you for becoming a Bad Rat member.
But in. Sorry. The sticks are disconnecting from 35. They are opening.
Oh, there you go.
So they are slowly. They just disconnected. They're slowly opening. So it's around 6 hours before the window opening of the window, and they'll over time here they'll fully open, then go back up to launch position, and we'll see if they do a simulation. Maybe they simulate a catch or not. We'll find out.
So in terms of the timeline compared to past flights, is this about when we saw them open for, say, flights 7 and or 8?
Yeah, it's about close. It's usually around 5 to 6 hours before, give or take. It's normal.
The arms were also open this morning. I think it's worth noting, but given the storm that came through, I think SpaceX found it worthy to close them and support the whole stack and keeping it from swaying too much.
Yep, so they're open, then they're closed, now we open again. And now I want sushi for some reason.
What?
So the chopsticks opening and closing.
Oh, jeez.
Anyway.
Okay.
Just okay. Here's a question from Astro DAV saying, why doesn't SpaceX roll the boosters to Massey's to static fire? Why do they do it at the launch site? So it's interesting to see how it's evolved. Of now they do the ship testing at Massey's, but the booster testing still on the orbital launch mount. Any thoughts to the reasoning behind that, Ryan?
They don't have a place to static fire at Massey's. The flame trench there, while nicely built, is in no way, shape, or form at all built to withstand a booster static fire. You know what trench it takes to withstand a booster static fire? What they're currently building at Pad B. To do any kind of booster static fire testing, you would have to build what is it? Some of the test stands at Stennis, like the green run stand they used, or the stand they used for the S1C. Saturn V first stage. You're talking a massive chunk of infrastructure in order to be able to withstand with what Block 3 will be is almost 10,000 tons of thrust. Like, they don't really have the room for that at Massey's. They're kind of stuck to using their launch pads as the static fire stands until they decide to come up with something, which they might, but as of right now, that's not happening.
Soon. TM.
Soon, TM.
Again, those sticks continuing to open ahead of flight here. About 6 hours to go until the opening of the launch window, which is still quite amazing. So this will, it's worth remembering, again, talking about the chopsticks, as we pointed out, Booster 14 will not be returning for a catch, even though it is the first booster to fly for a second time. It will not be the first booster to be caught for a second time. And Linda Ann is wondering, Max, why is Booster 14 doing a hard splashdown instead of a soft splashdown? Any ideas?
So, from what we have seen from SpaceX's latest update, they want to be testing some things on the booster that might otherwise make it a rather risky catch to bring, or a risky proposition to bring the booster back to the launch site, considering what they wanted to do. Ryan said earlier that they want to try a steeper angle of attack upon atmospheric reentry, and the purpose of doing that is to use, at some point, less propellant to slow the booster down when it comes time to catch it. Also, they want to experiment with a 2-engine landing burn. Oh, I should say 2-engine. Backtrack a little bit. So normally they use 3 engines on their final approach to the tower for catch. This time they want to try and only use 2 engines and demonstrate the amount of control authority they may or may not still have compared to 3. So they're going to be experimenting on some things that would otherwise, I guess, make it too risky to bring the booster back to the launch site and risk nuking the pad before Pad B is operational, and that's not something you want to do. And also, I believe the FAA did not give the approval to bring the booster back to the launch site given the flight parameters. So it's not like SpaceX chose to do this, but could reverse their train of thought and do it anyway. But it looks like they do not have clearance to actually bring the booster back. So may as well toss Booster 14 while they can. And get some data out of it while they can, and push it as hard as they possibly can. Again, testing to failure, and see just how much the current generation of Super Heavy booster can handle, and learn from that data to implement and build better Super Heavy boosters in the future.
By the way, what they plan to do is they're intentionally deactivating one of the Center 3. And then they're going to use one of the Inner Ring of 10 as a backup to try that out. So, like, in future, if they do lose a center, they could try to use one of those Inner Ring of 10 as a backup engine, just for extra control or for just more, slowdown. I think it is what they're doing. So, yeah.
Yeah, but if nothing else, hopefully we'll get a cool view of the not so soft splashdown. Because even the one where we saw where they did do a soft splashdown, so to speak, when they chose not to go for the catch, it was still a nice little fireball there.
Yeah, the fireball we're gonna get, I think, is gonna be a little bit bigger. Because it's gonna hit what'll happen is they'll probably try to stop this thing a decent amount of the water, and then it'll just drop, and then as soon as it hits the water, the tanks will split open, the transfer tube will snap, and the liquid, whatever is left of the liquid methane and liquid oxygen, will mix, and kaboom! It'll be a nice big explosion. It should look pretty cool. Might get some decent amount of shrapnel out of it too, because they plan to hit it hard enough so that, like, the LOX tank isn't bobbing in the water like with Booster 13. So it's a lot of experiments, and I think the other part of not catching it is that it is the first time they're ever flying a reused booster. Maybe you don't want to roll that dice and try to bring it back to the launch site because you don't really want to try to risk your launch infrastructure. So you do these experiments and you fly this thing to see how it all behaves before, I don't know, if you fly 15 again, maybe you catch 15 for a second time after you've learned how this behaves. Maybe.
Exactly. So good way to get data and get good explosion pictures too. Continuing to thank people here. Fred, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, where you've got all things related to space, all your favorite rocket companies, discussions, general space flight, off-topic fun, sports, food, telling Jack he's wrong about bagels, and that we can still call it Hoppy, and why does he call it Glenny then? Thank you very much for that, Fred. Patton, thank you. Yeah, exactly. So I saw someone in chat mention that. I'm like, that is a good point. Won't call it Hoppy, but we'll call it Glenny. Patton, thank you for becoming a Padret member. Alan, thank you for the kind words about the coverage. Anonymous saying, go Starship. Trenton, been following since Hoppy. I know they said Star Hopper. Thank you for everything y'all do. Thank you very much. Troy, awesome work, guys. Can't wait for Flight 9. Jane plus Teen, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Derek saying go Booster 14-2. Anonymous saying great work. Catherine saying hi from Lincolnshire. Many thanks for yet another fantastic stream. Looking forward to seeing the launch with you guys. Thank you very much. Jonathan, got one, boys. Hopefully this test goes a lot better. Andrea, thank you for all the coverage. Love from Kansas. Ultra Geek becoming a Red Team member. Susan saying, I wish I could tell my boss that I need the day off due to upper level wins. Hoping the Alex picture somehow makes its way into the stream. Oh gosh. Oh
That's
gosh.
good.
Gage, missed Flight 3 patch. Never again. Smart. Again, over 50% of the Flight 9 patches now already gone. And once they're gone, they're gone. Tim, thanks for all you do. Sayer, not Sawyer, Sayer. You guys are such an inspiration. Rock on, fellas. Aaron, Patchy McPatch face, pre-order done. And I need one of the Hawaiian shirts. Absolutely. The summer collection that we have out in the shop. So cool. The shirts are really nice. And Christopher saying, gotta keep the collection complete. Appreciate that very much. Here's a question from Sayer Greg. Got a lot of Sayers. Then Sawyer asking it then. Do we think Starbase will be for R&D only, or would they launch commercial missions from Starbase? Max, what do you think?
Well, in terms of flight profiles that they can actually target here in Starbase, they are fairly limited because of Florida across the Gulf and also the land south in Cuba and the Dominican Republic and so on and so forth in all over the Caribbean. So they have a very narrow window to launch satellites into, which is not optimal, especially if you want to expand your commercial reach. What their plan is to fly most often out of Florida once Starship becomes operational, because they can launch on a variety of inclinations north and south. Maybe even a polar launch corridor out of Florida. That would be awesome, as we've seen Falcon 9 fly polar now a few times out of both Slick 40 and LC-39A. So they have a lot more options when it comes to launching payloads out of Florida. So that will be their primary target. So it does make sense to keep Starbase as a sort of R&D facility, although I can't really imagine the pace of Starbase evolution slowing down anytime soon, even when that time does come in Florida.
For my favorite words together, Southern Polar Launch Corridor.
With Starship. That's going to look so cool.
Oh, yes.
That's going to look so cool.
Just dogleg it. Do it.
Oh, now I've got all the good thoughts in my head. I love it. Love it. And again, you see the transport stand transporting away from the pad. You could see the ship one and the booster one there, back to back. It's the parade of stands on their way out. Again, good thing they're going away from the pad.
Yeah, That looks kind of funny. He's just sitting there on the back of the SPMT, just driving a transport stand for Starship back to the production site.
I don't think we've seen both stands rolling at the same time like this, have we?
It's probably at some point. It's probably been a while though. But yeah,
Not recently that I could think of, at least, though.
I'm trying to remember. Someone might tell me at some point, but in the back channel or something. But I think it's been a while.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Chad or Alex or someone will have it. Here's an interesting question. Creative Bites is wondering, and I'm going to throw this to everyone because I'm not sure if we know of an exact answer for it, but do we know how many records are possibly going to be broken on this flight? I mean, we know it'll tie for the most powerful vehicle ever launched.
I would say one of them is the largest the largest and most powerful rocket ever being reused for the first time. That's a record, I guess. For that. Other than that, I don't really know what other records it would do.
Longest flight of a V2 ship.
Hopefully.
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 I mean, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know what else. Yeah.
Anything with the angle of, I mean, it'll be the steepest angle of attack for a Starship booster coming back intentionally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it was just a fun little thought experiment to see what we could think of there.
Maybe not so much a record-breaking flight, but certainly a novel one between the first ever reflight of a super heavy booster and the objectives Ship 35 has ahead of it, considering how the last two flights have gone. So maybe not record-breaking, but certainly novel.
I would say milestone intent. I would say it's got a lot of milestones on it attached to it, with like the first reflight of a super heavy booster, the objectives they want to complete with it, the ship. It's a milestone for the ship if it makes it past it and gets the reentry, plus all the experiments they want to do with it. There's a lot of milestones to hit with the program itself moving forward. So that's what I would say, keep it more as, is just milestone heavy for a flight.
Yeah, and again, hopefully we also get the first splashdown in the Indian Ocean of a version 2 Starship. Hopefully the first payload deployment from a Starship at all. So, yeah. Lots of hopeful things, again, assuming all works. And that is the big if there. Harry Faulkner is wondering, I'll throw this one to you, Max. How automated / manual are the chopsticks? Like, when they lift, is there someone sat there with an Xbox controller, or do they just tell them to lift?
So there actually is somebody on console that does perform chopstick operations when it comes to stacking and destacking. And also, I believe, hang on, I'm trying to get this right. So yeah, during stack and destack operations, the chopsticks are manually controlled, and they have cameras all over the place on the chopsticks, on the vehicle, on the tower, to make sure that they get the alignment just right, to make sure that ship and booster mate happily. But when it comes to a catch, the booster is talking to the tower, and so the chopsticks actuate based on what the booster is telling it. So it's a mixture of both. But they have the ability to manually operate the chopsticks, and from what we've seen with the chopstick testing without any vehicles there before, as we've seen in recent weeks, that is also manually controlled to make sure everything goes smoothly. So they can do both.
Yeah, it's always having that redundancy, that extra set of backup there.
I would love to know though, like, do they have like a joystick to control the chopsticks with, or is it like all on a screen or a keyboard? Like, I'm genuinely curious. I would love to know.
I badly want to know if it really is a decent like manual control. I want to know what it looks like. I want to know what the software looks like the UI. Like I want to know what what it is. it would be, oh look, there goes the range helicopter. It'll stop a few more times right there for refuelings as they constantly do checks around the range and make sure things are clear. But I would utterly love to know what the control interface is and what it looks like. Like, so much.
I mean, if I remember early on, even for NSF, at one point we were controlling some of our robotic cameras with gaming controllers. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities that early on they may have had a much more simple system than they do now, for lack of a better way to describe it. Let's see here. Want to thank some people again, because the support that you guys have been pouring in today is absolutely spectacular. Stefan or Steven, excuse me, saying one more to put on my launch jacket. Thank you for all the coverage. The modern day Walter Cronkite for spaceflight coverage. That is high praise. Thank you. Joshua, thanks to everyone, especially those in the South Texas heat. James Lestine, thank you for the support there. Boosith, thanks for the awesome rocket launch coverage. Love the camera angles and good luck to Starship. ADC TV, why are the chopsticks holding the ship when they weren't this morning? I think we kind of addressed there was the concerns, I guess, with the wind and things, but they are open on schedule at this point, so far, so good. Stefan saying, can't wait for the son of Hoppy to rise again. I like it. Juan, let's go Starship, best of luck. Tech Dragon with the engine collection request saying, AJ10, RL10, RD180 thrust collection merch when? Let the shop team know. Ooh,
Yeah,
I would
there
rock
you
an
go.
RD180.
Give me a 170 Energia. Yep.
To the chat, when will the Elon talk happen according to your time? For me, 4 a.m. Here that will be at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, for those wondering about the Elon talk that was supposed to be at about 1 Eastern or 12 Central. Carlos, really love how this evolved to an absolute Starship festival today. Patch, remember this wonderful day. Thank you for that. Trevor, thanks for all that you guys do from Wiltshire or Wiltshire, UK. Again, sorry, Americanizing everything. Dawson, yes, Elon is slated to speak tonight. After the launch was the announcement there. Rich saying thank you for the great coverage. Appreciate that. And more from Anonymous on the Thrust Collection editions. Ari is wondering, Ryan, why no tank farm activity yet? I thought the Pope vent and grass vents are usually running at this point.
Those, so grass vent will start up and probably around. Oh, we're probably at least 2 hours or more away from that. A lot of times in the past, the Pope vent would start around 4 hours or so before, but within the last few flights, SpaceX has changed up how they run the tank farm for flights, except for testing. So during testing, SpaceX will run the Pope vent a lot more, along with the grass vent a lot more, because they don't seem to really be as caring about how much nitrogen they just dump over and whatnot, and how much they use for chill down and just kind of dump overboard, because they can just refill it pretty quickly. But when it comes to launches, they usually like to chill everything down without venting too much overboard. Basically, what that does is if they do have an abort and the issues that they're working aren't major, they can have a 24-hour recycle. So it's changes to the tank farm plus capacity and everything like that. They can recycle the next day rather than having, say, a 48-hour recycle like they've had in the past, where they have to bring tankers in and refill the tank farm. So we may not see the Pope vent till sometimes even at least T-minus 2 hours or L-minus 2 hours till opening the window, if they are targeting the opening of the window. Sometimes it puffs, sometimes it doesn't. But the biggest thing you'll see is the grass vent will start up usually 3 hours or so before. That is the trigger for the chill down of the pumps, is what that grass vent is for. That's basically nitrogen bleed off as they chill down nitrogen and oxygen like bleed off as they chill down the pumps and the lines of the pumps and the subcoolers themselves before they get to the fluid, as well as the fluids bunker. So there's a lot of steps that go into everything, and especially over the last few launches, the tank farm chill down process has changed from what it used to be on like flights like 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 3, and 4 and whatnot. So yeah, that's why you don't see it. We're still a little ways away.
Also, I'm getting absolutely roasted in the back channel for my pronunciations of UK cities, so apologies for that. But and yes, I know how to pronounce Worcestershire, okay?
As Alex has said in the back channel, the Pope vent last flight was around 2.5 hours before. So in the past, they had done it around 4 hours before, and it would run basically the entire time. This time, they do it later on as they kind of slowly chill everything down, and then they kind of go full bore, and then they go into, of course, like tower and OLM chill down as they push propellant through the lines to both towards the vehicles. So yeah, launch chill downs and tank farm activity are different from actual testing chill down and activity. So
of course, it's a county, not a city. How many more times can I just butcher this poor location on the Earth? It is on Earth, right? Okay, can I at least say that correctly?
Go easy on them. They lost in 1776 and still haven't recovered.
Oh, got him. Got him. I'm sorry, which country landed on the moon? Yeah, that's right. Anyway, back to Starship for now. Chris was wondering, I'll throw this one to you, Max. Won't the booster blowing up, hitting the water, make the FAA look into what happened?
I mean, this is what SpaceX is attempting to do with booster, and that is what they have told the FAA what they want to do with it. So unless there is a serious deviation of, I'm sure SpaceX has a point in the water that they are going to target a splashdown in, and that of course would be forwarded to the FAA. But I imagine that would only raise a concern of if they were miles and miles either in some direction off course from that point, whether it be because of engine failure, the booster breaking up, or something along those lines. But they have a point. They have a targeted point in the water that they want to land at. So I think the booster blowing up itself is just a byproduct of the water splashdown.
Yeah, and again, it's also basically in their plans there of it will splash down at this position. So an explosion at that point is not a failure. It is doing exactly what it is expected to do. So very much expect that to not be a concern, obviously, depending on where the booster comes down and how many pieces, because this is very important to note that they are testing new features on that, so that could change things, as well as also where the actual ship comes down, and also in how many pieces will change any regulatory discussions. Let's see. Yeah, Max chat not so happy with that. But I'm on your side. I'm on the America side of things here.
Oopsie. Poking the hornet's nest with that one, I see.
Exactly. Neek is wondering, in regards to the tank farm, the back row of pumps, are they smaller or is construction not yet finished? What's going on with the updates to the tank farm? Ryan, you want to take that?
Yeah. So the reason why they're smaller is because it doesn't need to do as much work because LOX is denser than the CH4. So that's why, and also you don't need to pump as much. Basically, overall they're going to have 8 pumps, 8 pumps of CH4, 9 pumps for liquid oxygen, going to pad B, and that's they're basically doubling their pumping capacity at this point for the next pad. So I mean, at this point we're looking at around like a 49-minute LOX ship load. That might go down to like 30, or something around there. We'll have to see what they end up hitting for targeting for ship load, but it's going to go down by a decent amount. And to answer your question on construction is nowhere close to done. It looks like they're done, but there's a lot of pipes that aren't hooked up yet, and not only that, the QDs at which they're supposed to hook up to aren't even installed yet. I mean, the ship QD arm isn't even installed on Tower B yet, so there's a lot of stuff still missing. They're slowly working through it. Installing that many pumps, that many sumps, subcoolers and everything, it takes time. It takes time. You want to do it right, because they kind of did a MacGyvered bespoke tank farm for Pad A, and well, it does work right now. And they finally ironed all the things out. This is more of a much more modular design, as I think it was Adrian and Alex had talked about earlier on in the Stakeout stream, and it looks way better. Honestly, I look at it right now, just the rows of pumps. It looks so cool. I can't wait to see it all in action, just loading up a ship at Pad B, ship and booster. It's gonna look awesome.
I still also can't wait for when we get 2 stacks on 2 pads, just a la shuttle. Oh, I can't wait. More support, Jeffrey Lowe, the $20 super chat. Thank you. Saying thanks, guys, for the great new updates and commentary on SpaceX. Like to start another SpaceX fan page. Love this community. This launch is a huge deal. Thankful for the great coverage. Appreciate that. Joe, watching from Columbus, Ohio, getting ready to show the launch to my students tomorrow for their last day of school. Go 14-2 and 35. Emmanuel, the rocket is nominal, or it gets the hose again. Hopefully, all goes well. That's what we're hoping for. Brian, and here we go. Jack, Starship, may the force be with you. Also with your spirit. Adam saying send it. Anonymous with an item from the shop saying for Natalia. Ethereal Swordsman, a name that we see here quite often. Good to see you. Saying, you see me in here a lot, but fun fact, I'm rarely watching fully live. My connection is 3 megabits per second at the very best. Sometimes less than 600 kilobits per second. But I generally get 800 to 1.5. Oof. I mean, Starlink, maybe? Oh, something like that. Chris, love the coverage as always. Hoppy or Hopper, it doesn't change its legendary status. Godspeed Flight 9 from Newcastle, UK. Thank you for an easy pronounced name and for specifying where in the world it is. That is also appreciated, so I don't look like a standard typical American messing things up again. Here's a question from Severin, and Ryan, I'll throw this one to you. I know this may be down the line for the development, but could they launch Starship into sun-synchronous orbit from any of the known future launch sites?
You can go to SSO out of the Cape. Yeah. They do it with transporter missions. It's just going to be a fun dogleg with Starship. That which will be really, really cool to see. I want to see that. I just want to see a dogleg at a Starship. Because, I mean, it doesn't look like it's a lot for Falcon 9, but I can only, because Falcon 9 is pretty symmetrical, so it becomes a little bit easier to see. While Starship is symmetrical, the flaps kind of give it away, so, like, if you do a launch with it, you'll see the flaps and the entire stack turn, or at least when it separates, you'll see the ship turn itself. I want to see that so bad. Like, that'll look so cool.
Yep.
Like, the photography of it will just look amazing, too. Like, zoom shots of it will just look amazing. I bet Max can't wait for something like that. Or you, Sawyer, for that matter.
I was going to say, we're both K people, yeah. I
was going to say, yeah, that's why I said it. That's why I corrected
for those who
myself.
know, by the way, the dogleg is when they actually do the... it seems like it goes straight out, but then they have to do a sharp turn, almost like if you've ever seen a dog laying down, how it kind of has that curve in their legs. That's why it's called a dog leg. So it would be basically a sharp turn mid-flight, and it's really cool to see some of the rockets do. I believe Japan has the most extreme dog leg that you'll see mid-flight. It's one of my favorites when they do that launch.
I was gonna say, yeah, the H3
Yeah.
has the most extreme dogleg maneuver that any rocket has ever performed. I think it's wild to see on the tracking cameras that JAXA has. Remember the first time I saw one live, I'm like, oh my god, this thing's about to tumble. Like, it's not going well. Like, something's going wrong. But nope, it was just following the flight corridor that was originally planned. It's just the way H3 has to fly to get where it wants to go.
Yep, it gets where it has to go because it has to. Let's see. Matt saying haven't missed one yet. Lawson saying flight ho. BRJ, thank you for killing a Pad Rat member. Anonymous, when Starship Vandenberg? I mean, I think that's still going to be a little ways out, but I mean, thoughts? I mean, it seems like the focus right now is very much on the Cape.
Well, yeah, they need to get the Cape up and running badly. They badly need to get those pads up and running. I think it'll happen eventually. I don't really see a world where they don't. There's more than enough land space at Slick 6 to do it. I don't know when though. I would say sometime in the 2030s, if anything. If they end up doing it, it would require a whole environmental impact statement though. So that right there is at least a year and a half, 2 years worth of time just to get it all together and everything. And then not only that, you have to build the pad, and the other part of that is getting vehicles to it. Like having to move boosters to it. I mean, the ships are easy. The ship you can just fly to it and catch on it when you build the tower. But the boosters, you have to barge it or build it on site. So, I think it'll happen eventually, though. I think it has to.
I mean, yeah, but because East Coast, West Coast, it will get it first. Just saying.
Yeah.
And I know people in chat are going to say, well, but Gulf Coast, West Coast, because Gulf Coast had it first. Touche, but... you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are now just about 5.5 hours away from the opening of the launch window for Starship Flight 9. And this has been wild. Ryan, thank you for joining me here on the commentary with your expertise.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I always love coming on talking about Starship, especially on the day of a Starship launch. I can't wait for this thing to go, and I really, truly do hope it succeeds. I hope to God that Ship 35 gets to re-entry, even if it doesn't survive through re-entry. I hope it gets to it, like fully intact over the Indian Ocean. Is what I mean. So, I hope it gets there.
Yes, and Max, I know you're going to be sticking around. Good luck. We've got a Brit coming in, so this is going to be fun after your angering of chat there. But
Great, bring him in.
Yes, we will have the return of Chris Bergen. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for this portion of the Stakeout stream, and now it is time for the dulcet tones and the fantastic voice that is Mr. Gene Rowley taking over for me. Gene, it's all yours.
Thank you, Sawyer. Guys, give some love and chat to Sawyer, who did a great job, and all the other folks that were on Stakeout this morning. I, too, Ryan, love Stakeouts. It's just so much fun to just sit and talk about Starship and the potential of where this is going. But somebody else who loves to talk about it is my friend Chris Bergen. Chris, how are you today? You got an early start this morning, didn't you?
Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the ways.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yes.
Oh, yes. You're not going to go unchecked this time. I've just got back from Worcester City. Yeah, dear. Poor Sawyer. I wouldn't know where that. I can't even pronounce Massachusetts. So I struggle with all that stuff. There we go. Yeah, I'm doing well. Yes, it was fun this morning. It's even more fun now. We haven't got the Elon speech. We were hoping we'd be coming back after Elon's presentation, but he has, and people keep asking in chat, and it's fair enough because people may be catching up after work and school and what have you. It's been delayed until after the flight, so we aren't going to expect it until after Starship's launch events have happened, and hopefully a successful conclusion with Ship 35.
Yeah, that was weird. When I saw the 10-minute delay, I was like, okay, 10 minutes. Then they added 5 minutes, and I was like, you did 10, then 5, then 6 hours. So, okay, or 8 hours, or whatever it was. It's like, okay, maybe he's not even in town. He's like, yeah, just delay it, whatever. Or they want to see what happens, because this is a make-or-break flight for Starship on this one. Not really make or break, Max, but this is an important flight, right? Like, with what happened with flights, the 2 flights prior, we were there. We saw what happened. Of course, everybody in chat was probably there. Unless this is your first one, and let us know if this is your first one. We love you if this is your first flight with NSF. But they have really paid attention to this. They've done lots of engine testing. They've done all kinds of upgrades. We're not going to get into a lot of the technical stuff, but Max, wouldn't you agree? This is kind of an important flight.
SpaceX has had to do their homework before today's flight. Yeah, there is. The risk associated with this one is a bit higher than usual, not only for Ship 35, considering how the first V2s went in their flight results, but also with Booster 14 back on the pad after Flight 7. So this is the first time that SpaceX is going to be reusing a Super Heavy booster, and 29 of its 33 engines are flight proven. So considering the results for Ship on the last 2 flights, opting to use a Super Heavy booster for a second time is certainly a choice. But yeah, essentially the launch today is going to dictate the trajectory for the Starship program for the rest of the years. So there is certainly a lot on the line, and we are certainly hoping it goes well. But considering the amount of testing that SpaceX has done, both to Booster 14 over previous months and Ship 35, especially with its multiple trips to Maxis now, I think both vehicles are well understood at this point, and hopefully we can get both off the ground safely and get Ship 35 into a safe splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Absolutely. We are looking for this ship to get to Seco, right? First milestone of this flight. And then some amazing booster testing on the way back to just off the coast there at Boca Chica. And one of the things that we talk about all the time, Chris, I know you have a great way of saying thank you to people. And when I come onto a stream, the first thing I want to do is say thanks to everybody. I've been sitting here for hours listening to Ryan and Max and Sawyer. I was up listening to you this morning, Chris. So allow me to say thank you to some folks as we pass under L-5 hours, 30 minutes. Milo, thank you for that super chat. Sending some love. Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be one of those flights. Anonymous, thank you. Picking up some store merch. ACD TV super chat, thank you. It looks like Choppy flying over Hoppy. It does, actually. When some of the camera angles we have look really good. I said earlier, somebody needs to go out to the dunes and mow the grass in front of our cameras. We are taken to the sky. Anonymous, what did you pick up from the store? Shop.NASASpaceflight.com. I got pre-ordered the patch. I did the when we revealed it just the other day. We appreciate you going out there and doing that. Carl? Yeah, I got a really good feeling about this one, Carl. Wishing success for a complete flight. I got a good feeling. I think SpaceX has really, by the way, that's the shirt I'm wearing today. You'll see later on the launch stream. I think they have really done their due diligence. And again, if you were listening to the Stakeout this morning, Alex and Adrian were talking about, even I think Ryan said, from Flight 7, they did what they needed to do for fire in the attic and so on, for those of you that were there and know what I'm talking about. This next one was just an engine malfunction. Like Flight 8 was like, whoops, what happened there? So one of the things on this flight that got me thinking was they don't know what they don't know, right, guys? We don't know what we don't know. So that's why they're testing these. That's why they're pushing these to the limit. That's why they're removing some of the TPS tiles. You can see there on the left-hand side some different colored tiles, some metal tiles. They're really, really testing this because someday humans are going to ride that. So let's get this testing out of the way. Let's get a rapidly reusable vehicle. And we all want to see reuse. We want to see a ship catch. We want to see more boosters with dashes and numbers. But the reality is it's all about the data at this point in their program. So yes, I'm wishing for a successful flight, Carl, as well. We shall see here in just a few hours. Nicholas with the storm message. Thank you that SpaceX will build star bases. Oh, the great question. Chris B, I'm going to come to you for this one. Nicholas wants to know, do you think SpaceX will build star bases in other countries?
Challenging. I think the best first hope will be point-to-point bases, but again, that's a long way off. There's some talk about Australia, but I don't know how that will come to fruition just yet. I think the focus has to be on US mainland to start with. Starbase 39A, potentially Slick 6, maybe other surround states. Until then, it's very forward thinking. It's a lot of money and expense, and what benefit would it really be? That's what you got to think. So I think, at least for the next 5-10 years, we're going to look at the build-up of pads around the states, and then they'll look at options if they require them for external countries.
Max, I'm going to send you the same question, but I'm going to kind of flip it over and ask maybe a follow-up question. We saw earlier Phobos and Deimos, the two platforms, if you've been watching. If you're a Texas tank watcher like some of us old people, you remember the offshore platforms. Following up on what Chris said, to get around some of the regulatory and issues from other countries, do you think they'll go back to the platform to do, as Chris said, point-to-point, or even Starship launches from offshore?
I mean, just from a legal standpoint, it makes sense, but then you also have to consider the fact that you're launching a very large and very powerful rocket from a rather, I mean, especially compared to being on land, a rather unstable launch platform, since the waves are always undulating, sometimes more than others, and obviously the conditions out at sea vary quite a lot and can change rather rapidly. And you have to compensate for all that, both with your vehicle and every single bit of equipment supporting the vehicle itself. So while it makes sense on paper, it's one of those things where it making sense on paper and putting it into actual practice they are worlds apart. And I think that is why SpaceX opted to part ways with both rigs so soon after acquiring them, because of course they have to get Starship operational first. That remains priority, and they have a long way to go before that happens, especially point to point. So yeah, they have a long way to go.
Talked about earlier, there may or may not be a video coming from NSF about point to point. Just keep your notifications on for all of the NSF content coming your way. Arthur, let's see, new member. Thank you, Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to our Discord, and right now there are a lot of people on our member multi-view being talked to in some of our back channel production channels. You can go and listen to all the camera operators and the production team and what they're doing back there as well. Give you another perspective of all of the amazing talent that NSF has in the field out there right now, with their cameras, with their robotics, with the drones. All of that's in the back channel for Capcom members and above. So think about joining NSF. It's a lot of fun in the back channel. Sean, let's go Flight 9. I agree, 100%. Doug Ramsey, thank you. Super chat, super generous. Guys, we can't thank you enough. You know, as Chris said earlier this morning, those of you that go into the shop, it's like going into your local store, buying something, then thanking the person at the counter for saying, hey, thanks for everything you do, as you walk out with your bag of chips, or crisps, as they say in Chris's part of the country. You're welcome. He didn't know what chips were. So
I don't know what chips are, but they're not what you think they are.
They're French fries where I come from. Doug, let's see, have watched every U.S. space program since Freedom 7. Wow. Okay, all right, you've got a lot of us beat, Doug. So thank you for being here. Thank you, SpaceX, for bringing back the excitement. Thank you, NSF, for great coverage. Wish you had been, wish you had been a thing way back when. You guys rock. We talked about it earlier. For those of you that have been here since the beginning of this stakeout, of this entire stream, Chris, you said Challenger is when you started.
Yep.
I grew up in the same era. I've always been a space fan. Always been a rocket fan. I went to school for not specifically rocket science, but I went to school for science to be a scientist. And but Freedom 7, that was a while ago. Thank you for being here, Neil. Great coverage. Thank you. Let's see what you picked up from shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and we'll get back to some of your questions. Remember, guys, you can always send your questions in at NASASpaceflight. We're trying to get to as many of them as we can. As Sawyer said earlier, some of the patches that you see on your screen right there, they're 50% gone of our initial stock. Out. Gone. Some of the old patches you can't get anymore. You can still get them as stickers, but you can't get the patches anymore on some of them. So if you want those patches, get out there and get them right now. Neil, thank you so much for your support. All right, let's get to some questions to talk about this ship. Max, I'm going to come to you. We'll talk a little bit about the road of Ship 35 getting to this point and getting stacked. Not the engine testing we would normally consider normal. This thing has been back and forth to Massey's, what, 3 times, 4 times?
Right.
Three for engine testing, and spin primes and so on. And do you think all of that's related to Flight 7 and Flight 8, or just Flight 8?
I mean, the Raptors themselves are notoriously tricky beasts to tame and get right. And they have seen that all the way from Raptor 1 all the way through Raptor 2, and are pushing on with Raptor 3 development as we speak. Good Lord, I can't talk. So we saw the single engine test go well. SpaceX posted about it, and then they had an attempt at a long duration 6 engine fire, which seemed to abort at around 28 or 29 seconds in. And we all thought that was a one-time occurrence, which with Ship 34 during Flight 8 pre-Flight 8 operations. But obviously they, judging by what they did with the second attempt at a 6 engine fire, which seemed to go well, the full minute test was their goal. But and they also posted about it afterwards. But then Ship 35 went back into Mega Bay 2, and we didn't see it for a while. And then we saw closures pop up for a ship roll back out to Massey's again. So obviously they saw something. They saw something that they didn't like, and they rolled it back out for just a spin prime test of all 6 Raptors. So, and obviously it's back out at the pad now, fully loaded with its Starlink simulator satellites. So it has been V2 ship in general has been a rather troublesome road for them this far, and it has taken them perhaps a bit longer than they would have liked to fully understand and get flying the way they want it to. And that is why this flight is so important, because Ship 35 would be the first to reach SECO and hopefully perform all of its objectives afterwards. So it's been a long road for it. It also took a long time for it to get its thermal protection system, and I think that gap after Flight 8, in between the failure of Ship 34 and getting to this point, helped out with more preps to make sure that Ship 35 is ready to go helped. But here we are. Hopefully it is ready to shine and perform all the way to splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Chris, let's talk about this booster. Obviously, it's booster 14-2, meaning it's getting ready for its second flight. They've made a couple of modifications to the hot stage ring, and 29 of 33 Raptor 2s are being reused. That's a huge milestone for this program.
Yeah, well, I did see a question asking if the famous 314 engine is flying again. We won't know until they actually launch. That's when we'll first see it. So it's been covered in a Raptor booty. It's more like a cover now. They've changed the booties, which we called them. That was a shorter reference. The RS-25Ds used to be covered in these Rocketdyne booties, literally called booties, on the back of the orbiters. But they used similar ones for the Raptors until they changed it to more of a cover. But yeah, that is covering the name of the engines that we can see during things like rollouts and what have you. So we're waiting to see. But it's the whole thing about reusing Booster 14. I never really did think they were going to try and catch it again. That was probably too soon, because I even thought reusing the booster was too soon. So I didn't expect it. But now it's confirmed. They're going to get some good data out of it, the way they're going to bring it back. And I think, bringing back onto the engine question, they're going to get great data from these engines if they're reusing several of them again. So that is something which they can test at McGregor, but they can't test in real-life testing unless they actually launch it again, which is what they're going to do.
Yeah, well, there's a question here from Vector 2.0 at NASASpaceflight. Might we have at some point S36-2, S37-2, speaking specifically of ship catches? Now, of course, we don't know when they're planning on catching a ship. Hopefully, if this one goes very, very well, and I've got a great feeling about this one, we will see what they do on Flight 10, possibly Flight 11. Max, what do you think? How long before we see a reused ship? I know, roll the dice, shake the bones, shake the crystal ball. What's your prediction? I love prediction questions.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, that is all dependent on how Flight 9 goes, and that will also that will also dictate what they do for the rest of the year. I mean, because back around the Flight 7 days, they said if Flight 7 went well, then Flight 8 would be a ship catch attempt. Then if Flight 8 went well, then Flight 9 would be a catch attempt, but obviously that hasn't happened. So Flight 10 could be the earliest we see a ship catch, but in terms of ship reuse, I think it's going to be a while because we've seen how malformed and scarred the ships have been after re-entry, in particular with the first ever daytime re-entry with Ship 31 on Flight 6. So the ships can get pretty scarred and pretty beat up, and that is why they have opted to not put on some tiles on certain parts of the heat shield, as well as testing different material tiles all over the ship as well to explore different solutions for a perhaps more light and more efficient thermal protection system in the future. So they get pretty beat up, so it's going to be a while. I think we are probably going to see a ship reuse probably in the ship 40 and beyond range, to be honest.
Jeffrey, believe me, I'm not jinxing it. I promise. I got a really good feeling for this. I had a good feeling for the other ones, but the time and attention they put on this ship and the heat shield looks fantastic. And again, we'll see what happens. No, we're just going to see what happens. Regardless of what happens for this flight, it's all about collecting the data. Jimmy, thank you so much for that store message. Will be a late launch, but haven't missed any launch for Boca Chica since Hoppy. Keep the streak alive. Go Flight 9. Go NSF. And go home office. I'm right there with you, brother. Go home office. Anonymous, love watching your streams. Keep up the great work. Well, we love having you here, and we appreciate you going out and picking up a pre-order in the Flight 9 patch. Remember, 50% of our initial stock is gone, guys. We're going to ship at probably the end of June timeframe. That is a pre-order, and if you're like me and you've got all of them, you can't miss one. You can't miss one. Luke, thanks NSF for the Flight 9 coverage. Luke, thanks for being here with us for these. We absolutely love it. I saw Dr. Holly's name swing by. Apparently, she's been watching since Freedom 7 too. So I got a pleasure of meeting Dr. Holly last time I was out at Boca Chica. A lot of questions about the Elon speech. Yes, it was supposed to be earlier. It has been postponed to 8 p.m. Central. So if you're looking for that, they've postponed it to after this launch. On your screen, you can see some of the tank farm action. I guess they're doing their thing. We are several hours from anything happening from a tank farm perspective. That's probably just some normal work that they're doing. Again, L minus 5 hours. But Elon has decided to do the making life multiplanetary speech presentation after. And I'm not sure what our coverage is going to be, but we're going to let you know as we get there, and we'll be talking about that postponement and what more than likely is going to be talking about. We were hoping to be talking about it right now, weren't we, guys? It would have been a lot of fun to talk about making life multiplanetary.
Yeah, we are.
Grego, we're not jinxing it. Go ahead, Max.
No, I was just going to say that we are quite hungry for any more updates about Starship moving forward, especially with HLS going on Mars. So that's all. That's all I was going to say.
Here's a fun one. I love questions like this. This is from Remy. Chris, I'll come to you first for this one. At NASASpaceflight, in a hypothetical multiplanetary future, would there be a Martian embassy on Earth, and would it be considered legally Mars? Great fun question.
I put that in there. I saw it in the panel, and I put it into the queue because I knew Max would be like, yes, as long as it's got an American flag on the top of the roof.
Oh, come on, man.
You're welcome. You know what? And to be fair, Max, if we're talking about building a city on Mars, which is pretty much centralized via Starship, an American company launching it, then, let's not go too UN on this. Someone's paid for it. So, there's probably reasons that you could have some governance based on who built it. So that's why I put it, it's a very interesting question. It really is a very interesting question. There is a thing called the Artemis Accords, which is probably going to be put into play. That has been pretty decent from NASA as a drive to get countries around the world, not necessarily to put hardware and money into the Artemis program, but to work with these accords on rules about the moon. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some global version of that, which would then include things like the governance surrounding it. Then my default mind immediately goes back to Total Recall and how they did it there. Now, you can see the challenges involved, with a potential community off planet. Babylon 5. Anyone, chat, do you remember Babylon 5? Fantastic sci-fi show. Absolutely brilliantly done. That was quite government related to how things worked. So I think it's a very open-ended question that we could have a big debate about, but that, I don't know is a full answer, but I'm intrigued to find out how it all works.
We need a Martian flag on an embassy here and an Earth flag. Come on, United Federation of Planets. Please, come on. Max, what do you think? We need an Earth flag, not an American flag. I see what Chris is saying about the country of the company and blah, blah. No, it needs to be an Earth flag and a Mars flag. That's what Gene said.
And that certainly has been a topic of conversation before, but also it's also worth noting or worth discussing that if it's different if NASA were the ones to land on Mars first, and then obviously it would seem like they would be more inclined to put an American flag on the surface because they're a direct result of the American government, right? So, but if SpaceX does it and they're a private company, they don't necessarily have to directly represent the U.S., even though they are a very proud American company. So, definitely an interesting conversation to start, but although I don't think we can have in full detail on this stream, though.
Yeah, I think, and I hope, that they treat Mars almost like they do Antarctica, where they have a treaty for scientific use and you're not carving up the planet in city-states or countries. And eventually, Mars will gain its own independence and yada yada, keep going into the future, right? But more than likely to begin with, at least in the rest of my lifetime, they're probably going to say, okay, if you go to Mars, you're going to have your area of scientific research and you put your flag over your base. That doesn't mean you own that area of Mars, right? The Russians have bases, the Americans have bases in Antarctica. They don't own that area. It's not like that's their property. There's the Antarctic Treaty. I think they're going to have something. At least I hope so. And they utilize it for commercial. First of all, I would love to fly to Mars. Don't get me wrong, Elon. If you're listening, I know you are. You postponed your presentation, so you're here. I'd love to go to Mars, but I don't want them to carve it up.
If I can be devil's advocate, Gene. If I can be devil's advocate just for a second. First of all, I'm reading chat, and chat is split, and that's fine. I completely agree. That chat will be split because we don't know. There's a space treaty of 1967 that was mentioned in chat. Well done, yeah. Doesn't stop you putting flags there. I, as a non-American, although very pro-American, would be absolutely fine with a drive of funding and support at the political level being based on flags. That might annoy some people in chat. I don't mind that. That's fine. I'm just me talking my opinion. Because the threat, as we've been told in Congress and the Senate, has been, what if China gets there first? Now, that's a real concern to American politics. So if you can make it a little bit kind of like American flag waving, if that greases the wheels, I'm not going to argue with it because I just want to see spaceflight. So that's where I stand on it. Although I totally understand that from a global perspective, it would be nice if it was done as an Earth thing.
Yeah, David, I just read your comment. He says, host, you don't get it. How many people live in Antarctica? You're exactly right. I mean, it's their science foundations going back and forth. We want to bring life and civilization to Mars, making another planet making humanity multiplanetary is not just there for science. I totally get that, and I completely understand. And part of me agrees with it. It really does. I would love to see a self-sustaining colonization of another planet by humanity. Many planets, asteroids, moons. We need to be multiplanetary. I 100% get behind that. I just don't want to have wars on Mars. We had plenty of them on Earth. So, all right, let's switch the subject here. Store message. Thank you for all the puns, the great coverage, Jonathan. Thank you for going out to the store and picking up some merch there. Shout out to my daughter Dottie, who says the Gulf Coast is the best coast. Hashtag team hockey. I think Adrian's going to be joining us here in a little bit. I think Wyoming is the best coast. Potentially. Go ahead, chat. Light him up.
Poor Adrian.
Let's go. LFG in my world. What is that? Liftoff Go or looking for group? I don't know which one that is. Brian, thank you for going out. Let's see. Chris, hey, pad rep member. Guys, remember, join us. Become part of our family here at NSF. Everything we do We do because we're space nerds. We love it. We're friends. We talk. We fight. We arm wrestle. We have a good time. But we love rockets, as Chris just said. And we love it when you become a member. Brianna, thank you. Wow, very generous. $50 tip. Some tips for all the NSF, for all that NSF does to all the mods. Yeah, thank you to all the moderators in chat. I get in, Chris gets in, we just goof off and have a good time and have a lot of fun. But there's a group of people that's moderating and doing a great job. Cheers to all the Pad B testing. Absolutely. John, Go Ship 9, absolutely agree with you. Somebody help me with this one. I'm going to say Bjorn, new member, Capcom member, thank you for joining us. Anonymous, started watching NSF right after Hoppy. I'll never forget watching. I was watching NSF during that flight. So right there with you. Now, oh gosh. You ready for this one, guys? Now a SpaceX employee and still watching. Shh. Love seeing all the guest work. Yeah, I know we do. Love seeing all the guesswork become true. Keep it up, Go Flight 9. We love all of our SpaceX friends. We love all of our Blue friends. We love all the people within the community are really, really good. So
I will say, Gene, SpaceX is watching us as well, because we have seen on tours, starting with Jay Leno. I think it was the first time we saw it. We were told about it, but I really wanted to see it. And you can't start taking pictures around the SpaceX factories and whatever without permission. So we had to wait until Jay Leno did his tour with Elon Musk, and we saw our SBL, Starbase Live, in a big screen. And we've seen it since in several other places. And we've been told they're in Hawthorne and McGregor as well, where they watch Starbase Live. And basically have our screen on full screen. They don't read chat because it's full screen, so it takes chat off. But that'd be hilarious if there was some SpaceX employee just passing the screen and saw some wacky thing from me saying something, and they're going, "Hear that, Chris? What's he talking about?"
That's all of our dream. That's all of our dream. And as we come up to the bottom of the hour here, L-5 hours before we start to see this. Hopefully, they go right at the beginning, and we'll see that change to a T0 once we get a definite takeoff time from SpaceX. We're going to swap some folks out. Max is going to get out there and start aiming some cameras. Max, thank you, man. You spent a couple hours, and now get out there and get us some great photography.
Yeah, it is indeed that time, everybody. There's a lot of cameras to put in place and get ready for liftoff, hopefully in just over 5 hours' time. But we all poke and prod at each other, but we're all here for the same reason, and hopefully we can all enjoy a successful Starship flight, hopefully in about 5 hours. So thank you very much, Gene and Chris, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Thanks, Max.
See you, Max. And let's fill Max's seat with a voice everybody knows, Adrian Bile, who loves the Wyoming coast, don't you, Adrian?
Yeah, I tuned out for a few hours. How was that Elon presentation?
It was fantastic. It was short and sweet.
Point to point confirmed.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. I need to rewrite a video that's going to come out. No, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Looking forward to talk more Starship as we are entering the business end of this countdown.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a long day for everybody at NSF. The team is already out there in the field, and I don't know where everybody is. I know, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm just spitting this out there, or should I not say where everybody is, because I don't know. But normally we're like, yeah, D is over there, and Max is over there, and Doss is over there, and Gage is here. I don't know where everybody is. I have a list on my monitor of where everybody normally is, and this right now, I have no idea. I know where I am. I know where you are. I know where Chris B is, but I have no idea where. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Gene, I was trying to find a little gap between you. There's like a little bit of a delay between the two of us. That's why I sound like I'm interrupting you, Gene. Sorry, I don't mean to do that. There is a fun thing I like to do. I like to throw it into chat. Is to ask where everybody is watching from. Remember, we are a stake. This is the Stakeout stream.
Yes.
We know where you are, Adrian. This is the Stakeout stream. This is not the launch stream. This is more of a fun, kind of like pre-game show. So that's why we can have a lot more fun on this one. I am watching chat right now, and I do keep my eyes out for my local areas. But this is great when this happens.
Sawyer can't say half these country names or county names. Birmingham, I saw it.
Yay! Leeds.
Wow, look at them! Look at them go. Yorkshire.
Oh yeah, somebody says Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Yeah. Yorkshire.
Hampshire.
I know.
Wow. Chat is going crazy. Guys, we love that you're all over the world watching us right now. Awesome. Canada, Lots of USA, Sweden.
Hull.
Wow.
There's quite a lot of Yorkshires. I've seen quite a few
Hong
Yorks as well
Kong,
now and
all
again,
right.
which is surreal when you start seeing York, which is where I'm from. But yeah, there's a lot of Yorkshire in here. Bloody hell.
So
They
both
might-
of
they
you
might
from
see you
both of
doing
you from York are on the stream.
Hey,
Don't
you
even
never,
hear me.
you never know. Like they might see you going shopping, Chris.
You don't know what know it's me.
Estonia, Brazil, Adrian's backyard. That's good.
Good luck. I don't have one. So I'm not sure
Awesome.
which person's backyard you're just watching from, but it's certainly
And-
not mine.
And as the chat whizzes by with where everybody is watching from, again, as Chris said, this is the Stakeout stream. This is where we just talk about this amazing rocket that we're looking at, some of the changes they've made. If you guys have questions, you can send those in at NASASpaceflight. But keep it going. Keep the chat going. I have it attached to a fan, so it's keeping me nice and cool here in my office. And while you're doing that, if you get a Red Team membership, it is courtesy of our friend Bideford, who gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for sharing the love of NSF and the coverage that we're doing. Hunter, let's see, $5 super chat, go Starship. Thank you. Dylan, another super chat. Thank you. Thanks for becoming a Pad Rep member. Man, awesome. Ringtone, hello from the entire Starbase tracking team. We have an amazing team tracking. We're going to have close-up zooms. We're going to have faraway shots, video, slow-mo. You just wait till the launch stream. Brian, you got every patch so far, still continuing to watch from Cajun country down in New Orleans. Or as they say in New Orleans, Nolans. I'm not from New Orleans, so I say New Orleans. Like that boomstick. Let's see, can't have it more than me. Can't let Ring have it more than me. I guess there's a fight now. There's a super chat fight going on. Are you still telling where we're from? Kuwait, been there. Cocoa Beach, one of my favorite places. I have a Cocoa Beach story I might tell you guys. Washington State, lived there. I've lived everywhere.
I'll tell you what,
let's see.
actually,
Go ahead.
because I see a few questions, and I think we could cover it while we've got this camera view. Adrian, people get very excited about any action from the tank farm. I mean, any action. This is just normal conditioning, right? This is nothing to get too excited about just yet, and probably a timeline to when we will start seeing some big ramp up of the tank farm ahead of launch.
So the big tank farm chill down, where we really will see this tank farm completely go bonkers and it goes fully in action. It's about 2.5 hours before launch. They sometimes can do that a bit early. I will say, like, if they're ahead of timeline, they could start doing it a bit early. It's a bit more flexible. But overall, the like 2.5 hours ish is where we really see this tank farm going through gears and starting to really spool up everything in there. And then, of course, we are looking at the vents and everything approaching the vehicle, and that's starting around like L-80 minutes, where we will see the launch mount and tower chill downs. These are like the 2 conditioning vents you always talk about, which are basically the last signs before propellant loading. And then, of course, ship propellant loading will start at 51 minutes and 37 seconds before launch, and booster loading will start at 41 minutes and 37 seconds before launch. So that's your rough tanking timeline.
Very good.
And we will see all of that as we get into the launch stream when they start loading propellants, they start chilling down the lines and working to chill down the engines. And we're going to talk about all of that going forward, more of the technical stuff. But that was a great question. You know, and you can send your questions in at NASASpaceflight. Of course, we will get to as many of them as we can. So when Starship is fully operational, Adrian, this one for you, will we see Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy retired? This was a question from MKMK1111. What do you think about Falcon 9, the future Falcon 9, when Starship's fully operational?
The answer is yes, but there will of course be a phase out of Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy with Starship. That's in the nature of over time. It will, however, not be like, oh, Starship is ready, let's drop Falcon 9. This will be a process that probably will go over, I would almost say, like 5 to 10 years. Because there's things, for example, like Dragon. Dragon is very much a vehicle that is, well, launching on Falcon 9. So as long as they have contracts with NASA or with other companies to launch Dragon, these will launch on Falcon 9. There's also other payloads, such as high-level security payloads for the Space Force. There's also things such as high-level science payloads for NASA. These are based on vibration analysis, and these are based on all kinds of different considerations they have with regards to the launch and the launch mount and the available commodities. They will just not change. They paid for this, and they want to launch on the vehicle they chose for that mission. So yes, there will probably be a decrease in Falcon 9s as soon as Starship is like fully up and running, but it will be mostly starting with Starlings. And then over time, we will see more and more and more and more shifting. But that's the process, and in the end, it's a successor rocket. So yes, this rocket is very much there to one day replace Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy.
Yeah, one of the things that I say about that question is there's always going to be a need for small and medium lift industry rockets. Starship is being developed for, imagine the first transporter mission on Starship. You know, we were like, oh my gosh, they've launched 50 Starlings. This thing's going to launch like what, 150 at a time or something like that. It's going to get crazy. This is a heavy lift. This is as Ryan always says, the most largest and most powerful, the tallest and most powerful rocket ever developed, the heaviest flying object ever devised. And they're catching this thing out of the air. Not on this flight, by the way. But there's always going to be a need for CubeSat launches and medium lift launches. So specifically with Falcon 9, 100% agree with you. Eventually, we may see that phase out. But I think other providers will just fill the gap. Thanks for the coverage. Want to see the whole shebang. Me too, Peter. I'm going to be here for the whole shebang. Chris, can you want to talk about lunar starships? Have we had any updates lately from, or any articles or anything that you've seen regarding lunar starship? Space Videography wants to know. Do we have any updates on lunar starship?
We're kind of hoping to have one by now. We're kind of hoping to have one by now because of the Elon speech. Because he could have easily done with a Mars speech the pathway to Mars. We do know that Moon has always been a stepping stone. I wonder if he wants to go direct though, because he has been intimating that why we're playing around with the Moon, we could go straight to Mars. So maybe not. But we did see the HLS contract still alive, as far as we know. And Starship is heavily involved, along with Blue Origin, in the HLS program, which is called Human Landing System, for people who don't know the acronym. By the way, we did a video on acronyms, by the way, from Daz recently. There we go. That's actually a chatbot command. It's fun because the only thing we've seen physically has been literally a painted nose cone at Starbase. We saw that. It's been there for a while now. It's still outside in the Rocky Garden, I believe. And that is basically just an indication of what was something they could show off. We've not seen any internals officially. I've seen some amazing fan art renders of what the internals would look like on both crewed HLS and deep space crewed starships, which would be amazing to see, by the way, when we actually get to see official renders. We've seen some hardware that looks like it could be related to HLS inside the Star Factory windows, which we sometimes get a view from, which we've seen future ships from. But that's it, as far as actually what we can talk about and what we've seen. Again, maybe we'll see some kind of like plan pathway, which would involve that HLS to Mars from Elon at his speech, which is now, as people keep asking because they keep expecting it, is now after Flight 9 launches.
So scheduled for 8 p.m. Central Time. Make sure your notifications are on from NSF. We are. I think we're planning on covering that. Adrian, you can tell me I'm wrong.
Yes.
But I think we are. Yeah. Okay. So just keep those notifications up.
The plan is basically to stay live with the big launch stream and basically roll into that presentation. And it's kind of like if you watch like sports, it's kind of like the post game press conference where they interview the coaches, and it's kind of like that's how we treat it, I think.
Mr. Banana, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate your support. Hello from Starship Tracking Guy. Josh Zero, thank you for your support. Glenn Maxim, we appreciate you becoming a Capcom member. A lot of people listening in the member multi-view right now in Discord, and you can be one of them. Thank you for becoming that Capcom member. Joe, super chat. One more than 100, Starbase Tracking. You guys are having fun. And we're glad you're having fun. We're having fun too. Appreciate it. Let's see. Clicking the button, Chris. That panel.
Are we? Yes, but are we getting interesting noises?
That's the helicopter, right?
Oh, is it? That sounds more like a tank farm to me, Adrian.
That sounds. I'm looking at if the helicopter is moving, but honestly,
Venting.
that almost sounds like the vehicle depressing. Yeah, that's the vehicle.
Really?
So the vehicles are holding at ambient pressure to give them stability, or like actually slightly above ambient pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point in the countdown, they empty that overpressure to make sure the vehicle is, well, ready to be filled with commodities. So this is a good sign. Like we want to hear them depressuring the vehicle. Part of.
You can see it on the booster just to the right side. Is that what I'm looking at? Yep.
Yeah, you can also hear how it gets emptier. So imagine if you have a can that is under pressure, it would start with a lower tone and gets higher and higher pitched. And that's what you also hear here. It's like a lower tone first, and then it goes higher and higher and higher in pitch as the vehicle gets more empty.
That's interesting. Yeah, you can just see right on the right-hand side, if my eyes do not deceive me, of the booster. You can just see it. So yeah, we know that they move them pressurized, and it makes sense to have it pressurized like if you would a soda can. It's a bad analogy. And you want. Did you say that they want them at ambient, or are they going to keep them slightly above ambient?
Slightly above.
Slightly. Oh.
By the way, also, soda can is an absolutely great analogy, Gene. Like, imagine a soda can that is closed, right? Like a soda can that is completely closed and even like slightly on pressure. And then even if it has bubbles, like sparkling water in it, and you shake it, that can gets even more stable. Like you have a harder time compressing it. You have a harder time like changing its form. And the moment you open it, well, it loses stability. That's kind of why they keep it on pressure here as well.
Let's see. Chris, what does the L- mean in the upper left-hand corner? Why is it not T0? Is it one of the questions that keeps coming in? What does the L- mean?
Right. L stands for launch, and launch minus, that's the time to launch. It is the opening of the window. T- is where it's the actual launch time itself, but because there's a window, it can move. And the T- wouldn't really work in that. So it's beggar's choice. It could work either ways because people are so used to the naming of T-. But there's no holes in this. They basically will go to the start of the window and then pick inside the window when they're going to go for it. So we'll change that accordingly. But currently, the L- is to the opening of the launch window. How long is the launch window for this one, Adrian?
2 hours.
Wow.
If I'm not completely mistaken. Wait, I'm actually doubting myself now. Is it 2 or 1? I'm in doubt. Sorry.
90 minutes.
60 minutes. I am sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hunter, another Panda. They keep going back and forth. Anonymous for the store message, guys. This is going to be a question for both of you. This is going to be an interesting one because both of you have like two sides of the launch preparations. The store message, thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Here's the question. What are your personal? I thought they meant like team. We're talking about team, then we'll talk personal. What are your launch preparations? Are they completed? So, Chris, from a NSF standpoint, and Adrian, I'm going to come to you. Chris, can you talk cameras and loadouts and all kinds of stuff?
No, because I don't know anything about cameras.
We need Kevin. We need Kevin to talk production in the back channel. Yeah, because I know the guys set up remotes and they get out there days early and they're charging batteries and all that kind of stuff. But okay, we'll ask you. What is your personal launch day preparation?
Stay awake.
Oh, look who just joined.
Oh, I see who just joined.
Get staying awake. That's a good one, Chris. Adrian, do you have personal launch day preparations?
I mean, getting some quite like healthy food, getting some I don't know, like juice and like some I mean, let's be real. This sometimes results in us also not sleeping that much.
Yeah.
So like staying healthy, getting like your vitamins in, getting hopefully some sleep before it, and then of course like on NSF level, like getting shop ready and everything. And of course reading up on a mission, like getting your documents ready. Making sure you're prepared That's my preparation. But I believe we have potentially another voice that is talking about preparation here.
And we can talk about what the commentators do. Like, I like to get lots of sleep. I like to, the little breaks when you don't hear a commentator, they're probably eating. But yeah, launch day preparations are huge. And one of the things that a lot of people don't get to know, unless you're in the member multi-view and hear all the things going on behind the scenes, are the production crew. So our special guest joining us on this Stakeout, Kevin Michael Reed. Kevin, have you had more than 1 hour sleep?
No, actually, no. The last 24 hours have been busy for everybody, especially the people out in the field who are running around in the heat and the humidity and getting poured on this morning. So I definitely have to thank them for all the hard work they've been doing. And some of our team has been out there for about a week doing upgrades to cameras, upgrades to our network, upgrades to different systems out there. And then you have all of the producers behind the scenes who are all remote. We try to do something just a little bit different for every launch, whether that be changing up our graphics or having different videos that we play back during the launch stream, or the 2 members multi-views that we have going. One just gives you a whole bunch of views that may not make it on stream or may make it on stream. Sorry, I just had people talking in my ear. I'm muting them really quick. And then we also have a members multi-view that's behind the scenes, where you get to listen to, unfortunately, me talk, as well as all the other operators and the camera operators and some of the people from the field as well. So I personally have not slept for over 24 hours. That's actually my fault because I had another commitment last night. So, sometimes we don't get a lot of sleep, but it's fun. So that's okay.
Yeah, there's so much work that goes into it. And, he's going to go now and do magical production things in the background that none of us know, pressing buttons and cameras and all kinds of stuff while we answer more of your questions at NASASpaceflight. Joe, thank you for becoming a flight engineer, the highest level of support, and that is absolutely huge. Thank you for doing that. Let's talk about a potential ship catch, Adrian. As we move through this program, one of the things that keeps coming up is, when are they going to catch a ship? When are we going to see a reused ship? And Steve wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, can you describe how a Starship will approach the tower for a catch? Maybe why Pad B chopsticks are pointed differently. They talked a little bit earlier about the orientations. I know Ryan did. But talk us through your thoughts of how a ship is going to orient itself for a catch in the future.
Well, we'll have to wait for the final documents on that, because that highly depends on re-entry NOTAMs and what we will see. Our current expectation is that potentially it might overshoot a bit first and then use cross range to come in again from the Gulf. That is, however, also a plan that might always change a bit, but that would give them a bit of the ability of, like, if it breaks up during re-entry, it would basically just splash down in the Gulf. So that's always the good thing. SpaceX will tends to like to do some flight paths that put them on a non-conflict flight path, kinda. Where if something goes wrong, they just don't hit anything meaningful. And of course, the other direction would be Brownsville. So you don't want to have any issues with that. So the most likely answer is they will overshoot a bit, then use their cross range, and then fly into the sticks with the after the belly flop. The belly flop, then of course, and at about, I think, less than a kilometer altitude, and then they will basically hopefully land tiles away from the tower.
It's a great answer. I have a follow-up question for you, but it has to do with merch. But let me thank some people to get down to it. Stephen, thank you. Yes, there's a competition. Thank you for that super chat. I don't know why, but it's happening right now, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Willie, thank you NSF for the coverage. We appreciate you being here, Willie, with us. And another super chat. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing wants to know. There's a name everybody knows. Question for the SpaceX employees. You can answer this one in chat, I guess. Have you guys adopted any of the NSF nicknames? The Pope Vent, for example. Chris, I'll come to you first, then I'll go back to Adrian. Chris, do you know if actually SpaceX, as we talked earlier, do they use any of the same nicknames that we use, or vice versa?
No, but we found No, but we found out some of the nicknames that they use are legit because people think we made them up, like Octograbber. Octograbber is the device, the robot that rolls out of the hangar of the ADS with the drone ships, I should say. I'm not going to give the initials of that. The drone ship and basically hold on to the aft of the Falcon 9. That is actually a SpaceX term. So that is something we know that is a legit nickname they've given it, but we just used it because we heard it. I can't think of any names. Pope Vent's a good one. It'd be very interesting to find out. I've never really asked that question.
I want them to adopt Space Penguin. I literally, that would be the funniest thing if I'm talking to somebody from SpaceX and they start talking about a Space Penguin. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Mechazilla, that's another one. That's a great one. Yeah.
Mechazilla is a SpaceX name.
That's SpaceX. All right, Will, coming back to you. Will, thank you for the store message. Come back to you, Adrian. Love everything you guys do. Any chance of Little People merch? My kids want all of it. They want their own merch. Do we have any for kids or planned?
I can check with that. I can check with that, but that's the only answer I get.
There you go. There's your answer, Will. All right. A lot of people are asking about the weather. Adrian, I'm going to stay with you on this one because he talked about it earlier today. And I think we've got an overlay. They were talking about clouds earlier. And Ryan had also mentioned earlier on the Stakeout that the winds, both on the ground and at altitude, are an area, quote unquote, I'm going to say it, of concern. Do we have any updates, any recent updates? I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't, but do we have any recent updates of anything from the weather? Speedy does want to know.
Overall, the wind shear is the wind problem in general are calming down a bit. It was very, very windy early in the window, or like early in the day, not in the window. But it seems to be calming a bit. The bigged watch item still remains potential like cloud building. From what we can tell, of course, once SpaceX really gets to their active X posting, we might get an actual weather like probability of launch. But we are not there yet, and so this is just guesswork based on the data we can see.
And Chris, we haven't seen anything to the contrary. They are still driving forward with the tank farm, working the venting that we just saw. As of right now, everything is proceeding as normal.
Yeah, everything's on track.
Yeah, looks good. We will see. We'll see. Chris, do you think the ACE... Oh, man, I'm going to mess this up. I'm just going to stop with the ACE. At NASASpaceflight, will we be able to see the dumb links? I call them sim links. Some people call them Starlink simulators. In the dark. Chris, what do you think for the coast phase?
I think SpaceX will want to have a camera on it deploying because they'll have the internal of the actual PES dispenser showing its mechanism working. I think they'll have that as standard because they want to see that internally, but I think they'll show that on the stream as well. I don't know about the actual deployment itself. If you can take Falcon 9 Starlink launches, often you'll get a replay later on X. You won't see it live. So it's a case of what they decide. I know we'll probably see the internals, and you know what? I particularly want to see the internals working as it starts deploying them. We know there's 8 Starlink simulators on board this flight, and the renders we've seen, the graphics, the CGI of a Starlink deployment from Starship is intriguing. So I'd be interested to see how they're going to show it from an external point of view and what we'll see.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Something just changed. I think my mic just changed. Chris, take it from here for a second. I've got to do some stuff in the background.
Yeah, so Starship, let's do status. People are joining. They'll pop in and out. That's standard for any long stream. This is the Stakeout stream. The actual launch stream starts later as we get closer to launch itself. We are 4 hours and 34 minutes away from the opening of the window, which is the important thing to note because they don't tend to often hit the start of the window. The one thing I've noticed with Starship is that it's a vehicle that's only scrubbed once. It's delayed once after that as well, so that's just 2. Everything else has been pretty much on time, which is a great indication on its future, Adrian, isn't it? Where you have a vehicle that is pretty immune from what usually causes a rocket to scrub, especially new rockets, which we see scrub all the time.
Absolutely. Starship has demonstrated an incredibly on-time launch capability. I remember when we talked about this, Chris, back for planning for IFT or like flight 1. I think we all expected like 3, 4, 5 scrubs. Like, let's be real. We all thought this thing is gonna be a nightmare to get working to, and honestly, they just proved us wrong. Like over time, they just showed it's working so flawlessly, constant, and yeah. Honestly, I don't see why that would change right now. They really have this tank farm figured out, it seems. I could see them down the line, if they change to Pad B, that there will be another like testing period. For Pad A, they did that a lot with Booster 7. That's why Booster 7 had so many tests, right? So we'll see if they do a similar campaign with Pad B. That would then result in another lot of tanking tests. But for the moment, I mean, Starship has an incredibly chance to launch if conditions allow.
Yeah, you know what? I'll put my hands up. I said at that planning meeting that Adrian was referring to, I said, well, you know, this is the first time launch of the world's largest and most powerful rocket. I would be very surprised if it wouldn't take 3 or 4 attempts to at least get off the pad. And yeah, it's proven me wrong. And thankfully so, because again, that is a positive. That is something where if this is the test flight program, which it is, of Starship, and it's launching without the S word, yes, I'm being very careful not to mention the word too many times out loud, because we know superstitions are involved. It's a good indicator for what we are hoping this vehicle will become, which is rapidly and fully reusable. Which is incredible, really, when you think about it. Not just the rapidly, but the fully reusable. Falcon 9, we're loving it. The booster landing, and we've been flying 27, 28 times after, you know, when it could have been just thrown in the ocean after one launch. This is where the second stage of Falcon 9 is not reused. It's not reused at all. This is the second stage, is ship on a Starship stack, and that is going to be reused. It's a fully reusable vehicle, so it's an intriguing future.
Yeah, I always love to talk about the scale of Starship in terms of power of the second stage, because it's always funny. A 9-engine Starship will be about as powerful as Falcon Heavy, if I have it correct in my mind. Which is like, what? We are talking about a huge and powerful rocket, and then you're like, oh yeah, this upper stage is as powerful, because one Raptor engine is about like roughly 3 Merlins ish. So yeah.
Chat is still telling me off. Chat is still telling me off for saying the S word. No, it doesn't work that way. Me on a microphone on a YouTube stream does not cause rocket problems. It doesn't work that way. Stop being superstitious. Sayed, by the way, speaks about range violations. Has that ever happened before on a Starship launch? You know what? When I saw that question, I thought, that reminds me of something. I don't think we've had any range violations which have held a launch back that I know of, because they have very good exclusion zones. But there was on the first launch this hilarious sign of a vehicle moving across the beach. It was a camper van with a surfboard on top, and it was moving past, and I think the sheriff got him. But it was like, you know, the vehicle was venting, everything was loading, and I was like, what is going on here? But I think they cleared it in time. So I don't think that was a problem, but I just distinctly remember in my mind's eye this camper van with a surfboard on top, probably thinking, you know what, there's not many people around, what's going on? It just didn't get the memo. It was kind of hilarious. I wonder if anyone in chat remembers that, but it was kind of funny. Peter asks, oh, this is a question I don't know if I could answer. It's more of a Kevin question. Thanks for the great coverage. How is the whole shebang, production, GSE, booster? Oh, it's not about our production. It's about SpaceX. Production, GSE, booster ships, etc. How's it been paid for? SpaceX. Like any company, they're investing in their future. They're obviously, until it's operational and being used for deploying payloads, it's not going to be earning money as such. So I think it's the only way of saying it, Adrian, isn't it? They are paying, they're investing in this test program and in the infrastructure to have this vehicle that would then make a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, it's first off, SpaceX earns a lot of money with the fact that they have a huge market advantage right now, with the fact that they are basically the all dominant global market leader in launches. They are basically providing everybody launches that needs launches, so that earns your money, and they are obviously spending it quite well. Also next to Starlink, of course. Starlink also, from what we know, earns their money at this point. Of course, economy is kind of my like. I love deep dives into numbers. If somebody would ask me, like, I love this question because every time somebody's like, oh, I wish I could peek into Star Factory, and I'm like, I wish I could peek into SpaceX books. I want to know how much everything costs. That's my thing. So yeah, I think they're spending it smart right now in this program. Of course, this program also partially being paid for by NASA because HLS development. So yeah, it's just how a launch company works, right? Earn money with launches to launch more.
I've seen a question close to my heart. Misty asks, do you think point-to-point will ever happen? The logistics seem complicated. You know what? I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of point-to-point as a concept. When I first saw the presentation video by SpaceX, which is still on YouTube, I was kind of thinking, this is incredible. This is the future. This is something that will change things on Earth, and something everyone who might not be into rockets even would get behind as a concept. The problem is, it's going to be expensive to start with. I know that Gwen did a speech saying it'd be comparable to first-class tickets on airlines, but I think that's a long way off, because I can't see how that's even possible without making a big loss on such a vehicle, being a point-to-point concept. I then wrote an article in tandem with a video that we've been making, and the more I researched into the challenges of what is a missile arriving at the coastline of a different country and the sound involved with that, the sonic booms and what have you, the more they'd have to do things with mitigation that may take away some of the timeline that's saved by flying around the world on a rocket going 17,500 miles an hour, because of the transport to the vehicle and the readiness before launch, and then de-embarking and then getting back to shore after you've landed there. So it's very challenging. I'm sure there's very bright people, we know there's very bright people at SpaceX who, if it's still a concept they're still going for, will be finding ways around it. So that's where my hope is. My personal queries into the challenges and logistics of it involved can be mitigated by very bright people at SpaceX. Look what they've produced. Look what SpaceX has done. I mean, these are very bright people, as they are in many launch companies, and they can make things happen. Any thoughts, Adrian, about point-to-point?
Yeah, I have thoughts because I recently wrote a video that is coming out hopefully shortly after this flight in a few days or weeks. I have my doubts about point-to-point. I will 100% admit that. I think, and I hope, Chris, you don't rage too much at me for saying this. I don't think it will ever reach the point where it'd be normal, like replace airline travel. I think it will be either a military or a high luxury, super fast delivery product. I think it can be doable from a technical standpoint. I have my doubts about the cost standpoint, because airlines just have got so efficient at getting prices down for cheap airlines. So I have a hard time at them of like I don't think we will ever see a ticket for a point flight below like $10,000.
Yeah,
really?
I think we're rejoined by Gene. There he is.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, Adrian, I'm going to kind of disagree with you here. Last time we were out there for Flight 8, we were actually trying to do the math on it based on like the cost of the propellants and the cost of the ship and so on and so on. Even if you were to just take a joyride, like another launch provider, and turn it into the Boca Chica Starship joyride into low Earth orbit, or even up and down, like go up for 60 minutes and come back for a ship catch, you could actually do it for, you said what, $10,000? You could probably do it for like $1,000, because the thing will hold 100 people. You really could.
No, I get the math, and alone the propellant cost of Starship is about $2 million.
But every time you refly it, the cost comes down, and even
not
let's say
for the propellant.
Let's say
I looked at the market cost for both liquid oxygen and liquid methane, and even if you assume 1,000 people, you still are at a ticket cost of 2,000 per ticket.
I'm in. I'm in at 2,000.
But
Let's
that's
go.
1,000 on the Starship, and that's no overhead. That's not operations cost. That's not building cost. That's not any cost for the spaceport. Realistically, I have a hard time seeing 1,000 people on the Starship. I think it will be more like if we go 100 to 100, that will already stretch it. And then we are talking about $20,000 to $30,000 per ticket, just for fuel cost.
What is the current seat to on the other rocket that goes past the Kármán line? How much is that?
I mean, we don't know exactly. Again, I'm telling you, like, I don't think I'm not ruling out joyrides. I just don't think it will ever be any reasonable attack on the commercial airline industry. I
agree. Part of me wants it to be, but part of me doesn't. Point to point is going to be huge if they can actually get that done. $10,000 from LA to Singapore, maybe from Florida to Hong Kong. Who knows? Guys, I am way behind on thanking people, and I'm a bad host because a lot of you have been waiting a long time. So if you bear in mind, Chris, do you want me to go rapid fire? Do you want to do it? You're the pro. Speed run. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you for the super chat. Nicholas, thank you for the store. Going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Endor X1, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Sean, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Meaningless, thank you for your super chats. I have an extra Flight 1 patch. Ooh, there you go, guys. Anonymous, thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Lee, less than ideal. You need some spaces in there. Thank you for that super chat. Your support is so important, guys. We say it all the time. George Sorge, thank you for your support. Howdy from Montana. Howdy from Alabama, my friends. Salute. Michael Oliver. Wow, guys, I've got to slow down on this one. This is an amazing show of support for NSF, and this one specifically aimed at Jack. We're going to pause here for a minute and talk about Michael Oliver's extremely generous tip. That is something we need to say thank you for. Michael, that's incredible. Whoa. I'm now taking over the new super chat war. You are now the winner for today. It's not a war. It's not. We're a community. We love rocket launches. And I will wear a kilt if Jack doesn't, and eat bacon. But holy cow, Chris.
Yeah,
wow.
I've never seen that. I've seen some big ones over the time, but that's one of the big ones. That's incredible. Michael, get in touch. If not, I'll find you. Get in touch. Do Chris Bergen at NASASpaceflight.com. There's a few things I can do for you, because that can't just be like $600. There you go. Thanks very much, Michael Oliver. Thanks for can't do it. I'll do something special for you. So yeah, either get in touch with me or I will try and find you. And make sure I get in touch with you, because we'll do something else for you, something special.
Absolutely, Michael. Thank you very much. And you hear us say it all the time that it's your support that keeps NSF going, and the store and all of the things. But this is behind the scenes, as you heard Kevin say. We got a whole team of people out there putting their cameras up, and Michael, you're one of the very, very special people that keep it going. Thank you very, very much. Meaningless. I already said super. Thank you for that. You got patch 1. I did that one already. Let's see. Anonymous. What'd you buy? When hop for nostalgia. Go Flight 9. Let's see what you bought. Did you pre-order your Flight 9 patches? Remember, guys, those are 50% of our initial stock are already gone. Get out there and get those patches. Another side of the support that's very important is gifting the memberships. And HookieMan33 gifted Red Team memberships. If you're one of those that gets them in chat, be sure to say thank you. Mike Healy, thank you for your super chat. Why have I never seen Chris Bergen on NSF stream? Great channel, guys.
I've been on. Yeah. Just not recently. We have far more. I was on in the early days where it was basically me and a few other people. So it was literally like, you got to put your face on camera, otherwise there's no one else. But now we've got a lot of professional people who are far better than I. That's why I'm on the Stakeout stream. I won't be on the launch stream because we got far better people to talk to. You don't have to listen to my Yorkshire ramblings.
I could go full Alabama accent.
And after we asked these far better people and they declined, we are now getting the commentators we have on the launch stream.
As many as we can. Let's see. We have seen Chris. Alexander, thank you. Thank you for the entertaining coverage. Right, this is still our Stakeout stream, guys. We're going to be transitioning to our full live launch coverage here in about 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Actually, you're going to jump from stream to stream. And Chris, I assume you're going to give them all the links they need to bounce over there to the live launch coverage. And for those of you that are still asking, Elon's presentation was not before. It's going to be after the launch, so stay with NSF for all of that. Wildly Optimistic, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Nick, another patch for the collection. I've got mine right here. You'll see on the launch stream. We'll probably be talking about it, and I will play them out like a deck of cards. I love the patches from NSF. Lucas, another PadRat member. Lots of PadRat members joining in the last few minutes. Thank you, Lucas. Peter, Nick, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Joining the NSF family, it really, really means a lot. And we're getting things in the background lined up for you, but I want to get back to some of your questions at NASASpaceflight. And Adrian, I'm going to come to you specifically. I watch a lot of Starbase live. We also have Space Coast live and McGregor live. And if you're interested in a lot of the Raptor testing that's going on at McGregor, if you didn't watch the last Starbase update, go and watch it. There's a lot of great information that Ryan brings up from the McGregor testing. But here's a question Willie wants to know at NASASpaceflight. What do we know and not know about Raptor 3? What's the time frame until we see it on a ship? Adrian?
Good question. What do we know? Well, we know it's existed. It exists. We know it's in testing. We know they are up to like the 20s in serial number right now. Of course, many of these engines probably don't exist anymore because there's a good chance they are right now still in the more hardware-rich part of the development phase. However, we expect them at the earliest around Booster 18. Booster 18 right now is in stacking in the Mega Bay 1 and will probably be ready around-ish, if I had to really put a number at like Q4 2025 or Q1 2026. So that is also when we expect vehicles fully equipped with Raptor 3. So yeah, like half a year from now is probably a good guess based on ramping of the Raptor 3 production line and then also getting 33 of these engines ready to put on a Super Heavy.
I want to see Raptor 3 so bad. I can taste it. I've got one sitting behind me. You'll see on the launch stream. I've got one of those 3D printed models of the Raptor 3. I can't wait. And hopefully after this flight, maybe we'll get some more iterations during Elon's presentation. Chris, I want to come back to you. This is just a theoretical question that we can kind of talk through here. Mike wants to know, first of all, he says, thanks for the work. If the Starlink dummy or mass simulators are deployed, and this goes back to our pressurization question, Adrian, you might want to jump in on this one as well, but I'm going to go to Chris first. When the payload bay is vented, do you think that makes a difference when re-entering? Because all of a sudden, think about it, they go up, it's then vented, then they close the door. How do we think that is that going to affect re-entry with it? Pressurization issues, maybe?
Two things we don't really know because a lot of things that SpaceX are doing in development we will never get to hear because it's proprietary, and that is completely expected from any company. My default answer is they know what they're doing. SpaceX always know what they're doing, so whatever they decide to do is going to work. Or at least that's what they've planned to work. Adrian, do we have any insights into potential speculation on how they'll do it?
I mean, that payload bay door is just like, let's just say I don't think it's like airtight right now, like the whole payload section. So it will always adjust over time. As they go lower, you will also see that they that probably gains pressure again. Also, that section is reinforced with stingers or like with like also general reinforcement, because otherwise it's like not pressurized in the way like the tanks are. So otherwise it would not have the stability to survive re-entry. But I don't think that's an issue that SpaceX has not thought about, like Chris said, and they already survived a re-entry with this payload, like with this payload bay, or like with payload bays. So yeah.
Adrian, Daniel wants to know, as a test program, are these by the way, thank you for the super chat, Daniel. Are these pads temporary? I think I'm going to say potentially. Look what they've done with Pad B. We fully expect them to make some upgrades on Pad A, but also, and this is a question for everybody, would a flip be too many G's for humans to withstand? Go ahead and talk about the pad being temporary first. Adrian.
Temporary in the sense that they are always changing, yes. We see this with Pad A. Pad A will probably adjust to Pad B, Pad B's design in the future, and there will also be learning lessons from Pad B that we will see in the future in another launch pad. That's the part of iteration. Like, well, are these changing over time? Yes. But that doesn't mean they cannot run for years and years without being in any problem because of their design philosophy. So yeah, I don't think temporary. Everything is temporary if you just define the right time frame, right? So.
And Chris, we'll send you the second questions. Humans are squishy. We have no idea how many G's a passenger would pull on a flip maneuver.
I preferred the first part. Sorry, Gene. I preferred the first one. I love talking about the pads. I will quickly just back up on the pads. Yeah, because Pad B is the template. That's going forward. What we see at Pad A right now, which they're launching from today, is working. It's working, especially since the upside-down showerhead was installed to stop the rock tornadoes and the crater towards China. Ever since that has been employed, it's been working out very well. But that orbital launch mount design is no longer going to be going forward with them. And once they've finished Pad B and have Pad B operational, they will then stand down Pad A and change it to what Pad B looks like. We're talking about the orbital launch mount, everything. It will be changed and converted towards what Pad B is right now. And 39A is going to follow what Pad B at Starbase is following as well. As far as G's and squishy humans, I don't know. I mean, when we saw the flip and burn, it looked quite dramatic. But then you could have like seats on special gyros or whatever. I don't know. I really don't know. It'd be fascinating to see what actually ends up being the plan as far as crewed ships. But I will just add the caveat that we're a long way off seeing crews flying, as in launching and landing. HLS will be different. Launching and landing on starships are way off yet. I mean, it's a fair amount of years off yet. And Elon has said that himself, by the way. He actually over-exaggerated by saying he wants to launch thousands of times before he puts a crew on it. He probably meant hundreds, and that's probably more realistic.
You know, Bink has a great point in chat. It looks like that the ship pivots closer to the front of the ship, so the G-forces at the back of the ship would actually be more from a rotational perspective. We're going to have to get Alex on that one. During the launch stream, we'll be sure to come back to that question and ask.
Yeah, I can basically answer a bit of that, because if you imagine there's like a hinge almost that goes through the ship, the hinge is basically where the humans would be. So yes, there's some rotational force on the humans, but the G-force on, like, I'm sorry, the funny thing is we are in the background setting up the launch stream, and I see both me and Alex are gesturing the thing in the cameras, but the rotation is basically the rotation point is where the human's sitting. So yes, there's some rotation. They will flip by 90 degrees. However, the spin and the movement is quite low, and I would not even be surprised if during heavy re-entry they experience more braking G-force than they experience on the flip itself.
Yep. And as a reminder, as he's saying, we're setting up things in the background. Here in 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to be switching over from the Stakeout stream to the live launch coverage, and there will be lots of links in chat for you to switch over and join us over there. Let's see, Cardi, and another patch for the collection. Yep, good luck with the stream. And excitement's guaranteed, Cardi, that's all I'm going to say. DOD Father, $10 super chat, thank you so much. I'm not going to say that first word, but the ship we can love from here. Both of the ships, the booster and the ship, are going in the water, guys. Just get it in your head right now. There will be no 14-3. And hopefully this ship goes all the way to the Indian Ocean. Josh, thank you for your generous super chat. The super heavy strapped into seat. You know, earlier, I'm just going to put your question up, your super chat up. We saw both the ship and the booster transport stand, and Max said we probably have never seen that before leave the launch site in a parade, because Booster 14-2 is going to do what SpaceX calls a heavy, what do they call it? A hard landing, hard splashdown in the just off the Gulf, and then also Ship 35 is heading toward the Indian Ocean, hopefully for a full flight, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Wilson, becoming a Pad Rat member, thank you so much. Matt, thank you for your super chat. €5. Absolutely believe point-to-point space travel will happen. Space travel, yes, right, Adrian? Point-to-point space travel has to happen. Like, we do that now, basically. But we're talking like get in a ship off a coast of New York and fly to Hong Kong, right?
Yeah. I'm not again. I want to point out I'm not doubting SpaceX technical abilities. I'm doubting economic viability for like commercial air travel, and that's all. I'm never doubting SpaceX on a technical ability. I'm not making this mistake. Many people have made the mistake of doubting SpaceX technical ability in the past. I follow this company closely. I know I would never do that. I'm not doubting that. And I'm sure even Chris, as a point-to-point fan, understands my reasoning why I'm doubting the economic viability.
No, I completely disagree, Adrian.
Okay, cool.
No, I do. When I was drafting the article, I was like, heck, okay, I'm a fan of this, but it's challenging. It's so challenging on multiple factors. Again, you got to be careful to say it, because I always say that if SpaceX has presented it, somebody's thought about it, gone through a concept, gone through a viability study, and then management, such as Gwen Shotwell and Elon Musk, have taken it forward. There's got to be something in it. But I do like what you were mentioning earlier, which I didn't follow up on, was that there's the uncrewed version, which could be military applications. The US Air Force is looking at it. And also the big one for me is Mars point-to-point. Now, if we get this Martian city, this Mars-based alpha, this self-sustaining city on Mars, what greater way to travel around Red Planet on another starship? That makes a lot more sense to me. You lose a lot of the issues then.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think in terms of military application, I'm not a military guy. Like I don't know that much about military operations. I don't know a lot about crisis operations. But honestly, the ability to deliver 150 tons of cargo in a matter of an hour to any crisis region in a world, including a potential like setup for an operation center. Again, I'm not a military guy, but that sounds like something you want to have as a capability in a crisis region.
Yeah. Think about humanitarian. How much good you could do with a fully loaded Starship point-to-point from a humanitarian aspect.
Yeah.
Remember, guys, we've got just a few more minutes here on the Stakeout. It's been a ton of fun. I mean, we're not wrapping. We're going to go over to the launch stream and join us over there and for live launch coverage continuing here on NSF. Fearless Studios wants to know, Adrian, here's a great question for you. We talked a lot about the hot stage ring and the differences in this hot stage ring versus other hot stage ring, and they just want to know, how does the ship hot stage without causing damage to the booster with it being so close? That's a great question.
That is the magic of the hot staging ring. The hot staging ring is a reinforced ring with a dome in the middle that deflects the power of the Raptor engine. You see these tiny little gaps there? Tiny little. I say tiny little. A human can very much put his head through these gaps easily. That's what I'm talking when I mean tiny little. And basically the exhaust and the power of the Raptors is deflected outside of the hot staging ring and will not hit the more sensible forward dome of the booster. The hot staging ring is in itself just a shield for the booster, so it doesn't get destroyed by the 6 Raptor engines on the ship.
And this time around, they've made some modifications. You can see on your screen that right there where the ship quick disconnect is positioned, it looks like those have been sealed off. Now, explain why that's changed.
The funny thing is the flip of the booster, the flip to do the boost back burn, up until now was random. It was just whatever direction it by pure randomness flips into is the direction they commit, and then they flip into that direction and align for boost back burn. With this now in place, this is basically the area where it will flip into. Because if you imagine there's thrust going in all directions except one, and it's a circular object, that is the direction that will not have any thrust pushing against it. So that will be the area where the booster flips into. So that is basically what this will do. It will flip the booster in a more controlled manner instead of just random flipping it around and then igniting the Raptors and go boost back.
But doesn't one of the engines point, I don't want to say directly in that position, but if it doesn't let the exhaust out, isn't that going to potentially do something to the top of the booster in that one spot? That's going to be an interesting test.
I would hope they did their math that the other vents are enough to compensate for that. Again, that's down to structural analysis. But I assume somebody at SpaceX did exactly that structural analysis and it's like, okay, we can close off like 5 of these and it still would be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got some smart engineers working there. Guys, we're closing in on L-4 hours. A lot of people are asking, why is it not T-4 hours? For those of you just joining us, we're going to go back to Chris B, and he's going to explain why it says L- and not net minus or T-. Chris?
L is for launch. So the L-, it's 4 hours and 2 minutes to launch. It is a window of 60 minutes, so the T- will be changing all the time because the T- is actual to ignition. So L- is to the start of the window. That's where we are. We're 4 hours and 2 minutes away from the opening of the window, not necessarily the launch itself.
And as SpaceX updates, we will update that clock with the T0 time. Go ahead, Adrian.
There's a good chance they will. I think Chris mentioned it earlier. There's a good chance, like, a lot of times we have seen them like, okay, now that we are closer, we are targeting like 15 minutes into the window, for example. Like, and that's a thing that happens with these launches. And don't get super nervous if it happens. They have an hour, and that's why they have an hour.
Yep, exactly. Well, let me run through and thank some folks. We've got a couple more minutes here. We're going to shift over to our live launch coverage here in just a second. And yes, there will be lots and lots of links in chat for you to jump from here to there. Patrick, thank you so much for becoming a PadRat member. Snow Blitz, Alex also becoming Red Team members, as well as Desmond Plays, Tobias, Mattia becoming a Red Team member. Lots of people joining us here at NSF, becoming members and getting all the benefits of those that PadRat membership and above. Tobias, Mattia, I've already said you, a bit of everything, another PadRat member. So many people. How do you say that one? Opalone? I'm going to try that one. Maybe mess that one up. I probably did, but if I didn't, then yay me. Host for the win. Shane with Super Chat, thank you for your generous support here. At Chris, fellow Englishman. Let's see, Shane says they're a Lancashire lad.
That's unfortunate, but well done. He knows I'm Yorkshire.
What? But you guys are like 2 miles apart. That's what every American thinks, right?
Oh, War of the Roses.
Richard, thank you. Oh my goodness, Richard. We got to slow down here, guys. I know they want me to wrap. I got to wrap in about 30 seconds, but I'm going to put this one up. We're going to talk about this as we wrap up and go over. At NASASpaceflight, you are simply the best crew of space nerds on the internet. Thank you so much for giving us viewers so much insight. As they said, Chris, please reach out to Chris Bergen at NSF. Richard, thank you so much. A $650 tip, guys.
That's crazy.
Tip.
Thank you, Richard. Get in touch. Yes.
Adrian, thank you for joining us on the Stakeout. And of course, everybody in the back channel. Appreciate it. We're going to jump. Here we go. We'll see you guys for live launch coverage.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Say again, FD off.
It's orange! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be exciting and clear, correct?